proud of. Over the next few days, we'll hear about how the EU space program delivers tangible benefits for European citizens, for public authorities, for businesses, and European societies more broadly, with Galileo, EGNOS, Copernicus, space situational awareness, and so much more. I was also very happy to see a lot of you at the event that the European Commission hosted in Brussels for the launch of the new Galileo satellites. For those of you who have been to these events before, I still describe myself as not fully a space person, so these events remain incredibly exciting and quite cool for people like me. There's also a massive milestone this year, of course. GovSatcom is officially operational, and Cyprus made history as the very first country to activate it. Correct. If you want to see exactly how that works, we'll have a demonstration tomorrow on how that whole system can help with tackling wildfires. I really highly recommend it. It'll be tomorrow afternoon here in this room. Also, that sets the stage for the exciting opportunities of IRIS². I'm sure we'll hear a lot more about that. Speaking of that innovation on the ground, some of you may have traveled by bus from the center of Nicosia this morning. It's like data and AI to map the road conditions and provide updates. So a big thanks to those of you who took the bus this morning and already put in a good day's work before getting to the venue. That blend of technology and utility is exactly where Europe is heading. We are actively building a vibrant new space ecosystem right alongside our traditional industrial base. To support this, Europe's launcher strategy has become a truly collective effort, with the EU, ESA, and member states working as one to strengthen the entire launcher value chain. With Ariane 6 and Vega C leading the charge, we are robustly boosting Europe's autonomous access to space. I have no doubt we will hear a lot about that too. We also saw the Commission propose the EU Space Act in the last year, the first ever legislation of its kind globally, aiming to create a single market for space activities based on safety, security, sustainability. The stakes remain incredibly high. Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine has shown us all that autonomous access to space and technology can be existential. As many of you will know, our space assets are also playing an increasingly critical role in continental defense and security, this opening up vital new priorities in space-based defense, quantum communications, and next-generation Copernicus Sentinels. As I said, there is a lot to be proud of. There is a lot to look forward to. So let's get cracking, shall we? I'd like to start by asking you all to draw your attention to our screens for an opening address from the European Commissioner for Defence and Space, Andrius Kubilius. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. First, a big thank you to the Cyprus presidency. Thank you for hosting the European Space Days. And thank you for doing a great job in difficult conditions. War near your borders, drones threatening your airspace. The Cyprus presidency has done an impressive job moving policies forward. The Space Act and our ambitious proposal for defense and space in the European Competitiveness Fund in the next multi-annual European Union budget, more money for civil and military use, like the Earth Observation Governmental Service, more money for our strategic autonomy and access to space. The European Space Days are an important moment for you as European space community to meet, to discuss, to get down to business. And Europe now needs to get down to business on the space economy, which will triple in size in the next 10 years. Companies are investing a record 1.5 billion in space, a more than 55% increase. Downstream markets for Earth observation and satellite navigation are expanding exponentially. They will more than double to 580 billion euro in 2033, our friends from EU Space aim. I want European companies to lead in the space economy, to capture larger parts of that space economy, to benefit us all here on Earth. And you can count on our support with initiatives like Cassini to accelerate private investment. And there will be even more support for space companies in the next multi-annual budget. It's also clear Europe needs to get serious about defense of space and space for defense. To defend against the drone danger that threatens your country and mine and the whole of Europe, we need strong and secure satellite communication, navigation and observation. All of this we are improving with initiatives like Galileo Public Regulated Service and Iris Square, which are making great progress, and with rapid mapping through Copernicus. And to defend our space assets and defend our continent from space, I will present an action plan for an European space shield, outlining space capabilities for defense and governmental users to pool and share national capacities next to dedicated European capacities. One thing is clear. For a strong European space economy, a strong European space defense, we need you, Europe's space community. I wish you a lot of success in your important work and a very successful European Space Days.
Well, I'd like to start today. We've heard high praise for the Cypriot presidency, for Cyprus's welcome, so I think it makes sense that we should hear from a representative of the Cypriot government. I'd like to invite Minister Nikodemos Damianou, the Cypriot Deputy Minister of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, to come and say a few words. Minister.
Thank you, Alex. I hope you enjoy the weather for the next 2 days. Mr. Mavridis, welcome from the European Parliament, representatives of the European Commission, the EU Agency for the Space Programme, and the European Space Agency, distinguished guests. I hope you are not counting on me to lift you off, as the video said. I'm sure the rest of the speakers will do that. But I'm very, very glad to be here to welcome you to Cyprus and welcome you to EU Space Days 2026. 57 years ago, humanity watched as the first footprint was pressed onto the surface of the moon. In that moment, space symbolized exploration, ambition, and scientific curiosity. Half a century later, space has moved far closer to Earth and far deeper into our daily lives. A critical part of our backbone digital future and the invisible infrastructure of everyday life, it is now part of how our societies and economies function. Navigation, disaster response, defense, digital connectivity, even financial systems all rely to some extent on resilient space assets. In other words, space is a strategic necessity at the center of everything that matters for Europe: competitiveness, security, resilience, tech sovereignty, and strategic autonomy, and also sadly directly exposed to the geopolitical tensions and economic competition we face here on planet Earth. It is therefore a great honor to welcome you again all to this flagship forum for space policy, innovation, business, and strategic cooperation. Over the next 2 days, EU Space Days, we've heard it before, will discuss how Europe's space capabilities are delivering tangible benefits for citizens, businesses, and public authorities across our Union. Galileo and EGNOS are improving navigation and transportation safety. Copernicus is strengthening climate monitoring and disaster response. COVSATCOM and Iris Square are set to advance secure and resilient connectivity. At the same time, Europe is investing in emerging capabilities from space situational awareness and quantum communications to next-generation Earth observation systems, building an ecosystem that is not only innovative, but also operational, resilient, and strategically relevant. For Cyprus, hosting EU Space Days carries particular significance. Situated at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa, as Europe's eastern outpost, Cyprus has long served as a bridge between regions, cultures, and economies. Today, grounded on a future-focused economy, we are building on this strategic position to further strengthen our role as a trusted regional hub for AI, for advanced emerging technologies, and space-related services. A stable, secure, and outward-looking gateway for digital infrastructure, satellite communications, data gateways, Earth observation, and emerging space technologies. I have to say that our 300-plus days of sunshine is a plus in that respect. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing a profound transformation in the global space arena. The global space economy has already surpassed 500 billion euros and is expected to exceed 1.5 trillion within the next decade. The Commissioner, I think, mentioned that thousands of satellites orbit the Earth as we speak, supporting communications, navigation, environmental monitoring, disaster response, financial systems, and critical infrastructure, all while space is becoming more contested, more competitive, and more strategically important. I think it's the fourth time I mentioned the word strategically. For Europe, this creates both a challenge and an opportunity. As highlighted in the Draghi and Letta reports, Europe must strengthen its technological sovereignty and build a true single market for space as well, one capable of transforming scientific excellence into industrial leadership, commercial scale, and strategic resilience. Let's face it, others are progressing much faster. So this requires investment, it requires regulatory clarity, and above all, strategy and ambition. It also requires an outward-looking approach to sovereignty and autonomy, and hence our motto during this presidency, an autonomous union open to the world. During the Cyprus presidency of the Council of the European Union, we have committed to contributing actively to this effort, and I was glad to hear the Commissioner praise that effort. Given Cyprus's elevated geopolitical role, which renders our country a trusted, stable partner in an admittedly complex region, we have committed to act as a bridge between the EU and our neighbors, as I mentioned already, deepening relations during our presidency. On the EU Space Act, and given the complexity of this file, the Cyprus presidency has worked intensively and deliberately with member states and stakeholders to support a constructive and balanced examination of that proposal. Our objective has been to help member states advance towards a clearer, more balanced, and more operational framework for space activities in Europe, one that strengthens safety, resilience, and environmental sustainability while remaining proportionate, innovation-friendly, and mindful of the diversity of national space ecosystems. In this context, on the 30th of March, we presented a Cyprus presidency compromise text. Work remains complex, but the direction is clear. Europe needs a modern space regulatory framework that gives confidence to operators, administrations, investors, and citizens. Investors is a key word here. In parallel, the Cyprus presidency has been working on the space section of the European Competitiveness Fund, which will constitute the future EU space program under the next multi-annual financial framework 2028-2034. The discussion is crucial. Europe's ambitions in space require not only clarity, but also the financial, industrial, and technological capacity to deliver. Through the discussions held so far with member states, the Cyprus presidency has sought to strike the right balance between predictability and flexibility. As I said before, we need to move faster. Predictability to ensure continuity, legal certainty, and long-term investment confidence, while preserving the strength of Europe's flagship space components, Galileo, EGNOS, Copernicus, COVSATCOM, and IRIS², of course. Flexibility to allow the future EU space program to adapt to emerging technologies, evolving security needs, and a rapidly changing strategic environment while preparing the ground for new strategic capabilities, including governmental Earth observation. Finally, the Cyprus presidency is advancing work on the recently published proposal on the USPA regulation, which is closely linked to the future space framework under the ECF. Our primary aim is to ensure absolute coherence between the programmatic architecture of the ECF space section and the agency's new operational mandate. Dear friends, for Cyprus, space is not an abstract discussion, it is the next technology frontier. As an island state in a highly sensitive and rapidly changing region, we experience firsthand many of the pressures that define our era: climate vulnerability, maritime security challenges, extreme weather events, and regional instability. Space technologies provide essential tools to help address these realities. This understanding has guided our national approach over the past few years, and we have taken deliberate steps towards building a credible national space ecosystem. And allow me, before I close this introductory speech, to say a few words about what we are doing. We enacted a national space law aligned with international obligations and European standards, creating a clear legal framework for space activities under Cypriot jurisdiction. We established the Cyprus Space Office, providing the governance structure needed to coordinate national space activities and international cooperation. We have also inaugurated a Cyprus Space Research and Innovation Center in 2024 and recently established Cyprus's first space-focused incubator through the Eratosthenis Center of Excellence, helping startups and innovators transform research into viable commercial applications. A major milestone in this journey is Cyprus's transition to associate membership of the European Space Agency. This marks an important step forward for our researchers, our universities, our startups and industry, opening the door to much deeper participation in European programs and missions. For the 2026-2028 period, I can say that Cyprus has already secured participation in ESA optional programs supporting Earth observation, telecommunications, innovation, entrepreneurship, and advanced space technologies. At the infrastructure level, we heard before from Alex, I think Cyprus is steadily strengthening its role within the European space ecosystem. Our country hosts gateway facilities and satellite ground stations for leading European operators, as well as 4 operational satellites using Cypriot assets. We are now moving forward with plans for an optical gateway to leverage opportunities from EU's secure connectivity programs, which will be based on COVSAT-COM systems and Euro quantum communications infrastructure networks. Cyprus is also one of only 4 European countries hosting a receiving Earth station deployed as part of the search and rescue service of the EU Galileo system for detecting and locating emergency beacons. Finally, USPA has selected Cyprus for the deployment of 2 ranging and integrity monitoring stations supporting the operation of the EGNOS system used to improve navigation services for aviation, maritime, and land-based users. These are not symbolic projects. They are strategic capabilities that directly support resilience, connectivity, safety, and security across our wider region, and we are proud that Cyprus can be part of that. So, ladies and gentlemen, Europe's future will depend on our ability to act together, decisively and effectively, strengthening our capabilities while remaining open to innovation, international cooperation, and the responsible use of space. Cyprus stands ready to contribute to this common European effort. As presidency of the EU Council, as member state of the European Union, as ESA associate member, and as a reliable partner at the crossroads of 3 continents. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Minister, for those insights, for showing us the key role that Cyprus is playing However, if we listened very closely during the minister's address, when he mentioned 300 plus days of sunshine, you could hear the hearts of every Brussels-based person in this room breaking just that little bit. Thank you so much, Minister. Another round of applause for our Minister, if you would mind. Now I'd like to invite Kostas Mavridis to the stage, member of the European Parliament, to say a few words. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Kalimera. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome, particularly those who came from abroad, but also all of you who made it here in Cyprus. I happen to be one of those, Alex, who share my life over the last 12 years between Cyprus and Brussels. My family home is in Cyprus, in Nicosia. My political home is in Brussels. And with that in mind, I'd like to welcome again all of you. I wish you to have a great conference, and I'd like to thank particularly the Cyprus presidency and the European Commission for their invitation to give you this welcoming address. Strategic autonomy, open to the world, that is the motto of the Cyprus presidency. If I paraphrase that, I would say strategic autonomy open to the world, including space. So a strategic space is, in fact, a strategic domain, one that underpins our economies, our communications, and our collective security. I would try not to repeat many of the things that have already been said, and I would try to give you a perspective from the European Parliament view, especially from the European Defence and Security, being a member of that committee. So, yes, what once was a frontier of exploration has become also a critical arena of competition, opportunities, and vulnerabilities. The threats are visible and growing. Recent events foreshadow potential challenges to the EU's aspiration to maintain the peaceful use of space. We see Russia advancing anti-satellite capabilities, conducting electromagnetic warfare, and even considering the placement of nuclear weapons in orbit. We see China deploying maneuverable dual-use satellites capable of approaching and potentially disabling other spacecrafts. These developments challenge Europe's freedom of action in space and highlight the urgent need for coherent European framework for defense and security in this domain. However, I will ask a fundamental question. This is from not a space expert, but a political supporter of space. The fundamental question is, first of all, what should be the political substance of EU Defence Union, and what should be the actions towards that? To my understanding, unlike a traditional military alliance aimed at countering a specific threat, such as NATO, for example, the Defence Union of EU envisions a comprehensive and autonomous security and defence framework that should reflect our European way of life, our European Union's strategic identity, values, and geopolitical ambitions. A clear and shared understanding of what the EU Defence Union aspires to be is essential to provide strategic direction and ensure consistency across all financial, institutional, and operational measures required to achieve it. I will make it even more simple. In an era of threats and aggression, from Russian aggressions in Ukraine, the serious situations in the Middle East, the illegal actions of the neo-Ottoman Erdogan regime in the Mediterranean, of the so-called blue homeland, which I call blue fantasy, is absurd. and the continuing occupation of EU territory in Cyprus, which, by the way, starts just a few kilometers from here. And I can go on and on. We need an EU defense union with 360 degrees and not looking just on a specific threat. This approach must apply actions across the entire European Union, from Finland to Cyprus, from Portugal to Poland, and across all domains, including, of course, space. Our own space sector, the European Union's approach, is founded on 3 key objectives: to strengthen resilience, to harness dual-use innovation, and to assure autonomy through cooperation and investment. First, to make it a little bit short, I would say that the majority of member states have already adopted or are considering to adopt legislation on space activities. Therefore, the proposed legislation by EU aims to create a single market for space activities grounded on common safety, sustainability, and reliance rules, which or should apply to principle to any space operating, providing space services in the EU. The EU Space Strategy for Security and Defense, alongside the EU Space Law and the Space Surveillance and Tracking Network, are also central on this effect. Second, Europe must fully embrace the role of dual-use goods in space. I don't need to say much about that, but many of our most advanced technologies, from propulsion and communications on orbit servicing, serve both civilian and defense purposes. The same satellite that enables precision agriculture or maritime monitoring can also deliver secure communications on early warning for military missions. By the way, something on personal note. Being the rapporteur, as we call it, the European Parliament, on Horizon Europe, on behalf of the Committee of Security and Defense of the European Parliament, we support the idea with our legal proposal while ensuring that in such cases of space, the interests of the EU and the member states are protected against malign interference and hostile actors. Third, space is critical for the strategic autonomy of the EU. Mario Draghi's report and other reports have already been mentioned, and that's why I don't need to repeat them. But to achieve this, we must look seriously on our budget. Despite progress under multi-annual financial framework and the European Defence Fund, the EU's investment in space remains far below that of major players. I'm not going to get into numbers, but it's so striking when someone looks at the United States or China, for example. It is true also that Europe already possesses strong assets. For instance, Galileo and other tools and projects are in process. But space is no longer an abstract vision. It is a domain where sovereignty, security has already been stressed by the minister, and alliances are a critical part of Europeans' autonomy. The European Parliament has for a long time been a strong supporter for a more robust EU space sector, embracing the role of space in bolstering EU competitiveness and enabling EU strategic autonomy. Recently, by the way, the Parliament also adopted a resolution on a revamped long-term EU budget, which stresses that the secure space sector is critical to EU sovereignty and requires sustained investment, highlighting the link between the proposed EU Space Act and the continuity of EU space assets and services. Finally, to paraphrase the words of Schuman, recently we celebrated European integration on the 9th of May, I would say the following. Schuman said in a way that Europe integration would not be created within a day or with one single decision. He is so rightly so correct. At the same time, I would say the following regarding defense and security. Defense and security, taking in consideration different sovereignties, vital interests at national levels, and different threats and priorities, it will not be created overnight. It would take years and perhaps decades. That's why my suggestion is that within the framework of EU defense, we could proceed with regional projects, such a project, for example, regarding crisis management, regarding fires, drone, space, and much more, can be settled, one of them, here in Cyprus. And that can also be within the format of defense and security as well. And this is my final word. I'm not an expert on space, but I do consider that without space, Europe cannot be autonomous. With that in mind, I wish everyone to have a fruitful conference and know from advance that you have an alliance and a supporter at the European Parliament. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much for that, and for that alliance and support, as you've expressed it. I'm sure it'll be very welcome in the room. I think we'll crack on with our first panel, if that's all the same to you. We'll crack on with our first panel then. I'd like to invite Rodrigo da Costa up to the stage, the Executive Director of the EU Agency for the Space Programme. Javier is right there. Benedicto Ruiz, who's the Director of Navigation for the European Space Agency. And we should have Christoph up on the screen as we take our seats. You guys can move down. Yeah. Whatever works for you works for me. As long as you sit down when they stop the music, we'll be fine.
Moving the chair. Today we have a chair extra.
Christoph, I'll just check in with you first. Can you hear us? You can hear us, but we cannot quite hear you yet, which will make this an interesting experiment. I turn to my right to see. Okay, people are working away. Right, Christoph, you can hear us, so I'm going to start, and then we'll come back to you in a moment. This panel is all about where does Europe stand, right? Fiercely competitive sector, any number of variables playing into this, and how is Europe strengthening its position? Javier, I'll start with you with a really nice, easy task of predicting the future. The infrastructure we build now is going to operate for decades. It's going to be, very long-term planning. We're looking at AI, quantum, evolving at lightning speed. How is ESA kind of future-proofing European assets? What's the thinking behind that?
Well, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you to the European Commission and the government of Cyprus for inviting ESA to this panel. Congratulations for this event. I think it's very appropriate. As the speakers before us have underlined, Cyprus has a very strategic location within Europe, and we have to build in Cyprus, we have to extend in Cyprus the location of a critical infrastructure for European purposes, and that is very appropriate that we hold a conference here, and I look forward to very interesting discussions. The topic of the panel, looking ahead, how can we be future-proof? It's a very difficult question, but we have to address it from all dimensions. There is a technical dimension, there is certainly a programmatic dimension, industrial, institutional, political. So I will try to be very short in addressing this from an ESA point of view. We have in ESA, the good news from an ESA perspective is that just a few months ago, the Ministerial Conference of ESA approved a very significant budget for space, over 20 billion euros, over 22 billion euros for new activities in space, promoting very ambitious programs. And this we do it very much in collaboration with the European Union. We have a very close vision about the future, and our programs are really complementary to each other. That is very important. We are addressing the issue from a long-term perspective, but also looking at the very short-term priorities. From long-term perspective, we have programs which are looking at very ambitious technologies like in-orbit servicing, or in the future building cloud computing and cloud storage of information in space. Also building space logistic activities which could be very beneficial in the context of exploration programs for moon exploration and Mars exploration. So these are the very long-term, visionary programs. But we are also very active in very short-term, down-to-earth application activities. And this is where I would like to insist that there is a vision about making programs like IRIS², future evolution of Galileo and EGNOS, navigation from low Earth orbit, Earth observation, future governmental services. Those programs, in order to be ready for the future, they have to be built in a reconfigurable way. We have to build in our space segments digital technology. We have to define the programs in a very scalable way. They have to be incrementally built up. We see, for instance, in the field of telecommunication, that GovSatcom is already operational. This is a precursor to IRIS². So this is the way to go about it. Go scalable, go incremental, and introduce capabilities as and when they become available and necessary. But we also have to integrate the space infrastructure with terrestrial systems and services. That is also very important. And terrestrial is moving very fast. The ground infrastructure is moving very fast as well. And we have to interconnect space with terrestrial systems. Another aspect, and maybe the last one I'd like to mention, is that in order to be future-proof, and in particular for autonomy, we have to build up international cooperation. So international cooperation is important in the European dimension, but also internationally, going beyond Europe and looking at the US, China, India, Korea, etc. This is a very important topic where we have to find a balance between the autonomy of Europe and the need to continue partnering with our colleagues and friends, space friends, elsewhere in the world. So that balance is something we have to strike for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Christoph, I'm reliably informed that we can hear you. Let's just check if you can hear us.
I can hear you.
Oh, and we can hear you. Wonderful. Lucky for you guys, because he's got all the hard questions. So, Christoph, looking at the space flagships, well, we've heard from about a few of them, Galileo, Copernicus, IRIS², pillars of European autonomy, absolutely no question about that. But pillars also require political will, financial support. Where are the political roadblocks when it comes to kind of what we were just hearing about, that future-proofing? Where are the political challenges that you foresee?
Thanks a lot. And as you say, tough question for the beginning of the conference. First, I would like to excuse myself that I cannot be physically with you, but it's simply because there's today again a meeting in the Council on the Competitiveness Fund, and space is on the agenda. That's why I'm not with you physically, at least. Now to your question. So, political roadblocks. Well, as you know, in terms of developing further our EU space programs and ensuring a certain level of strategic autonomy, we need a new program kicking in as of 2028, and these are the multi-annual financial framework discussions that are ongoing, and they're in the Competitiveness Fund, and you know that we have made some proposals on how to develop further our flagships and even going beyond our flagships. We want to develop further Galileo and Copernicus and GovSat, Command Iris Square, and SSA, of course, but we want also to develop new components like Earth Observation Governmental Service. We want to develop a governmental service for SST, because all this will also lead to many new launches. We have said we need to put a stronger focus on access to space, and in terms of strategic autonomy, we need to ensure that we have robust supply chains, so we need to work on technological sovereignty as well. So what I mean by that, all of this, of course, costs money, and budget, of course, is a big discussion point, in the sense that these MFF discussions are ongoing. As far as I can see from the European Parliament, I think there is strong support for space in the Competitiveness Fund, also for the budget we have proposed. We have proposed a common budget for space and defense of 125 billion. And I think there is support from the Parliament side. From the Council, we don't know yet, because the Council discussions have so far focused on the content of the ECF, and I will say a word about it in a second. And the budget discussions are really still to start. I mean, the discussions on the numbers, and I understand that the Cyprus presidency wants to present some numbers pretty soon. So then I think we will get into the heart of the matter. Now, on the content in the Council, discussions are currently going on in view of agreeing still under the Cyprus presidency on something which is called the partial general approach. And there I have to say that we've got very good discussions, and I think there is broadly support from member states for what we have proposed, of course, with some changes, tweaks here and there, but I think content-wise we are nearly there. Of course, apart from budget and content, the last point which we also have is, of course, a discussion, and this is even larger than just space, and perhaps even larger than just the ECF. How do we manage relationships with non-EU partners? And it's of course an important question also in terms of geopolitically, how do we position ourselves? And I think we have tried to balance strategic autonomy with the need for openness, and as it's the motto also of the Cyprus presidency. And here discussions are also ongoing in the Council, but I think as regards the ECF, we are trying to find a middle way, which means, that we are more strict where it's more security sensitive, and more open when it's less security sensitive. And I think also here we are finding a way forward. But clearly, I think the most important, interesting political discussion will be on the budget. Thank you.
That's a perfect opener, actually, because it tees up my next question to you beautifully, but I'll come back to that in a second. It's been two tough questions to start. There will be no exception for the third, of course. Rodrigo, EUSPA sits kind of bridging a gap between the infrastructure and the user, right? We've said that a lot. From where you stand, how vulnerable are our industries to kind of non-EU space services, dependencies that we would rather not have? And this is where the question gets even more fun and jolly for everybody in the room. What happens if we fail?
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, you're right. Yes, we are somewhere between the infrastructure and the users by being a service provider and operator, but also helping users in the market in very different sectors to develop their applications. We are part of that. We are part of that bridge, and it's very important because in the end, indeed, space provides concrete benefits once it gets used. It's not the satellite in itself, if I may say, but it's when the signal gets used, when the data gets used. Today, I think on a number of topics, on a number of areas, we have achieved very important strategic autonomies, and I think we should be very proud of that. For example, when we look at the navigation domain, with Galileo, we have our own system. Yes, it is interoperable with GPS, so users can use both of them, but if one of them is not there, and if GPS by any reason is not there, users can count on Galileo. But there is more to Galileo than that, because on top of that, Galileo has unique features. First, top-level performance, the best of its class. But second, we are bringing out new signals, new services that address very concrete concerns. For example, the high accuracy. For example, navigation message authentication, which is a very important signal in the case of spoofing events. Emergency warning, we are working on that as well. So it is more than just the standard traditional PNT. So there I think we're there. When it comes to Earth, in the Earth observation domain, Copernicus is the largest, the program, the Earth observation program worldwide that is generating more data. Still, there is work to be done. Christoph has mentioned the governmental service for Earth observation, something that the Commission is looking at. When it comes to connectivity, there are also steps to be done. IRIS² is fundamental, is crucial, but GovSatcom is actually a very good start and is the necessary start. So we need to do those elements in order to guarantee and to ensure the strategic autonomy that you mentioned, and in order to give to the users the assurance that they can provide their services based on EU provided data. By the way, I take this opportunity to make a little side comment, which is, if you are interested on how data is being used already today in different areas, in different sectors of our economy, of our society, just after this event in the Agora, we will present our market report. This is something we do every 2 years. This is going to happen at 11:15. I invite you to grab a coffee and go there, because then you will be able to see what is the potential first, what is the reality of space already today? Space is not tomorrow. Space is today. Space is providing added value today, but with a huge potential for growth. And I think that's a very important message.
You said in your remarks there that it only matters if people are using it, right? Which is, I think, no one's going to debate that. But how are you getting people to use it, right? How are you pushing adoption? How are you, the product is there. You said it yourself, Galileo, best in class, no question about that. You've got to be more proactive. You've got to get people to use it. How are you convincing people?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very important point. There's a lot of work being done. We do quite a lot of work on that, what we call the market development of the markets. So there are two aspects to it. First is to work with the users to understand what they need and how can space bring advantage. Things that we do, such as our yearly user consultation platform, for example, these are permanent dialogue with the agriculture sector, with the rail sector, with the automotive sector, with the energy management sector, pharmaceutical industry, etc., to understand what are their issues and whether space can help on some of those. Sometimes we have wonderful surprises because we find that actually space can bring advantage to things that even us never thought about. That's the one side of it. Then there's the other side of it, which is to work with the application developers. These can be large companies, small companies, a lot of SMEs, a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of universities, spin-offs from universities, people that know how to use that data, the signals, the bits and bytes that come from space, and transform those into information. There are plenty of examples. I mean, the bus example you mentioned before in your opening speech, it's exactly that.
Javier, I'm going to bring you back in here. We've heard a fairly common critique of European space innovation. Great ideas get stuck. What is, and kind of fail to scale, actually. That's something we've heard. What's ESA doing to kind of try and mitigate against that, to try and bring great ideas to an industrial scale?
Well, we need to work on the end-to-end supply chain, starting from very low technology maturity developments, and to bring those developments into space requires maturity and developments, and this is a very long cycle. We start with academy, research centers, universities. Now we go into industry, we industrialize products, and then we work in bringing those products into operational systems and to put them in space and to operate. And we should not forget also the user segment, which is very important. And I'd like to bounce on Rodrigo's intervention. What makes actually the users to use our space systems is the user segment. The user segment is the window of the services from the user perspective. And this is an area where we need to reinforce our efforts in Europe and to take that into account from the beginning of conceiving a satellite system. How is the user going to use that service? To make it small, affordable, cheap, easy to use. I mean, one of the successes of Starlink is that you can buy an antenna in the supermarket, you come home, you just open the box, and in 20 minutes, the system is working. So that really is an example of approaching the system from the end of the user. We have in ESA and in Europe, I would say, a very set of technology development programs which are really looking at innovation. I'd like to underline the Horizon Europe program of the European Union, an extremely fundamental and effective instrument for developing technology, from blue sky, say, concepts up to well-developed mature projects. In ESA, we have the General Support Technology Program, GSTP, to which Cyprus is participating. I'd like to congratulate Cyprus for welcoming them into the European Space Agency, becoming a member just a few months ago. Cyprus very active in GSTP. We also have the ARTES program, developing technologies for telecommunication, Future EO for Earth observation, Future NAV for navigation, NAVISP, etc. We have also initiatives looking at incubating technologies to generate businesses, what we call business incubation centers, BICs, to which Cyprus is also contributing. But finally, we need to bring those technologies into space. And in order to do that, we have in-orbit validation and in-orbit demonstration programs, which through very, I would say, fast and cheap satellites, very often CubeSats, we bring those technologies into orbit and we demonstrate they work. One important example is now, Europe is engaged into developing a future next layer of satellite navigation in low Earth orbit. In order to do that, we first need to demonstrate it works. And for that, ESA has put together a program we call Celeste, which is already deployed a couple of them, but deploying in the future a number of navigation satellites to demonstrate that technology. But let me also underline that we need to industrialize the products. So we work hand in hand with technology in order to bring technologies up to a concise product, which is space qualified, and we can deploy in satellites and in ground. We are working with large space integrators, but also with small and medium entities, with new cap industries, with industries which are very small, but can provide very sharp, top-of-the-edge technologies, which are going to make the difference for the excellence of the European systems. And we are looking also at the end of the scale in the commercialization of programs. Together with the Commission, we are working on the Cassini initiative, but we also have Access program and working, as you know, now in the next generation of launchers for access to space, what we call the European Launcher Challenge, which will bridge the gap between very innovative technological products and having real industrial capabilities for access to space.
I'm going to go back to Christoph in a minute, but before I do, there will be an opportunity for all of you to ask questions, so I thought I would give you a heads up before putting you on the spot. If not, there will be more of me, so I think it's best if you guys come up with questions as well. Christoph, I want to bounce back on something you said before, which is finding that balance between international cooperation and strategic autonomy. I mean, we're competing against kind of US commercial giants, an assertive China, you have Russia remaining dangerous on all these fronts. How do you strike that balance between promoting strategic autonomy, but also recognizing the necessity of international cooperation? I think you mentioned earlier some sensitive areas are going to be kind of ring-fenced, but how do you make those decisions and the distinctions?
So, yes, thanks. I mean, strategic autonomy, it doesn't mean isolation. I think that's clear. We need to retain some ability in some areas to be able to act independently, but in other areas we can engage constructively with our partners. And I think if you want to say it in an abstract way, it means that we need to know which capabilities we must own ourselves, which ones we can share, and which dependencies we simply cannot afford. And let's start perhaps with the domains where we need to be sovereign. I think independent access to space is a good example because if we cannot launch our own satellites on our own launchers, then every other element of our space program sits on a foundation that we do not control. And we have already experienced this situation where we were not able to independently have access to space. And of course, this is something we don't want to repeat. And this is also why we have put access to space as a specific component in the proposed competitiveness fund. Another good example is Galileo. From the very beginning of the program, we had an objective of strategic autonomy, in particular for our governmental service, i.e. PRS. And the design of this governmental capability has been driven by this need for autonomy. But at the same time, Galileo, of course, offers also a range of open and other added value services to serve our citizens, but also citizens worldwide. And here, of course, we want to collaborate. We want to exchange. Also, we need this cooperation in order to ensure that, for example, the Galileo signals are compatible with the GPS signal and so on and so forth. And in fact, in the domain of satellite navigation, we have a number of very fruitful bilateral cooperations, be it with the US, with Japan, with Korea, etc., etc. And of course, we are trying to balance our options to secure EU sovereignty versus openness. And perhaps about the two countries you have mentioned in particular, the US and China. As regards the transatlantic relationship, of course, it's one of our most consequential partnerships in space. Of course, we have also seen that sovereign decisions that the US makes, they can have an impact on us, shifts in commercial priorities, also the sheer space and scale of US commercial operators, changes in export controls. It's simply a reality. And what we need to do is to ensure that we can cooperate with the United States, and we do so as a partner with our own capabilities and not as a dependency. Now, China, of course, is a different calculus, I would say, and I think we can be honest, China is a major space actor. And there may be areas where indeed it makes sense to have exchanges with China, but where the systems touch on critical infrastructure, critical services, clear there, the bar for cooperation must be very, very high. And the ECF, as I said, it allows for provision, or it foresees provisions for third country association, but with conditions. So openness, yes. Being naive, certainly not. And so where do we draw from these lines? And I might perhaps conclude on that. First, when it comes to European launches, we need European preference and autonomy. Second, there shouldn't be foreign control or undue foreign access over systems that underpin the EU security and governance, because these are not commercial assets to be traded. They are sovereign infrastructures. And third, technology transfer and supply chain integrity, because we cannot build strategic autonomy with components whose provenance we cannot verify, or where the supply chain can be cut overnight. But beyond this, of course, we should be generally open. Thanks.
Thanks, Christoph. I also realized as you were talking, I didn't actually introduce you at the start of this panel, which would be helpful if I did, so forgive me for that. You are, of course, the Director for Space Policy, Satellite Navigation and Earth Observation at the European Commission's DG DEFIS. Now, as promised, are there questions in the room? It's a little dark, so stick your hands up. The gentleman over here on the left, and a microphone will at some point find its way to you. Just before you ask your question, if you could give us your name, who you are, where you work, and then who your question is addressed to. Just over here, the gentleman in the, I think that's a red tie. It's a red tie. The room is blue. It's tricky from up here. The microphone's coming up. Oh, it's a relief. To match my blue socks, perfect.
Hi, Thank you very much to the panelists, Christopher, Javier, Rodrigo, Alex, fantastic moderation, loving your socks. My name is Sean. I'm the founder of the Youth Tech Fest. It's an educational initiative that igniting young people's passion in particular sectors, in developing careers, in particular sectors, developing future-proof skills. There is a lot of talks about leadership, innovation, complex supply chain. I guess we all in the room understand that all of it has to be driven by the professionals. So perhaps my question is to Christoph. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me okay? Perfect. Do you do anything, do you have any kind of initiatives that bolster space sector and maybe encouraging young people to build careers in the sector? Particularly the ones that maybe provide first-hand experience as well, especially when we're trying to engage more females in this exciting sector. I think first-time experience always helps. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So, in fact, as regards young people, I mean, we have on the one hand the Cassini program, which is to encourage startups, and there we have some, let's say, features of Cassini which have a how shall I say, a low barrier to enter the space family or the space domain, the space sector, the space industry. So, for example, we organize hackathons, and there the participation is really rather free and open, and we organize them across the whole of Europe, and some of these hackathons are even virtual. And I mean, Rodrigo can say something about it as well, because he's majorly organizing them. But in addition to that, we have also started to do something which we call EU space camps. So basically trying to do something with really young people, below the age of 18 even, around summer camps where we teach them a little bit about space technologies and what it means. And this is also done a little bit in different parts of Europe. Of course, it's a small scale initiative, but nevertheless, we're trying to do something here also for young people.
Thank you so much, Christoph. Don't think I saw any other questions, so we're going to wrap very quickly. For the avoidance of doubt, these are also Polish Space Agency socks. That's an important detail. Just going to wrap up with another difficult task for all three of you. In one sentence, if you had to name the single highest priority to guarantee Europe's autonomy in space for the next decade, what would it be? I'm going to add a level of difficulty. You can't pick what the other two speakers have said before. That's one I added just a few minutes ago. Rodrigo, I'll do you a favor. You can go first.
Very, very good. Then I have I was in doubt. Shall I ask for the first or the last? Okay. No, I mean, clearly where we stand today, it's connectivity. Connectivity is the next step. Navigation, we're there. Earth observation, we are there. Connectivity is the next step.
Javier, I'll come to you next. Christoph, you'll have to forgive me. You're going last, but these guys are in the room, so I'm more scared of them than I am of you right now. Javier, in one sentence.
In one sentence, I would say, access to space launchers. Second, in the same sentence, ambitious programs. And third, budget. We need budget, a lot of budget.
And Christoph?
Well, Javier cheated because he gave more than one other reply. Okay, because I wanted to say budget, but I will say then political will, because budget and everything else depends on the political will.
However, Alex, there is a priority right now, which is to go and see the opening of the markets report.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Thank you all very much for our very first panel. Please join me in a round of applause for our panelists. And as Rodrigo just mentioned, we have a little coffee break now for a few minutes, and then if you could go to the Agora, you will see the presentation of the market report. Thank you all so much.
One more?
He will be overseeing us.
So, thank you very much for coming back from the coffee break. This is the second panel of the day. We will be happy to entertain you for about 35 minutes. We will try to make it short and sweet, to the point. The panel is focusing on space for defense, for a stronger defense, I would say. And my fellow panelists today are Christoph, which, again, you know, Christoph Wiesmann, Deputy Head of Space Division, European External Action Service, and of course, Tassos Kounoudis, President of the Cyprus Association of Research and Innovation of Enterprises, and well-known industrial player here in Cyprus. So we will try to navigate you to a journey. Before I pass the floor to my colleagues, and I think also Christoph should be on the screen. Let's see if Christoph is with us.
There.
Let's see him up to the screen. Can you put Christoph on the screen? Oh, okay. Christoph, can you hear us? Just a testing?
Yes.
Great, beautiful. I mean, I hope nobody handcuffed you on the chair and you will be there for the whole panels of the day. But if you are in danger, please blink twice. So, all right, okay. Seems that you're well. So, the point of this panel, and I will sit down in a minute, is to introduce, so we had a big discussion. Alex moderated a great discussion about space, its dual use, civil. However, we would like to shift a little bit the attention to the topic of defense. And why should we do that? Because the space has been predominantly used by civil sector, civil applications, but every modern capability in the armed forces is based on space assets. However, you can all understand that the conditions that we are in today, with a contested space environment, and numerous adversaries trying to affect this environment, whether it's by jamming, spoofing, or any other technique, creates a big concern for Europe. Having said that, Europe's space assets have not been, what I would say, prepared for the worst scenario. And on the other hand, we see the EU, the US, and China setting the pace on space evolution and the use in the defense domain. So a big critical question that we will try to address with the panel is what Europe is doing in that respect. And of course, we are not looking for the gospel, we're not looking for the perfect solution, but it is one of the critical questions that we have been asking ourselves recently with what we have seen in Ukraine, in Iran, what Europe is doing in a number of domains, and the space domain is one of the critical ones. So, in that respect, I would like to launch the discussion. Perhaps, Krista, with you first, if that's okay. And so we talked about the numerous adversaries with the numerous risks. So my question is, how can in the European Union collectively assess these threat assessment capabilities, and what could be those response mechanisms that could be effectively used in addressing all these threats that we are looking at in the space area?
Yeah, so thank you very much. Thank you very much for hosting us, and thank you very much to the Commission for organizing this. So I work for the High Rep, Kaja Kallas, and you mentioned it. Space has become a crucial domain also in the area of security and defense. The war in Ukraine really showed people that weren't aware yet how crucial it actually is. A lot of us knew it already, but you see it that now nobody questions it. We see on a daily basis also threats changing, clear threats, jamming, spoofing, cyber attacks, you mentioned it, but also more things that can be both peaceful and hostile. When you look at complex maneuvers, taking things out, or putting things in orbit. So we see the threat landscape changing. What do? We have a space threat response architecture. European Commission, and Christophe, you're looking nicely down upon us because you're huge on screen above us. European Commission manages the overall program, but Council and HIREP is overall responsible for responding to threats. How do we do that? We have a 24/7 duty officer, and when there is a threat, we, together with member states, have a duty to react to that. This framework has been in place for about a decade, but we're updating it now. We're updating it looking at broadening response from only operational options also to diplomatic options or economic options. So that's something we are overall looking at now, which is crucial because things change quickly. So we also need to be able not only to respond but also to deter, because adversary sees that we can respond. Maybe one additional thing, and I know we're short on time, but of course space is also crucial to look at threats on the ground. SATCEN, the European Satellite Center, crucial, analyzing what is happening. We see that their prominence and their use is growing. Last year, 6,500 products. So far this year, even higher than we were last year, so probably even growing. So we see in a lot of ways EU is doing a lot when it comes to threats and also working on being even more effective.
Which would be a small follow-up on how effective we are in deploying all these measures. Are we achieving the results that we were expecting to achieve?
Well, what are the results who is we? And what are the results we are expecting? I think we have been really strong. EU is a strong player when it comes to space. But as was mentioned earlier, we see a lot of things happening with many countries. So we also need to move forward, which is exactly what we do and exactly why we are also here today. So I think we are doing well. But there's obviously the threats are enormous, so there is more needed, which is a lot of elements what we are working on a daily basis. And I think Christophe mentioned it in the previous panel, ECF and having the means, having the capabilities, having the civil and military side working together, and the overall industry partnerships is crucial to ensure that we can respond to whatever threat will be coming in the future.
Thank you. Which kind of takes me to Christophe. Christophe, just a question for you. I mean, of course, Europe has been a continent of peace, right? And this has been from the beginning. And that makes me understand better why, for example, EU space programs like Galileo, IRIS², Copernicus, and others were kind of not originally designed for contested environments. So my question is, what specific modifications or enhancement do you think are needed in order to make them defense ready? And I know you answered the previous panel, the last comment, you wanted to answer the budget. So, and I know that you're having the ECF discussion, so that might be a timely question. What kind of things we should deploy or implement in the near future in order to make all these space programs, which are operating within a contested environment so heavily, defense ready?
Thanks a lot for the question. Now, I have to say that some of our space assets or infrastructures, they were, of course, built with having defense users in mind, be it Galileo, PRS, IRIS². But of course, I think 10, 15, 20 years ago, it was difficult to imagine that we would have such a contested environment as we have now. And in fact, what is interesting is the US Space Force, they recently published a document called Objective Force 2040, where basically they explain in which direction they want to develop the US Space Force. And they say there that space is not just an operational domain like maritime air, but it's clearly becoming a warfighting domain. And that is not just theoretical assertion. I mean, this is something, it's a reality. We will need to adapt to it. And I mean, it has profound implications for member states, for the EU directly, if we are working in a warfighting domain. And now what do we need to do to sort of become defense ready on the EU space part? I think there are different elements. Some which I think are obvious. If we want to use our assets for your own defense purposes, of course, we on our side need to ensure that there is uptake, that, for example, member states integrate PRS receivers into their assets. Then there's another element. If we really are to be defense ready, I think we need more direct interaction, communication with defense actors when it comes also to operational activities with regard to our assets. And then, of course, there's the whole question of the infrastructure. So, of course, we have a large ground segment, be it for Galileo or in the future for IRIS². We will also have a ground segment. And, of course, we are making this ground segment resilient. I mean, we are protecting ourselves against cyber threats. But I think we will probably have to further harden our ground infrastructure. And I think physical threats have become even more significant more recently than perhaps we might have thought. And then when it comes to our satellites, we need to involve them as well. We need to have an ability to detect threats in space, to have some protection mechanisms on board of these satellites. And thanks God, we are already going in this direction. So the next generation of Galileo satellites, so-called G2G satellites, they are really going in this direction. But the harder question is really, who will actually defend the EU satellites in space? And there, I think we need to work together with the member states and define who is responsible for the protection of the EU space assets in space and what can be done about it. Difficult question, but we're working on it.
Well, this is a very difficult question, Christoph, also given building on space access, at the same time build dependencies. So we need to start looking at the defense aspects as well. Well, now I'm going to go to speak to my heart, which is Cyprus, obviously. That's all. I've been serving this country abroad, as you know, for 25 years. I've been in many trajectories of policies, development, et cetera, and the past 10, 15 years, I've also been involved in defense and lately space as well. So I know that you have been in leadership roles here in Cyprus with the association industry related to defense and space. So can you tell us a little bit about the Cyprus defense and space industry? What are the kind of objectives? How do you see that coming from Cyprus? Being a small island with scarce resources, not only the governmental sector, but also the industrial sector. So give us your take on this.
I would like to thank you very much for the invitation and the organizers as well. I'm the current president of the Cyprus Defense and Space Industry Cluster. We have 40 members that they are actually working on dual-use technologies. So it is very nice to hear today that space is coming to defense and defense goes to space because it creates a lot of new opportunities. We already seen that during the recent compacts and in the battlefield where defense and space are related. So we started as organized association since 2019, and we are very proud today that we have around 30 companies that they are involved in 60 contracts, European contracts for the development of a new generation of defense products from EDIDP, EDF, and of a total budget that exceeding 800 million euros, which more than 60 are coming to Cyprus. So there is an active ecosystem of companies that not only are developing products and technologies, but also they are starting to be engaged in the supply chains. So this is our main target. Being in Cyprus, in this southern eastern region has a lot of challenges, especially for small, medium enterprises, being away from the main Europe industrial hubs, but also a lot of advantages. So our aim is to go beyond developing technologies and excellent, let's say, prototypes, and then going to the supply chains as a supplier of components of subsystems, because now we know that space and defense are dominated by prime companies, about large companies, but we see that the products are systems of subsystems, and we already found a way in order to be active and contribute to European defense and space industry. So we have very strong support from our government. So there are specific policies for boosting the Cyprus defense industry. Already these are materialized. And our aim in the following, let's say, 5 years, as per your question, is to be engaged in more supply chains as suppliers, but also increase the exports of our products.
Thank you very much. I mean, you just touched on a sensitive point on the support of a government. I'm not talking about the Cyprus government. And this leads me a little bit to ask something, Krista. Europe is always, frequently compared with other continents, US, China, etc., etc. In the space domain, we have seen that the US and China have some well-funded space programs. Now, we know that Europe is having its own trajectory, but as well, like in every other domain, and it was discussed earlier about the European interests and the national interests, etc., etc. So, therefore, every time, even in the space situation, when you're trying to progress on something, you have to cater about these two factors. So the question here is that, in your opinion, are the European initiatives we have currently sufficient in order to be able to address emerging threats? Is there something more unified needed? Is it something that we have to cater for within the evolving landscape? And I'm very adamant on the evolving landscape, because if we see where we were standing 10 years, 5 years, 1 year ago, today, it's very rapid. So what's your opinion on that, about this triangulation between US, China, Europe, and how that boils down to the adequacy of the initiatives at the European level?
Yeah, so maybe first to stress that the EU also has strategies. If we look back at 2022, not so long ago, but it seems already long ago because the world is changing really quickly, but Strategic Compass was crucial because it actually for the first time identified space as its own strategic domain in the area of security and defense. And that led in 2023 to the EU Space Security and Defense Strategy, which was very much a broad strategy combining not only External Action Service and Commission colleagues, but also member states. And it stood at the basis of a lot of things that happened since. I mentioned the space threat response architecture earlier, but also the sharing of space domain awareness from member states with us. Partnerships, US we had already, but also increased partnerships looking at Japan, UK, NATO, many others. So EUGS, we see a lot of things happening, but you are right. I mean, the world is changing and nobody is sitting still to wait for us. So there is more needed. And if you look at the overall defense readiness roadmap, it also says that space is one of the 9 priority capability areas where we see member states leading. A lot of work on looking at where are the gaps and how do we fill that together. At the same time, also at the white paper, Preparedness Union Strategy, the Space Shield, crucial now. Work is happening, Commission, us, member states, to actually see how do we bring things together and how do we move forward responding to the overall needs. Now, of course, you mentioned this is at EU level. Member states nationally are doing a lot. Key is to actually bring these things together to make sure that we work synchronized and to make sure that what is happening at the different levels combines nicely. I think we have a lot of really strong cards, and the key thing is to make sure that they can work together to make sure we have the things we need when we need them. And then when I talk about we, I talk about EU and the 27 member states together. But EU consists of 27 member states, so if you compare it to one state, whether it's China or US or whoever else, we have a different setup, making it a bit more complex maybe, but also stronger, I think, in the end, because we have so many different tools we can bring together, and a lot is happening. We're really working hard, all of you, and things are moving very fast. They have to, because the threats and the needs are really real, but the pace is high, a lot higher than 5 or 10 years back, I think.
And I think you managed to make the industry very excited about all the upcoming things, because I think it's important that, you know, again, not only in space, we have a lot of big players, big industries, but the supply chain of SMEs that continuously supporting the whole backbone should not be neglected. And I think that this is the prime example that Tassos said, that the industry is you know, gearing up to support what is coming ahead and to support this kind of initiatives from their own point of view. So I think this is really good, and I think if we continue the integration pace in Europe as well, that will bring us more results. I'm sure about that. But at the same time, I understand that also services like the External Action Service, which I happen to know quite a bit, they are doing an amazing job in consolidating a lot of interests. Really great work done the past years. Christoph, you hijacked my next question to you, which was who is going to be protecting our defense assets in space and securing the member states' interest. However, here now I want to take it a step further, and let's say using your own professional experience, judgment, exposure, if we would have such an initiative for the defense of space assets by the member states, what should be the components of such initiatives? And let's say, where could be the limitation on what's up to the remit of the European Commission and what is within the remit of the member states? So what would be your thoughts on that?
Thank you. Yes, difficult question. I think we know pretty well what we can do at EU level, having worked for years now on space, and what we can do at EU level is, of course, determined by our legal base, but also by the treaty. And we have a treaty article on space, of course, and this is the basis on which we're working. And I think there it's clear what we can do is provide infrastructures which are civil, but which can have defense users, and Galileo is a good example, but also USST, Sona IB2, GovSatcom, but also we are working on future developments, like we have a pilot which we're working on in space operations and services called ISOS. Of course, this is a civilian infrastructure, but it can also be relevant for defense users one day. Having said that, of course, there is a domain which is reserved to the member states, simply because by the treaty we cannot, as EU, operate a military or a defense infrastructure. So when it comes to active space defense or space-based early warning, I think this is clearly a domain of the member states. But nevertheless, here as well, the Commission can support it, for example, through our defense industry programs, be it EDF or EDIP, where, of course, they are supporting pure defense applications through these programs. So a good example is, I give you several, in fact, PRS. We provide an infrastructure, but then the PRS receiver, which is if you want, a purely military product, if it's designed for military use, this is something which we support through the European Defence Fund. Or when it comes to in space operations and services, as I said, we have a civil pilot, but there exists also an EDF project on it. So there are things where, whilst we cannot, let's say, develop it or operate it ourselves, we can support member states in doing that. But I think we need to ensure that we can make this in a more perhaps systematic way than what we have been doing so far. And Krista already mentioned the Space Shield. This is perhaps a way of or tool which could help us to get some more systematic approach into this. And then just to say that in the competitiveness fund, of course, we want to mobilize all our available instruments to support ministries of defense, but also here to be more systematic in our approach, we have foreseen a space and defense advisory group, if you want to link these two worlds. I mean, they are not really two worlds, but you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. To link better together the space and the defense people to work in a more systematic way.
Yeah, I think that this is a path that we still need to mature, also from the experience that I have in the past years. Because, yeah, there are legal limitations like the treaty. There is the prerogative of the member states, as well as the role of the Commission. So, but I think that we need to consolidate the actors if we want to have consolidated outputs. Otherwise, then we will have silos that do not help in these kind of situations. And I guess when you say space and defense, I mean, just space is already a very complex environment with numerous actors. So imagine if you add the defense with it. But because we're a little bit short in time, Tasso, I have another question for you before we close this panel. Is this you already mentioned some challenges with, the supply chain or the big actors, et cetera, but let's say, I mean, being in a country that is a crossroad in the European Mediterranean, if I would kind of ask you to name, I mean, there are also other industries here, that single one challenge which really problematic for you, which is really, if that would be resolved, it wouldn't be the Godspot, but it would be kind of a big enabler. Is that, indeed the kind of the threat of the big actors? Is it the national support? Is it the European support? What is that specifically applies to Cyprus that could, it's the biggest challenge that you're facing? But you have to name only one. So I think...
No, I will tell you challenges that the different instruments of the European Commission help to remove the barriers, because without those we will be in a very different state. We are an island, we are a little bit isolated, but by introducing the cross-border collaboration bonus in the projects and also the bonus of including SME help us to get into big consortiums and important consortiums of the European defense industry. So having SMEs working in defense for many years, because our members are more than 20 years old, average companies, it was a no-go. The banks, when they were hearing that we're working on defense, raised compliance problems, so we didn't have access to finance. So EDIDP, EDF, as a project, is a very good access to finance for us. Very competitive, but a very good access to finance because we didn't have an alternative for so many years. Now we are developing technologies, we are getting into supply chains through mainly cross-border collaborations, and now we are in the scale of scaling up. Now we hear the ETIP is coming. It's another instrument that will help our companies to get into these supply chains. We work closely with DigiDefis. We are a member of ENDR regions. So there is a huge network of other associations like us that we exchange our views, and we influence, let's say, some policies towards SMEs. And I think the biggest challenge we face now is scaling up and taking all these technologies to the market. We already have done this successfully, but there is a big, let's say, road ahead. But I can say that the European Commission, DigiDefis, is, let's say, a driving force for the Cyprus defense industry.
Okay, so we have a prime example where the European Union policies and funding instruments helped a market to take off in a small island, which I think this is a great message even to take back home. Okay, because I was a little bit jealous from Alex when he asked this one-word question, I have the same for the three of you, and you have one priority to tell me. Let's say if you have to summarize the one priority in your mind, experience, whatever, on the use of space for the defense in Europe, but one priority for the use of space for defense in Europe, what that would be, and I would go with the ladies first rule.
Thank you. That's easier, unless we can mention what was mentioned already. No, but I'll mention something else, because I think what I mentioned earlier is the main challenge and the main gain is to be able to work together. We see a lot of things happening, but for it to be really effective at a global scale, at a space scale, it's important that what happens in the different pillars whether it's security and defense, whether it's industry, whether it's civilian, whether it's partners, that somehow it comes together and that somehow it's able to be used when needed, by whom needed. And it's a no-brainer, but if you look institutionally at the different ways of working, people are aware, we're working on it, but we're not fully there yet.
Tasso?
From what we have seen in recent conflicts, space is an essential layer for situational awareness and communication of all technologies in the battlefield. So
that will be your choice.
So it's going by default that space is defense as well.
Christoph?
So I take it and I cannot say the same as my previous fellows just said. So I would say number one priority on the use of space for defense of Europe, I think it's ensuring continuity of service in a contested environment. I mean, it's not only a question of credibility, it's a real question of let's say, in the end, physical survival of the soldiers. And I think this is what we owe to our armed forces, continuity of service in a contested environment.
That's great. So I just have to thank you very much for being here today, and all of you. I think we can take one question. We have time for one question. If there's anyone that would like to ask any question before I close the panel. No? I think then you managed to pass the messages very well. Thank you very much, all of you. Give a round of applause to the panel. Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. Can you hear me okay? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? It's not after lunch, so you have no excuse. If it was after lunch, I would understand a bit of a slowdown, but we have no excuse. You just had coffee. Right, we're going to go straight into our next panel. I'll ask our panelists to join me on stage, and I'll introduce you all in a minute, but please join me in welcoming them all. Right, Rodrigo, we're back. So, with me on stage, Rodrigo da Costa, the Executive Director of the EU Agency for the Space Programme, Jörg Mingede, the Managing Director for, and I will butcher this 100%, Deutsche Reifeisenverband. Perfect. Other languages, German's not one of them. Javier Izquierdo Martín, the Strategy Director at Hispasat, is over here. Will be with us momentarily, so I will speak slower in the meantime. And Marco Aliberti, the Associate Director of International Engagement Partnerships and Education at the European Space Policy Institute. We will also need to get a chair in a moment. Competitiveness, I think, will tie into a lot of the discussions that we've already heard, right? And it's kind of, will be overarching in many ways. Dynamic, things changing at the last second. This gives us more energy. We appreciate that. Rodrigo, I'm going to start with you off the bat. European Competitiveness Fund, you're not going to be surprised by that being my question. Dedicated window for space and defense. What can industry realistically expect from this funding boost?
So, thank you very much. First of all, yes, there is a dedicated window for space and defense, so space becomes integrated in the overarching policy area of space and defense. By the way, this is nothing new. It comes already the fact that today, and for the first time in the current Commission, we have a commissioner for defense and space, is already an indication into that sense. And it shows as well, when we look at space, it shows that space is dual use by nature. There is a strong link of space and security, space and defense, space and security at large. So that is a very important element. But on the other hand, and I think this is equally very important, is that we see space and defense, and in particular space, connected in the window with the defense element, but in a competitiveness fund. So it gives also the other element where space is and will become a very important engine for the European competitiveness. Then, of course, when you go through the proposal of the Commission to the ECF, which we read very attentively and very much welcome, you see elements of continuity, and continuity is important. Space is one of those sectors where you cannot vary. I mean, it's not possible to change very fast things. You need an element of continuity. Today's excellence of Europe in satellite navigation, in Earth observation, is because we have behind us 20, 25, 30 years of continuous investment on this. And it is what generates these areas where today Europe is worldwide a powerhouse. But it goes beyond that, and it shows ambition, and it shows new elements. And when you go through it, some have been mentioned before in the previous panels, the element of access to space, the element of space commercialization, of course, the element of technological sovereignty, a very important aspect, and all that is now in the ECF proposal. Now it's in the period of discussion. Let's see what comes out of it, but the starting point is a very good one.
Well, let's do a mini version of that period of discussion here. Javier, I'd like to bring you in here as kind of an operator's perspective, right? What are your expectations, and what's your take on the volume of funding, the scope of it, good, bad, ugly, great? What do you think?
Okay, I mean, this is a step forward. I mean, I cannot say that this is really the fund that we need to get to the point, but is better than that we put all together with avoid the fragmentation, and we start moving. So for us, it's an important step. It's true that cannot come alone. I mean, we need to have a clear governance. We need to have a clear objective. We cannot put all together and come back to a fragmentation if we divide this in many different different areas. So again, for us, it's a step forward, but need to be complement in order to be the real thing that we need. I mean, we need to put this focus. We need to scale it, because this is for us increasing the competitiveness, and also to scale our industry and to make it competitive for global, not only for the internal market.
Marco, I'll bring you in here. Similar question, but from a space policy perspective. How do you assess the kind of practical links between the fund and SpaceX? Speaking of complementary and making kind of a holistic approach, what's your take on that?
Yeah. First of all, actually, let me start. Otherwise, I'm always start as the negative person, you know. Let me maybe start like with a positive note here, that I'm really like pleased to see that we are addressing, you know, like within this panel, like two different, have been often dubbed as antithetical objectives, so competitiveness and resilience on the one hand, and where like the funds actually plays. I wanted actually to maybe complement and agree with what Javier said, that the ECF is certainly a step forward. It goes in the right direction. I also take note of the previous panel that we're talking about, you know, incremental approach, but we are not there yet, you know, in terms of like what we need, you know, and actually from a think tank perspective, you know, I wanted to highlight, you know, and also like from my position as Associate Director of International Engagement, what we see out there is that the world order is collapsing, is unraveling. So we need to do an extra effort, you know, like the funding that has been put, you know, for the ECF, or in general for the multi-annual financial framework, is certainly substantial, is massive, you know. Is that enough? Maybe not. We are talking about 1.8 trillion, which is 1 point, like in 25 economic conditions, 1.26% of European gross national income. Is that enough? Like, can we do the extra mile and try to reach maybe the 1.5% of the gross national income of the EU? This is actually the point. This is actually the mass that is required for European stakeholders and for Europe's space sector at large to be out there and to be and assert itself, you know, as a powerhouse. We are not a space power yet, you know. So, and this is the time, the high time actually to make Europe a space power.
I'll come back to that in a minute. Jörg, I want to bring you in here. We're talking about a balance as well, right? In innovation, openness, and resilience. We had a similar question to Christoph earlier, but how do you find that balance, right? Between the cooperation and collaboration needed for innovation, but also the kind of security and resilience and, I was going to say protectionist, maybe not the right word, but you know what I'm trying to get to, right? How do you find that balance in scaling up, in moving with this funding that's for I can come back to you after, but for you on this.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to the EU Commission, and thank you very much to all the people in the room are working on the EU space programs. That's tax money very well spent. And before I answer your question, just one request to you. I refer to the closing remarks of Christoph Kautz after the first panel. He said the future of space programs are sticking to the political will. So we are all in the room are ambassadors to society and to politicians. Let's go out and use this superpower so that space programs will have a future within Europe, because in the moment there's the negotiations about the MFF, so the overall budget of the EU. So exactly in these days, in the next months, there will be the decision made. And we have to fight. We have to go to society, we have to go to the politicians to argue that space programs will continue, because they are really, really important. And I don't see really a disbalance between openness and other things. I think it's really, really important, two things, and this will be the key message here on the panel from my side. We need more markets for space technologies. It's the first one. And the second one, we should be more brave in administration, in companies, but also in politics, to replace documentary requirements, e.g., for example, in the environmental policies, or legal prohibitions in using innovations. I have a few examples with me, but maybe a little bit later. So I will give you a few examples out of agriculture, because I'm from the Raiffeisen Association. Raiffeisen is the founder of German agriculture cooperatives, so I represent 1,600 cooperatives in Germany who are dealing in agriculture, so dairy, slaughterhouses, fertilizer dealers, grain traders, and all that stuff. And the owners of my companies are all farmers. So I give you a few examples out of the agriculture, so I don't bother you, but maybe it will be illustrated a little bit.
No, I'm sure. I
okay,
would welcome
yeah,
the
do we have the
examples.
time?
And if they disagree with me, we can. The lights are too bright. I didn't see them.
Yeah, European environmental policy is almost about documentation. It's almost about legal prohibition. For example, in nitrogen regulation. So farmers use nitrogen fertilizer for growing their crops. But especially the problem that nitrogen goes into the groundwater leads to that some farmers are not obliged to reduce the fertilizer input, and this is of the cost of the yield. But there are some innovative technologies out of Copernicus Sentinel data, which we call site-specific fertilizing. So satellite data, KI, artificial intelligence, and modern high-tech fertilizer spreaders can reduce the input of nitrogen fertilizer by 20 up to 25%, and with the same yield before. So if a farmer uses these technologies, he should be free of these documentary requirements, and he should be free to fertilizer as it wants. The Danish do this in this, and I wish there are more these of the examples, so less regulations, more supporting innovation, and this will create markets, and we can talk about 500 billion, we can talk about 300 billion in the ECF. If no markets will develop, it's wasted money, to be honest. But that's a good example what politicians, especially the Commission, can do to foster innovation and to get more out of the space programs.
Not having any on the panel, it's going to be tricky to put it to them directly. So I turn to Rodrigo. How do you get that communication through? How do you get this kind of feedback up to lawmakers? How are we bridging these gaps? Right? We described you earlier as bridging users and the rest. How do these conversations happen? Is it EU Space Days 2026 Cyprus? Is there more to it? How does that?
Well, EU Space Days, of course, is a very useful platform, but there is more than that, because this type of input is extremely important for us. And this is why, well, for the EU Space program at large, but in particular for EUSPA, to have the regular contact with the user is a fundamental importance. I mean, what we just saw in the break, the presentation of the market report, many of what is coming there, it is actually out of this interaction, is to listen to the different sectors, the different organizations, the different representatives, to understand what are their particular challenges, and you mentioned the challenge that the community you represent has today. How can space help in solving that? And that's a step. It's an important step, but it's only a first step, because there is more to that. After knowing that, yes, the EU Space program we have today can answer to many of the needs, but it can also continue to evolve, and we continue to evolve our signals, our services, our data to answer to more needs, and also start to anticipate some of the future needs. The last element, and I think it was hinted as well in the previous intervention, is then there is a bridge back to regulation, because we can provide, and we do provide, inputs well, to the Commission and also to other stakeholders on how can space be integrated in other regulations, because space can help solve other issues, be it in terms of documentation, in terms of increasing efficiency, etc., etc., etc. We have a couple of, I mean, very positive and very successful examples. The one I cite the most, it is not in the area of agriculture, this one, it's in the area of transport, is that through the so-called eCall regulation, nowadays all new models of cars that are sold in the European Union, they are integrated with this eCall system, this emergency red button that you have in the ceiling, and that is actually setting, in case of an accident, that is setting a direct link with rescues, with 112, and it is transmitting as well Galileo-based positioning. And this makes, well, in the end, this saves lives, because rescuers can be much faster in the place where the accident took place. So this is this link back to the regulation is as well fundamental.
Trying to think where I go from here. Do I want to stay here, or do I want to move on to other things? Because this is actually fascinating. Javier, I want to bring you in on this, because slightly in between position, right, between these two pieces of feedback. As an operator, how does that link affect your work of being able to have feedback, being able to say, we need this to change to be more competitive? As you said, it's not just about funding, it's also about the structures that are in place to allow you to be faster, more efficient, more competitive. In your mind, what's the kind of most important, what would be the most valuable change?
Valuable change in the sense of to have some feedback, or to be able to move. I mean, first I want to to talk something about the openness that you mentioned before, openness and the resilience, that sometimes we see that this is two opposite ways. We can go one way, we can go the other way. For me, it's important that we have always been some kind of open to, because evolution or the development has come because we have just been interacting with all the different industries and all the different countries. So for us, this is, we need to keep that. We need to keep that. We cannot lose that because we cannot be isolated. That the thing that we need to be is clever enough, because there is things that we can just be open in the way that we can just create value with that. Another thing that we need to take or create our own capabilities, but not because we need only inside Europe, because we need to create some kind of capabilities that we can also export. And us as operator, we are just always looking at that as something that is really important for us. I mean, which part we need to have inside and which part we need to continue working with others. We cannot try to deploy the full service that we deploy with something that is only European. It's not something that we must do, in my opinion. At the end of the day, this is what I said, that is this, we need to keep the balance. And it's not easy. It's not easy because we can just move in one side and we can be lost, or we can be in the other side and then we can just be really behind the scheme that we want.
So perhaps your moderator, being a journalist, is looking for far too simple headlines to a far more complicated problem. I appreciate those who laughed at me in the room. Thank you for that. A lot of nodding, Marco, a lot of agreement on this. Your thoughts?
Yes, actually, somehow I'm like fully synced, actually, Javier today. The key question, in fact, but as we also heard like before in the panels before, how do we strike the proper balance? They're not antithetical, they're not, opposite, What we have done so far, actually, when trying to reconcile, competitiveness objective on the one hand, resilience objective on the one hand, it was like basically just to look at one perspective, I focus on competitiveness. Industry people normally don't care about resilience in a sense, or like, autonomy issue, until, in fact, it affects their business, Normally, industry people do care about their shareholder. They don't care about sovereignty consideration. This is changing. This has been changing, in fact, And this actually brings the question, or brings the awareness that we need, resilience and competitiveness, need each other. One cannot be sustainable without the other. The question is, how do we strike the balance? Because everybody talks about like striking this balance, the question is how, And there are, of course, like different, caveats, or like thoughts, First of all, it's like, there is a time dimension, there is a where, where are we open? Or to whom are we open, It's like when, where, and to whom, basically. So where? Of course, we can be open towards, for instance, when we talk about like science, when we talk about talent, when we talk even about capital, for instance, we could be relatively more open, or standard setting. We cannot be that open when we talk about like critical technologies or core, even, fundamental, the small chips, the EE components, the electronic components, because like the lower the level of, technological dependence, the greater the exposure. So of course there must be, I'm fine, if you are depending on an end system or on a data, but I cannot be dependent, or I cannot be completely open to, when it comes to critical or like critical technologies, for instance. Then to whom? Of course, we also here need to strike a balance, and I think we are all agreed that we can be relatively open with what we call the like-minded partners, or what I would normally call the tier 2 space power within which Europe falls. So Canada, including non-EU countries like UK, Norway, Switzerland, for instance, but also other like-minded partners. Let's look at the APAC, Japan, South Korea, Australia. We need to be more vigilant, and of course, we cannot just be open, to what our, let's call them systemic rivals, and I put in that category even the US, if there is no reciprocity, there is a question mark that we have, where we also need to reflect and strike the balance, And there is also a time consideration, what we put in place, the measures we put in place for, resilience, are not, for instance, if we anchor a launcher or a system, to institutional demand, that is not permanent protectionism, is enabling actually, or giving the condition that allow the launch sector, or I would say specific other segment in the space economy to thrive. And so there is a functional element in how resilience measures or measures implemented for resilience can also be beneficial actually to competitiveness or long-term competitiveness.
Jörg, I'm going to bring you in a second. Just to let you guys all a reminder, please keep your questions in mind. If you've got questions, I'll come to you just after this. I'd love to hear from the audience on this. I see you, sir. We'll come to you in one moment.
My experience is, if you are competitive, you are resilient. And the question, how can Europe strengthen resilience without drifting towards protectionism, because at the end of the day we're talking about protectionism, must be answered from two perspectives. Firstly, from a business perspective, European companies must meet higher standards compared to global ones and suffer from politically induced costs, for example, in the energy sector. The agricultural and food sector is a prime example of this. For instance, the restrictions in the areas of plant protection or the application of new technologies such as genetic engineering is also limited. And crucially, the entire supply chain must be taken into account. I think the European Commission and the national governments, it's not everything is European Commission, there's a lot of problems coming out of the national governments, even from the German, must continue to consistently foster competitiveness. The European Commission's omnibus packages are therefore very welcome, but they do not go far enough. Protectionist measures should only be used in absolutely exceptional cases. The carbon border adjustment mechanism to protect the European fertilizer industry is one of such exceptional case. Furthermore, there's really an important role of politics to pursue an active trade policy. Free trade agreements, and that's the opposite of protectionism, that grant European innovative products access to markets are very helpful. So again, developing markets is the best way to convince companies to make innovations or to adapt innovations. So my conclusion on this point is we only need protectionism in absolutely exceptional cases. For example, if we want higher standards on a social side or on environmental sides, but strengthening the competitiveness of European companies and allowing markets to develop is the better way forward, to be honest.
We'll come back to the panel in a minute. The gentleman in the third row on the right, so just here, had a question. Any other questions in the room for us? One all the way to the back. So the gentleman right here, middle of the third row, and then I saw you in the back over there. Just let us know who you are, your organization, and who you'd like to ask the question to.
Does this work? Oh yeah, okay. My name is Koen de Mortel. I'm an entrepreneur. I used to be an entrepreneur. I'm in consulting and teaching right now. I wonder, how do we make sure, given the nature of, let's say, the composition of the average company in Europe, which is more of an SME than a large corporation, how do we make sure that the output and the opportunities that our space program offers actually gets to these SMEs? Because in contrast to a large corporation, for an SME, very often a family-owned business, this is quite literally quite far away. How do you get that to them, given the fact that they're actually quite small, often family-owned, and actually are actually at the point of transferring within generations at this point, which is also already quite difficult.
Who is that for specifically?
I think
you don't have to pick. I can.
I think Mr. Da Costa would be very appropriate to answer.
Yeah, no, I can start, and obviously, if anyone else has a perspective, it's welcome. The first thing I want to say is, I mean, SMEs are really a fundamental part of our socio-economical tissue in the Union, and they bring quite a lot of value in many different dimensions. Certainly the innovation dimension, the agility, flexibility, ability to generate ideas, etc., etc. So the participation of SMEs in all sectors, but in particular in space, it is absolutely fundamental. By the way, SMEs also bring another very important thing to space, which is they bring geographical diversity. And we should not forget, and we don't forget certainly at USPA, that what we are dealing with here, it's a space program of the European Union. So we want to have as many actors as possible, as diverse as possible, both from those countries that have a longer tradition in space, where they have a more established industry, but also those that are emerging and want to participate, want to be part of this endeavor. And how do we do it? And I think that's the question. Today we have already some tools. When it comes to the space program itself, there are rules of mandatory contracting on SMEs outside of the Prime group. They are already in place. They are enforced, and in the current legislation, we talked before about the ECF, there is a discussion ongoing exactly on that, whether to maintain this rule, whether this rule should even be further expanded, etc. I don't want to enter into that because this is really a political discussion, but the discussion is taking place. And it is important because I think there is indeed a recognition of the added value that SMEs bring. And this is for building up and operating the EU Space Program. But there is more than that. When it comes, for example, to Horizon, at USPA we managed it's a little portion of the big Horizon, but in the end it's an important amount of money, which is the so-called Horizon Space Downstream. So it is a part of Horizon because it's a space part, and then within space there is a slice which goes to the downstream. And we have regular calls, and what we have observed is that along the years, by making those calls more challenging and pushing further the border of innovation, surprise, surprise, we got an increased participation of SMEs. And today, I would almost dare to guess that Horizon Space Downstream, if it is not the first, is among the top slices of Horizon in terms of participation of small and medium enterprises. And this we want to continue. And then there is a particular part of the SMEs, which is the entrepreneurs. I mean, those are SMEs, so even smaller than smaller and medium enterprises. And there Cassini plays a fundamental role already today. So Cassini is helping entrepreneurs. It's an initiative of the Commission that we are operationalizing an important part of it, and it plays an important role in supporting entrepreneurship and innovation in many different ways. And by the way, I see with a very big satisfaction that in the proposal of the Commission for ECF, Cassini becomes, there is a proposal to make it somehow institutionalized by having an ECF pillar or an ECF component within the space and defense window directed to space commercialization. So it goes into that direction. So yes, there are things being done, and I hope more will be done in the future.
If I can add something.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, all the program is true. Iris Square is one of those. That is a percentage of the program need to go to the SMEs. And this is good because it's just making this industrial environment to grow. But apart from that, we still need many things also. We need to scale up because our problem for these SMEs is that we don't have the same kind, or still, we are in the process. I mean, we need to talk in a positive way. We don't have the same kind of tools that appear in other countries, like States. In the States, an SME has many more opportunities to grow and to become something relevant for the market. So sometimes perhaps here we have more the approach that we provide to this SME some kind of protection. Okay, we need to protect, this is a little child in the house, so we need to put there, but we don't we don't give them the tool for growth, to become really a part of the industrial environment, because we need those. We need those new industry coming and providing new ways to approach. So this is important for me. At the end of the day, the SMS is fundamental for us.
Yeah, just a few thoughts actually to complement what in fact has been said by my colleagues. I believe like the question of like SMEs in general, startups or new spaces, remains a perennial issue. There is, as Rodrigo and also Javier said, like a lot already in place, that is targeted. We still have like the issue that basically SMEs or startup end up being part of large consortia led by a prime, basically. So there are a few thoughts or consideration, and there was a reference actually by Javier also on like other programs. I think like 3 lines or like 3 thoughts we could think. One is basically, maybe dedicated to have like programs in place that are just like for SMEs and startup, and this is already part of the case, but not part of like large consortia, Then the question is, how do we link, the non-bankable, grants or funding that is provided, under Horizon Europe to the scale-up phase, because a lot, there is a lot of funding for startups and SMEs. The problem is that they have like maybe grants, for innovation, R&D, and then we are not able to scale up, So the linkage part is the issue, or a core part that we need to tackle, How do we go from here to there? And the third, and closely connected, is in fact, how do we move, beyond the valley of death? In the US, there are dedicated programs that allow companies, in fact, like to overcome the valley of death. For instance, Air Force, the Stratfy program, right? That is explicitly intended to address the valley of death problem. And so in addition to the tools already in place, which are a lot actually, it's not that we cannot deny that we are not taking care of our SMEs, but there should be more maybe dedicated tools to ensure that basically when our startups come up like with cool ideas, we are ready also to grasp on that, like when they come like with the moonshots,
You wanted to jump in on this?
Just a short remark, because I was responsible for some startups as well in the last 12 years. So it was always the same. The start was brilliant because we got the Sentinel data for free. That's a really, really good thing. That's the start of everything, that these technologies and data are available for free. But after a certain period, the people from the financing side ask, where are the revenues? Where's the return? And that's the question of scaling up. So again, it's all about the market, how we can create markets. Because at a certain point, this is not a task for the politics of the Commission. It's a question of market, but we can all help. We can help if we are open to these technologies as companies, as administrations, as political bodies, and to use these technologies in our daily work. I gave you an example what DG Envy or DG Agri can do. So. Are there some people here from DG Agri or DG Envy? Yeah, and that's part of the problem, that they have to know. They have to know which technologies are there. And I so often in Brussels, and I always tell them, I explain them what their colleagues here are doing, but they don't know, really. So communication is a problem, but they are able to create markets just to change regulations to supporting innovations. A company who uses these innovations should be stopped. Documentation regulations should not be punished by legal prohibitions. So that's the best way to scale up. So it's not your task, to be honest. Yeah, you can't do anything. Yeah.
So I think the conclusion from that is that to boost Europe's competitiveness, we need better attendance at EU Space Days every year. I think that's...
Absolutely. Yeah.
Great. Well, that was easy. We got there in the end.
So we have the same opinion here. That's not the problem. Yeah, we need the other guys.
There's a question all the way at the back. I can't see you. All I see is a shape, but I see a hand all the way at the back. If we can get a microphone there, it is on its way. Yeah, thank you so much for standing up. Just by the cameras all the way at the back in the middle there. And then are there any other questions in the room for now? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Kawak from the Expression Company. Just a quick question on company business model. What we are seeing from US is big company owning the entire chain value, from designing satellite to launching them to operating them to having the customer direct relationship. And this provides a very aggressive, I would say, pricing model, which might as well directly impact our European competitiveness and resilience. So the question is, what would be the advice for the European model? would you suggest having, let's say, this big, let's say, consortium of companies doing M&A, similar to Bromo, being able to provide end-to-end services? Or would you recommend having very expertise niche type of company providing high level of innovation?
That's actually a wonderful, I don't know if you guys coordinated, but that's a great follow-up to the last question. Who wants to take that? Do we need more giants?
I just take, I leave it actually to Javier. Just a word here. First, most important, competitiveness, of course, is something that is a moving objective. So you cannot achieve competitiveness once for all. It always needs to be reassessed in light of what your competitor achieve. So it's not that you can be competitive today with all the instruments. So this is also why we need to make our instruments or the instruments we deploy future-proof. Now, actually, to link it to your question, I think, and the answer was in what Jörg said before, we have the issue of the market. We need to think in Europe, but this is actually, I'm a non-industry guy, we need to think about vertical integration, This is not about the size, it's not about the gigantism of the Amazon or the Starlink. It is about the fact that they think about market vertical integration across, from the automotive, from the launcher to the automotive. And this is something actually we completely miss in Europe. And otherwise, I think the point that was raised before was extremely important. How do we integrate space in other, not only regulations, but also in other economic sectors? Think about pharma, automotive, digital, defense is one that we are tackling now, but this is actually the way to go in Europe. So it's not just about coming with a launcher, but I also need the launcher and what you do with the launcher, how you fill the launcher with value. What is the business model that cascades down to the overall economy in your car or in the whatever in your mobile apps. And this is actually what I think we need to think more in Europe, and that we're lacking.
I mean, the idea the consolidation really is needed in Europe to create some kind of size in order to compete. But it's not the only way. I mean, it's not the unique thing that we need to do. It's, we need to move from the current ways to do things to the new ways to do things. I mean, this is transfer. This is not this creative volume and be different from the thing that we have just been doing the last year. And apart from that, we need to take care, because perhaps creating this kind of big companies, we can kill other if we don't take the appropriate step. I mean, we need to be sure that we are not going to create something that at the end of the day is going to compete outside. It's going to kill, you're going to eat all that is inside Europe, and it's not to keep space for room for the rest of the companies that are there, because this is really, really important. So at the end of the day, it's needed, yes. We will create something similar to SpaceX? I don't think so, because this is something very specific. I prefer to say that we are going to do something that we can just become really competitive and we can export. We don't need to replicate other things, because perhaps it's not the model that we can use here.
Jörg, I'll come to you in a second. Rodrigo, we can't create a European SpaceX. You seemed unsure.
No, it's not a matter of sure and unsure. I think it's the question is well posed, is whether, I mean, do we need it or don't we need it? From a public sector point of view, from a USPA point of view, our principle is clear. I mean, we are here to implement public policies, public programs, and in particular for the Youth Space Program is to provide, if you want, services based on an infrastructure that serve diverse markets, diverse applications, and contribute to our security. Then at each instance, we always judge what is the most competitive offer that we get on the market. I mean, everything goes through competition, through what is there, and then we purchase. And that is basically it. When it comes to our own infrastructure. Then on the other hand, of course, we also foster the market, in particular, of course, on the downstream, because we see that the more users there are, the more there is a need to have supply. I think it is I think it is a bit of a wrong angle to only create supply, and then hope that the demand one day will appear. Most of the times that doesn't happen. And this is why we want to work with the demand, and we want to push other sectors to really want space. I want to push the other, as Jörg was mentioning, the other DGs of the Commission or companies in the market, administrations in national governments to say, no, I really want space, and I really need space for this application, and that will create a supply. Then whether that supply is better solved by SMEs, by big companies, by a European SpaceX or whatever that may be, that's a problem of the market. It's not an issue of the public sector.
Jörg, you wanted to jump in.
Just a concrete proposal regarding how we can bring the markets more in the ECF and and the responsibility of the industry as well. It would make a great deal of sense if the prioritization of funds and design of programs, especially the design of programs, will be developed closely and coordinated with the business community. The German Chamber of Industry and Commerce refers, as an example, to the Advanced Research Project Agency in the US. I hope they're still there. I don't know. But so I think we need a new approach between the administration, politics, and economy to bring them together to develop the programs. I know you are doing that. Yeah? I saw that in Frascati or the DLR, and all these guys are very interested in close cooperation with the business, but on the Commission level, in the developing of this ECF, all stakeholders, and especially the business stakeholders, should be integrated.
We need to wrap up. I think that might have been your answer to my last question, as in the kind of the key thing, the one thing in one sentence. So you're off the hook for this one, but the three of you aren't. In one sentence, that one thing, there's no silver bullet, but what would be the number one priority for you in terms of boosting European competitiveness? We'll start with you, Javier, and we'll make our way down. Apologies, Rodrigo. Of course, the rule of not repeating anybody else's remains in force.
One sentence for wrapping up this. At the end of the day, it's something that I am going to be agree that this is not only for the public. We need to go together, and the ECF is just, the idea is to put together public and private, and to make things together. Iris Square is one of the examples. It's a public-private initiative in order to develop something that is needed for the Europe and also for the private companies. So at the end of the day, this is the kind of thing that we need to push.
Marco.
I will go. Actually, Texas Village was my the answer that I wanted to give, but it's too close. So I will go with something that I believe will not be repeated today. Moonshots. We need moonshots. And I tell this for reasons. Moonshot, actually, that it can also be literally the moon. We need the moon. And this is actually where can Europe afford not to be there? We're investing actually in security and defense. We protect, but what are we defending? What is the identity we are defending? And I tell this not because I would like Europeans to be on the moon, and where I believe the EU has the right, and all the instruments actually to assert this political weight, but also because we need to realize that to be what I said at the beginning, a space power, we need to be holistic, and the pillars are basically applications, defense, and human space flight. Without the three pillars, you cannot assert yourself as a space power. And there are a lot of benefits and synergies across these different programs that we don't even realize. So we need to be complete in our approach to space. It cannot be just individual programs. Plus, I would like Europeans to go on the moon.
I would mention that as we move forward, it is crucial to make the EU space activities more and more user-centric. So really looking at what are the users, what are the areas of utilization, what is necessary now, try to make some prediction of what is necessary for the future to make sure we serve the user. I think this is, for me, fundamental, because then competitiveness will come.
We started with user concerns, actually, this panel, and we will end with user concerns. Thank you all so much for joining us. Please join me in thanking them. We are going to break for a little lunch break. I've been told to tell you to be back here at 2:30 sharp. Also, there's food in the networking area as well, not just in the corridor, so feel free to spread out into there. Thank you all so much. Welcome back, everybody. You'll all be delighted to know that the inspirational speech will not be from me, but we have some great speakers to get us back into the spirit of things for this afternoon. Everybody happy? We can do a little bit better. Is everybody happy? Thank you. Right. Without further ado, I want to introduce our two speakers who are going to come and talk to you guys. Evandros Theodosiou, who's a mechanical reliability engineer at Amentum, and the other gentleman whose name I have here, Christos Haralambous, who's the founder and director of Altair Astronomy and Space. He is also the national point of contact for Cyprus at the Space Generation Advisory Council. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
So, hello everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you for joining us for this inspirational speech. It is truly an honor to be speaking at an inspirational speech. Hope you enjoyed the food. The weather is our greatest export in Cyprus. It wasn't very good yesterday. Hope the food lived up, which is our second best export. Now, as introduced before, my name is Christos Haralambous. I'm 20 years old. I'm a student of aerospace engineering in the United States, and I'm also the founder of a space startup here in Cyprus, which is incubated under the Space Business Incubation Center, supported by the Deputy Ministry, which was mentioned before. Through my projects and initiatives, I got the opportunity to represent Cyprus, well, the European Union actually, and I'm the first Cypriot to do so in the G20 Youth Summit. And I also got a chance to become a young ocean advocate through a project working with satellite data for ocean observation. Last year, I also had the opportunity to work on a European Space Agency outreach, European Space Agency funded program here in Cyprus doing outreach. And we traveled Cyprus with a van I called Vanessa. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. He didn't laugh before. And yeah, I also serve as the national point of contact for the Space Generation Advisories Council, along with Evandros. And I always wanted to become an astronaut.
Thank you very much, Christos, for that cold joke. I didn't laugh at any point. Well, as you can realize, we will try to kind of elevate also the energies after the food. So my name is Evandros Theodosiou. I am a mechanical and reliability engineer in the nuclear power industry of the United Kingdom. I am a Cypriot, and along with kind of extra of my work, I'm an independent researcher for life supporting systems for extreme environments. And obviously, there's no more extreme environment probably other than space. So a lot of my research is around how we can habitate astronauts, as well as being an advocate about space. That's where we come into Space Generation Advisory Council, representing Cyprus on a global scale, doing podcasts about space education, organizing workshops across Europe. And I also wanted always to become an astronaut.
But wait a minute, you said nuclear engineering. How does that even combine? How does that even fit into space?
Yeah, well, I'm very glad that you asked. A lot of people might have drawn already kind of some parallels. It's a fairly interconnected field, especially when you consider about radiation, especially if you consider about extreme systems, about heat, about energy in general. And why do I kind of put a focus in the energy is if we're going to talk about habitating on the moon or creating a civilization on Mars, how are we going to achieve that? Probably we need a source of energy. Is solar enough? In my personal opinion, probably we're looking for something more nuclear power related or even for propulsion. How are we going to get there in the first place? So nuclear plays kind of like a vital role into thinking about the future space missions. But you're talking about parallels between two industries, and you talk about entrepreneurship. How does that actually fit into space industry?
That one's easy. They mentioned it before. I think entrepreneurship drives innovation. It's not just the big players that are in the space industry, even in a field as technical and as competitive as space, smaller and newer players can also make a meaningful impact. It's not only major institutions like the European Union Agency for the Space Program or ESA or even NASA that shape the future of this industry. Although, admittedly, those Ariane rockets look quite cool. If only I could get my hands on a couple of those. But, there's much more to that, right?
Absolutely. I mean, everyone will have loved to have a rocket, obviously, don't get me wrong. But if you start thinking a little bit beyond that, start thinking about satellites and observation. How can we use them from, environmental crisis to defense to going into health and considering about utilizing space for medicine innovation, for technology, for materials. Personally, my favorite sector is life-supporting systems, as I aforementioned. How are we going to make those people live on another planet? We have to consider about all the limitations, from oxygen to radiation. So that's why I decided a few years ago to get involved mainly with analog astronaut missions, which essentially kind of try to simulate how can we enclose people into those environments, how can we prepare for the future, how can we innovate. And we start thinking about all the different kind of sectors that they require in order to make such a space mission. And then if you start thinking, you will find architectures, you will find medicine-oriented people, you find materials, and of course, you're going to find policymakers. And, I said that specifically because that's more or less what Christos and we get involved further. So you want to tell us more about the policy-making side?
I think that's a fair point, that it goes beyond rockets. I guess I'll remove them from my shopping cart this year. And if you got two, there was free shipping to Cyprus as well, so that's a shame.
Oh,
regardless, it's true, through some of my roles, I also got a chance to discuss and talk about policy, especially now representing the European Union at the G20 Youth Summit. Space is becoming an increasingly vital and increasingly strategic domain that needs to be discussed and is something really important, that the regulatory and the policy side also matches that innovation and that progress. And also through my role as a Youth for Ocean advocate, I had the opportunity to visit the European Parliament actually a couple of weeks ago and discuss about ocean observation and all these different applications. So it's also really nice to see that there's also opportunities and doors for the youth to get engaged. And then there is the Space Generation Advisory Council, which is our common point.
Absolutely, you're right about that. And when you start thinking about scientific outreach in space, we have both, like attended conferences, vital, like for example, the United Nations Scopus committees from scientific onto the policy-making side of things. All these kind of like help to shape the future. But beyond that kind of outreach, it's also very important to talk about education. How do we actually get the younger generation to get involved, to learn, to inspire, to get inspired, to start working into the industry? And that's where we kind of make a huge strides, both together, but also on a personal level, in order to bridge that gap, bridge that educational gap into the younger generation. One of the things that we are doing on a personal level is collaborating with Esero Greece, which is essentially helping to create an educational podcast using Greek. The idea is to educate, teens about space, talk about opportunities, talk about inspirational figures, both that they are, let's say, older and also younger, because we need those inspirational kind of key people that they will help us, drive us, move us forward, creating workshops. We have now the European Space Generation Workshop in London coming this summer. We're planning to do even more of the socials and create that community in Cyprus. That's where we ask all the people here, especially the younger generation, to come and talk to us beyond this conference, beyond these calls, beyond this day. Message us, drop us a LinkedIn, an email, anything that you want. Get involved with the community. Let's try to build and grow together an environment where we can share opportunities with big organizations. That's where we need your help to bring the opportunities in. Let's share networking. Obviously, it's very important to get us where we want to be, get inspired. And of course, creating, a fun collaborating event where we can all work together and create more of the, let's say, space-minded youth generation of Cyprus.
I completely agree with that, and that education is a really big part, and it extends way beyond Cyprus. It extends into Europe. It extends into the greater world, and beyond science and technology, space can act as, exactly you said, as this platform, as this lever, not only for education but also for social impact. Space technologies are already used for so many critical cases and critical uses that support societies all over the world, and most of them are powered by the European Union in general. And through astronomy and outreach events, and again, this is just the example of Cyprus, we got the chance to do even fundraising events and all these things for the society in general here in Cyprus. And I think closing off, we would like to say that it's truly an honor and a pleasure for both of us to see our country, Cyprus, and of course Europe in extent, but through the Cyprus Space Office and through the Department of Electronic Communications, it is growing in this sector, and we're seeing doors be wide open at this stage. And I think before we finish, there's one really important question that we need to ask. Did you become an astronaut?
Well, no, not yet. The hobby never dies. But, sometimes you forget about this, and there's way more things about space. And what about you? Have you become an astronaut?
Still a work in progress. I'm afraid not yet. But honestly, I think that is the beauty of space. Space isn't a single profession. It's not a single pathway. It's not just one linear dream or a single idea. It's about all the fields where science, engineering, policy, entrepreneurship, youth even engage and strive towards pushing human curiosity further. So you do not have to become an astronaut to help shape humanity's future in this industry. Sometimes helping push humanity's one step further into the unknown is enough to make your mark among the stars.
Absolutely. Well, that's it from our inspirational talk. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for listening to us. We are very excited to have a conversation both with the organizations that they can support these efforts in bringing that youth together, but obviously we want to hear from the youth. Come to us, let's have a chat, let's have a talk, let's bond over a coffee or a drink and create, the next generation of space, both on a Cypriot but also on a European level.
Hope you're inspired.
There were 2 points made earlier. Number one, I think Jörg made the point of always be good ambassadors for the European space program and for European space industry. There's also a question of how to get more young people involved in this industry. I think that answered both of those questions. Can we give them, again, a big round of applause? Our next panel, I'll ask our panelists to join me up on the stage. And, oh, they're right behind me, apologies. Come on up, yeah. And we will also bring inspiration and youth to these proceedings, of course, but let's get us all up on stage and we'll introduce everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I think we have enough microphones for everybody. Great. A topic which I think is very much important in space, but will have implications across several industries, I'm sure. Sovereignty from raw materials to orbit. We will have a lot to discuss on the stage. We have Sasha Keen, Company Director at Talga, Antonio Piccirillo, Policy Officer at DG DEFIS for European Commission, Iakovos Stamoulis, the Chief Technology Officer at Semi Dynamics, and Christodoulos Protopapas, the CEO and Chairman and Managing Director of Helisat. We saw the very cool-looking intervention vehicle just parked outside of the hotel. So we're going to get started straight away, get stuck in immediately. Sovereignty gaps. Antonio, I want to start with you. The Commission talks about European strategic autonomy in space. What does that actually mean? What is the kind of grand goal of independence? What's your dream scenario coming under the Christmas tree?
So good afternoon, thank you. Let's hope that I will keep the momentum going, especially since we are after lunch. So when talking about these elements, usually there are three words that are referred to: independence, resilience, and then slow or little or no dependency when it comes to technology. Actually, these three are really instruments, tools, the combination of which should help sustain the European strategic interest and level of ambition in space. So these are more instruments. Let's say the strategic goal is really to have self-sustained and a secure union space sector, so that the union, and by union of course I refer to both the institutions, but most importantly the member states, can sustain their ambition in space. And I think in the panel this morning we've touched already on a number of elements. When we refer to independence, we refer to having our own independent infrastructures, for example Galileo, Copernicus, the upcoming IRIS². When we talk about resilience, we refer to both the resiliency in terms of being resilient when it comes to technology, so the supply chains, but also having a space infrastructure, both ground and in space, that is resilient in terms of being capable of enduring geopolitical turmoil, and we know, or conflicts, or armed conflicts, and we know that unfortunately this is the case right now. Let me give you an example that, from my biased perspective, because I work on that, is emblematic. That is, again, one service that was mentioned today, which is the Galileo Public Regulated Service. So if I can dwell on it just a second, the PRS is the enciphered, protected, robust Galileo service that is offered to the authorized users of member states, of course authorized by the governmental authorities of member states. And it's emblematic because it puts together independence, resilience, and very, very, very slow dependency on non-EU critical technology. And this, perhaps one element that wasn't touched so far, is the absolute necessary involvement of the member states. So Galileo is offered through the competent PRS authorities. By the way, the competent authority is a setup that the Commission has chosen on a number of initiatives also on GovSatcom. And the competent authorities are really the backbone of the services. Otherwise, these services would be provided unilaterally from the system to the user. So it is the member states that are really responsible for the uptake of the use.
So I'm going to dig down a little bit here, and I'll come to you, Sasha, on this. We'll imagine a world where some may not have heard of Talga in the room, unthinkable. But could you first of all walk us through what you do, the materials you work with, and what, I mean, let's just get straight to it, a major supply chain kind of disruption could look like, what the consequences could be. We have done quite well in previous panels to keep things light and breezy and positive. you have permission to perhaps stray away from that should you feel that needed.
Well, I feel I should start by saying I always wanted to be an astronaut, but it's not actually true. I'm a group director for Talga, and Talga makes advanced materials for various applications based on graphite. The most principal of these is graphite anode. Who knows what anode is or anode materials are? Now, you can't put your hand up because you're playing on your phone or you're typing on your laptop up the back, but the batteries in those devices are half anode based on graphite. We have one of the richest deposits in the world. It's 25% grade. It's in the north of Sweden. And for 15 years, we've been developing this project, not just the raw material, through to the active anode material, which is a direct ingredient in batteries. So I've said it's in laptops and phones. It's also in EVs. It's in energy systems, in grid storage, very relevant for data processing, AI, all of the things that we love today. Also in autonomous systems, in drones, in satellites, very critical to defence and aerospace. Even more critically, 95% of these materials are either from or processed in China. So there's a huge strategic vulnerability in sourcing these products, and it's not well understood. There are some banners in the room next to us where it says Made in Europe. Correct would be assembled and conceived in Europe, but some of the raw materials in those products are not in fact from Europe. People think that if a battery is from France or a battery is from Germany, the materials are French and German. It's not the case. So we are raising awareness and funding to get our project into production.
And what does that breakdown of a major supply chain disruption, what could that look like?
So the challenges are, these suppliers are up and running, providing very cheap product into the market. The Chinese industrial platform is essentially 100% state funded for free. If I was doing this project there, they would provide all of the money, all of it, for free to supply into the Chinese system. Here we have to attract investor funding, convince banks to invest and get our customers to give us long-term offtake contracts in order to build that financial stack. It's a very challenging equation. And without the policy support and the demand mechanisms on the other side, we have the situation that we face today. We have very little raw material production in Europe. The Critical Raw Materials Act came into force in 2024, and it has various soft targets, 10% domestic production, 40% domestic processing by 2030. We're failing on all of these measures because they're only soft targets and we haven't had the funding and the policy support to make it real.
Well, to cheer us up, let's move on to semiconductors, shall we? And I'll come to you on this. And again, please do explain a little bit more about semidynamics so we know. Foreign reliance on semiconductors is no secret, no mystery. We're clear on that. Again, walk us through how crucial it is to move away from those reliances.
Let me first start with what Semidynamics does. Semidynamics is a company based in Barcelona, in Catalonia, Spain, and we design processors, CPUs and GPUs, primarily for AI acceleration, inference engine. And we started as a company that just created the design, and we now make our own chips, and progressively make our own boards and make our own complete racks. Racks for primarily used for data centers in Europe. And this is something that until now, all suppliers there is US based. So your next part of the question is that how is the supply chain? Most of the semiconductors, especially in leading edge, now are not coming from Europe. They used to be many years ago, but not anymore. And the problem with those systems, especially when it comes to AI that really needs leading edge, is that people design the system. It could be space surveillance or data centers that operate those even for defense purposes. And these are now black boxes designed elsewhere from proprietary technologies, black box models running on black box hardware. And this is, from my perspective, a serious problem. That means that we're losing control of how things run or what they really run on those systems. So it is really, really important that Europe regains control of those technologies, and both from a design perspective, but also from a manufacturing perspective.
How?
Well, from a design perspective, it's something that we do, and there are a number of companies now coming with the help of the European Commission to make processors and other semiconductor equipment. However, the manufacturing is still not on leading edge nodes, and these are mostly driven by consumer products, not so much by space or defense products. So unless there is a strong demand from companies here in Europe for consumer products, that will take a lot longer.
We'll move on to you and to operators. The role has shifted quite considerably the last few years. The last 4 years must have been a real kind of whirlwind. How does a satellite operator adapt? What are the new priorities, and what's the next frontier, if you will? How do you see, again, going back to my theme of predicting the future?
Hellasat was founded in 2001 as the joint satellite project between the governments of Greece and Cyprus. Hellasat, the government of Greece has sovereignty in Hellasat with the law 4506 of 2017, thanks to George Sinefakis and Lykia Vafiadou. According to this law, which is against the European laws, access to Hellasat satellites have only citizens of Greece and Cyprus. This is very important to have sovereignty. Our panel is about sovereignty. Going back to now to your question, whether Hellasat, how Hellasat is standing, Hellasat has one world record. We have presence in Greece and Cyprus. We operate one big teleport in Cyprus, another teleport in Greece, data centers in Greece and Cyprus. We offer managed services apart from the satellite connectivity, just satellite in megahertz, satellite spectrum and connectivity, with only 58 employees. This made the company very resilient to any turbulence in the market. This is the one big advantage of Hellasat. And second, knowing that the other big thunderstorm was coming from United States and Europe with the introduction of Starlink, Hellasat started in the last 5 years a diversification process in the company. So apart from the satellite connectivity, we offer ground services, we offer solutions for civil protection, solutions from defense projects. As you can see our truck outside, and we will demonstrate this truck tomorrow. We offer also data center services connected with satellite antennas and satellite gateways. Even in Cyprus, we are transmitting the digital terrestrial TV. We are the owners of the license and of the digital terrestrial TV net, and also the digital terrestrial TV network. So with this diversification of operations and services, Hellasat is continuing to be a profitable company. We are a company with zero debt. Our shareholders from 2001, they didn't inject any capital in the company. We operate with our operations, and we are seeing the future very promising, especially for the provision of services and products. What is missing in the European Union is to have an integration process of satellite connectivity, development of antennas, development of gateways, and also to join all these and to provide to the governments and to institutions real service, not to give to the institutions piece by piece all the service chain without and let the institutions and the governments to, in this very hostile environment, to decide and to take quick decisions and to develop their services.
There was a question earlier about kind of these mega constellations, huge groups. How does perhaps smaller, more traditional operator like Hellasat distinguish itself? What's your edge there Because presumably it's a
the
challenge.
flexibility, first of all, the sovereignty of the data, which retains in the European Union, and also sovereignty to the access to space. And also we complete the communication with the lower orbit with a multi-orbit environment. We need this geostationary connectivity sometimes. You saw this recently, the example of the SUV in the USV in the Ionian Sea, which lost the connectivity from low orbit satellites. If that USV had an antenna with multi-orbit connectivity, then they wouldn't have this. We wouldn't have these accidents. Now the trend is to have multi-orbit connectivity, and this is much more reliable and resilient. And the geostationary satellites with the new technologies of transparent payload and flexible payloads will play a future role in this environment.
I want to talk about kind of our industrial base, and I'll make my way down there. And this is a bit of a trap for you because I'm making my way down from industry to the Commission. But Sasha, kind of what how do we reduce kind of critical dependencies, and how do we build up what you were saying when it comes to more funding and competing with these kind of mega unfair subsidies from China? What are the things that need to happen short, medium, long term to build up that industrial base in Europe?
Well, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can look at what's happening elsewhere in the countries we compete against. So if you look in the US, in Australia, in Canada, there are various things happening in parallel. It reminds me of that movie from a few years ago, Everything All Together All at Once. So that's the sort of response we need here. So not just on the demand side, but let's start there. On the demand side, we'd like to see an incentive for local sourcing, particularly in public projects. It doesn't have to be a fundamental requirement, but an incentive to do so. This will encourage people to look locally and to foster the local industries. We also need to look at the instrument mix that's available to projects like ours, and the pathway that we have to follow to get into production needs to be recognised. So Talga's 15 years into this process, from permitting, all of the development, all of the research into our products, employing PhDs around the world, geologists in Sweden, guys like me out finding customers and funding. Many elements to this. We've spent about 170 million euro of our shareholders' money getting it to this point, largely unassisted. So we need to recognise that the lead times on these projects are long, and if you need these materials today, you have to start supporting them really yesterday. So we'd like to see mechanisms to fast track that process. We're at the end stage of that. We already have our permits, we've done our feasibility studies, but many of the strategic projects that come behind us are yet to benefit from that policy. It was put in place in 24 and we're still waiting to see the benefits from that. Obviously dedicated funding pools that are appropriate for this. We see this in the US through IRA previously, Defence Production Act now. We're getting inquiries from the US. They see us as a strategic asset and they're interested in our project. But for them, we're interested in developing this for Europe primarily, but we have to pay attention to demand when it's happening on a global basis. So instruments that will support development into production. One instrument we do have from Horizon is the Innovation Fund, which is a great mechanism for supporting innovation, but it's not really an appropriate tool for scale-up capital. We would get the benefit of that once we go into production, but we can't get it when we need it to build the project. So we have to look at other mechanisms, and of course in Europe you can't get funding for the same thing twice. So in a way it's hampering us to get started because we can't get funding of that nature for development. So it's a suite of products that span demand and supply and that recognise the long-term timeframes for getting these projects into development, if that's a simple wish list.
I'll carry on down a very similar question. What would you like to see change? What are the things that would help kind of boost our approach to sovereignty, our approach to raw materials, but on a kind of industrial level to be able to scale that up? Is there a lead time issue, just like Sasha was describing?
I'll agree with Sasha here that one thing is having the talent and the R&D to produce locally, but we need to create demand to sell our systems. And so a number of public procurements at the moment, especially for AI, data centers and other systems, the percentage of EU suppliers there is a single-digit number. And that's an issue. That's a problem to help local companies, especially small SMEs, and grow. And that means that the EU taxpayers' money are used to procure elsewhere and develop technologies elsewhere. So I think a stronger demand for locally technologies will definitely help our technology to mature and expand globally as well.
I turn to you then.
So there are a number of things that elements or trends that the Commission has already recognized. One of those elements is related to ensuring the policy coherence. Of course, we are more in the realm of the Commission, the policy coherence across all the initiatives. This is something that has been recognized internally, and also to streamline the access to funding. Building on perhaps on some previous interventions, sometimes it's really cumbersome, or it can be cumbersome to navigate yourself through the different funding schemes, also internally sometimes. There are also a number of different initiatives that the Commission is already doing, more on the technological side. One is called the OCT, Observatory of Critical Technology, which is an initiative, it's an observatory launched by DG DEFIS, Defense Industry and Space, and the JRC, the Joint Research Center of the Commission. And it aims and is already developing products for both internally for our own procurements and grants activities, but also for the member states, usually through the competent authorities or through the responsible authorities. It's an initiative that aims at identifying what are the supply chains relevant for ensuring self-sustained and secure access to space. Within those supply chains, identify the critical technologies, and for those map their maturity level, the risk and threat analysis related to them, and also identify these gaps and launch initiatives coherently, and not only that, but also making these products available to the decisors, to the decision makers in the member states. Again, on the public regulated service, one activity that we've just concluded has been related to making sure, actually has been related to the delivery of a sort of a catalog, of end-to-end catalog of PRS technology to the competent authorities of EU member states, which may be, let's say, something that is simpler said than done, because the entire array of products range from R&D products to prototypes and to operational or pre-operational receivers for mainly the defense, the crisis management, and the security, let's say, communities in the member states. And with this activity, we have actually made sure that the decision makers in this field of PRS in the member states actually have access to, let's say, the entire spectrum of the products, but most importantly, what is their maturity level today, whether they are available for purchase or not, what is the security classifications of those elements, what is the expected availability, etc. So this has been an element that we've, of course, coordinated with the competent authorities in the member states, and it's an instrumental tool for them to showcase and to address the use cases and applications vis-a-vis their internal user communities, which of course is not the responsibility of the Union or the Commission to address, but for them to tackle.
I'll come back to you in a moment. I wanted to open this up to the room. If there are any questions in the room, a reminder that you can check your hand up at any time and I will try and see you. If you have any questions now, let me know. If not, we will crack on from the stage. We'll do so I wanted to come back to you about a point you made earlier in terms of the profitability of the company, the fact that that has been fairly consistent, but the demand has shifted somewhat in terms of very secure, very sovereign, very reliable. Does that present a challenge in terms of profitability? How do you find that balance? The expectations are higher, the stakes are higher, the costs are higher.
Yes and no. Hellasat, for example, is participating in GovSatcom program with the Greek government. The Greek government offers Hellasat capacity to the GovSatcom program. GovSatcom program is the intermediate program until IRIS² will come, and we welcome the development of IRIS² because European Union will have sovereignty in satellite communications and with a satellite constellation with low orbit characteristics. But also there is room for geostationary satellites. And for this reason, Hellasat now is designing the new satellite, Hellasat 5 satellite with optical communications, which is very important for security connectivity, for secure connectivity and for security applications. And also connectivity, cross connectivity between optical and RF communications with a transparent payload. This is very important because with a new intelligent system and smart system in geostationary satellite, in a geostationary orbit, you can offer secure communications and also complementary communications to the low orbit. So the trend should be not to rely only to one orbit, to have low orbit, medium orbit, MEO constellations, and also geostationary satellites to act and to be the umbrella of the connectivity. And it's very, I think now the QPR and also Amazon is trying to introduce terminals, and some other European companies, of course, with multi-orbit capabilities in order to use geostationary satellites and also OneWeb satellite or low orbit satellites, flat terminals.
I'll come back to this in a moment. I actually wanted to go back to you about some of the way that Semidynamics works, which remains in an open source system, if I'm not mistaken. And if you said no, then the rest of this question would have been very uncomfortable for me. But I'm glad I was right about my assumption. Is that something that should be taken into account more broadly? Or does that risk clashing with the concerns over sovereignty at the same time? Is there a scalability there that could be used? What's been your experience of that?
Well, let me first define what the open source software, which is not exactly like that, so I'll clarify this. Traditional processing systems are based around two architectures. One is the Intel x86 for PCs, what you have in your laptop or data center, and the other is an ARM architecture, which is used on your mobile phone or other embedded devices. Both of those are proprietary, and both of those are non-EU technologies. RISC-V is an open specification, which is slightly different than open source, means that the cookbook, the recipe on how to design those is open, and Semidynamics has been on the forefront of designing those specifications. And that means the system is open enough that people know how to program it, and open enough that any company can design similar systems as well. And open systems tend to be more reliable in general. It's easier to find alternative suppliers, and that helps the supply chain resilience we're interested in. So these are some important things, and the same thing is not only about semiconductors, it's also about software. At the moment, many software stacks are closed stacks. With open software stack means that these are more safe and more open for modifications, and this allows also more collaboration in Europe and more competition. So we're definitely promoting open specification and open standards. Sometimes with proprietary implementations, but that's a different thing.
Just opening up to the room one more time. Gentleman right here at the front, if we could get him a microphone. It's on the way. If you could give us your name, your organisation, and who you're addressing your question to.
Yes, good afternoon, gentlemen. Don Kalousos from Skytrek Limited. I'm delighted to hear about the initiatives to protect the European supply chain from raw materials to orbit, which is great. However, there are three vectors that I don't believe have been addressed adequately here that are a direct threat to pure sovereignty. Number one is with the proliferation of mega constellations, there's going to be very limited capacity in orbital space, especially at low Earth orbit. The second one is spectrum, again, aligned to the mega constellations and the proliferation and access to those finite resources. The third one, which I think is more difficult to address, and that is the threat from deeply vertically integrated companies like SpaceX, and I think Sasha quite rightly mentioned, those that are state-funded like the Chinese Huawei system. How do you propose to address those three challenges?
Easy question. Who would like to go first?
Well, I think you need to recognise that it's not a level playing field in an idealised way that Europe may like. Even when Europe signs free trade agreements with other nations, and we need to do that, from where we stand, we cannot possibly produce all of the raw materials that are necessary for the industrial base here because we haven't invested in exploration, all of these things over the last decades. If you're going to sign free trade agreements with these countries, you also have to recognise that some of those countries are providing, in some instances, 40 to 60% subsidies. I'm not talking even about the extreme case of China, just in friendly countries that we work with. They're subsidising their companies into production. So you're kind of locking in an unlevel playing field if you don't recognise that and do something on the other side. So I think at least understanding the markets and the mechanisms is a starting point. We're never going to be doing those sort of initiatives or having billionaires catalyse industries like we've seen, but you can see the effect and you can see how someone can get a lead position. China didn't become a dominant player in EVs overnight. They systematically invested in this over 30 years. They saw signals from Europe. Europe wanted to decarbonise its transport industry, and they thought, maybe we'll supply some products into this, and started. We could have done the same, but we haven't. So it's recognising the lead times, recognising what's going on around us. A lot of European policy and competition law and these sorts of things are very insular and not recognising that we're competing on a global basis. So we have to attract capital from around the world. We have to be attractive to those investors compared to investing in Canada or Chile or anywhere else.
Do you want to add on this?
There is an important issue in European Union. European Union does not protect the intellectual property of Europe. There are many cases, and especially in space, and companies who receive hundreds of millions to develop products and technologies. And finally, these companies were bought by Chinese, by United States companies, by companies outside European Union. And this technology goes outside Europe, and the technology was developed with the taxpayers' money. I know many cases in space in the last 2 decades. I am in the market, and the European Union does not have regulations like ITAR, which are the regulations in the United States to protect the intellectual property and the technology of Europe. The second is there is no any mechanism to protect the technology and space from the attack of the financiers, because some satellite operators and some other technology companies in European Union, they are tools and cash cows for some potential shareholders who drive the company from cash, and then they sell the company somewhere else in a higher or lower price. This has to be stopped by some regulations or some protection, some laws for protection of the intellectual property and the technology in Europe. I agree with you, there is a huge problem with spectrum now, especially spectrum between geostationary satellites and low orbit satellites. ITU is at the edge of they raise their hands up. And for this reason, there are new technologies now, like optical communications. We were waiting the maturation of this technology to get this technology on a geostationary satellite. But also, we have to be careful in Europe, especially for IRIS² and with other, the development of other fleets and other constellations, that there is a huge limitation in spectrum. Now, with the new low orbit constellations, we will have congestion in space. And even we will not be able to launch a satellite, because the launch vehicle will be between in the trajectory of the low orbit satellites, because there are thousands now in space.
You wanted to bounce back on that?
Yeah, I think it's a, thank you. I think it's a very interesting question without dwelling too much on the geostrategical implications of these elements, but I think one example that it's in the making, in fact, is indeed IRIS², and it's an example of a possible approach. I'm referring to the PPP, so the public-private partnership, and the possibility, and I mean that has been reached so far for the consortium to file for the frequencies, etc. Of course, then we will have to put this together with other LEO initiatives that I think is the one that you were referring to. But there might be, so public partnership, public-private partnership, that might be one of the instruments necessarily to continue using for the Union.
You're also responding to the fact that we just heard about intellectual property not being protected in...
That's an interesting element where, at least in one field, perhaps I have a slightly different opinion on, because if we forget the technologies for a moment and we look at the governance of the EU space program, we have some governance tools, some instruments in the space regulation. So one layer that applies to the activities that the Commission and the EUSPA do is the possibility to ensure, through the eligibility and participation conditions, that the manufacturers, the industrial players, the economic operators are established in a member state and are not under the decisive influence of non-EU stakeholders. And I think this is very important, and it has to do clearly also with it relates, let's say, expands also to the protection of the IPRs. This is something that we can do horizontally across the activities of the EU space program. There is an additional layer if we look at the public regulated service, which is specifically, I mean, it's particularly sensitive, as I said before. And within, I mean, on top of this horizontal layer, we have the possibility, and we do, to apply a number of other conditions for the economic operators that are established in the EU when they address specific security activities, like the manufacturing of PRS receivers or the components of those receivers. And this relates to both the ownership of the entity, the decisive control that other stakeholders may deploy, let's say, and to the protection of the supply chains and the IPRs also. That is perhaps specific for PRS, but the first layer is indeed possible to be applied. Of course, this relates to the activity that are funded by the Commission, so the procurements and the grants that are funded by the Union.
Can I add something to this? Because
of course, and I'm also keeping an eye on the room at the same time, but please do.
There's a pattern we see also in the semiconductor industry that they European Union is exceptionally good in planting the seeds. The Americans are good at harvesting. Our technology usually, because they are quiet, and the Chinese are really good at industrial scale production. So in the end, EU ends up with a bill of the R&D, and the profits are going elsewhere of the mass production. And this is something we should see, check.
What would you change? How would you start addressing that?
I don't know how to change this.
To prevent to transfer the ownership of the company outside European Union, because a company can have the ownership inside European Union, can fulfill all the requirements from European bodies, but during the project or after the project, after the acquire of this technology by the company, the owners of the company, the shareholders, could sell the company to somewhere else. This is not prohibited, the company to be sold to somewhere else, outside European Union.
I'll turn to our room one more time. If there are any questions here. Gentlemen, just here in the third row in the middle, although my moving microphone has moved. I think it's, or I can just bring it myself. Just here in the middle. Thank you so much. Gentleman in the white shirt in the third row.
Thank you. What are the possibilities to have, to come back to the protection of our companies going or being owned by foreign companies? What are the fiscal possibilities actually? Because if, for example, I come from Belgium, first of all, we see it as an absolute sign of success that you've been able to sell your company to like a big American company. We determine that as a success. So we don't see that as wrong. That's maybe a cultural thing. But what's stopping us from having actually fiscal stimulus for selling your company to a European company if you have the choice? That very practically you just pay less taxes on the profits when you sell the company. Because in Belgium you pay like between 15 and 25, depending on when the company was founded, between 15 and 25% tax of your the profit that you've made on selling the company. What would stop us from having fiscal stimuli or having fiscal strategies to prevent that from happening?
I mean, this is not necessarily fair for the specific panel, because I don't think any of you have the responsibility for fiscal policy across the... but I guess rather than perhaps banning the sale of these sensitive companies to other players outside of the European Union, incentivizing the sale within the EU might also kind of be aligned.
Yes.
Is aligned with what you're saying.
I know a company which received 100 million to develop special materials and special equipment for antennas and hubs, telecom hubs, and this company was sold to shareholders outside European Union, and now these shareholders, they have the technology outside European Union, and now it is very important to have this regulation inside European Union to protect the intellectual property of Europe.
So let me add on this. Let's see why this is happening. And on the other side of the Atlantic, they have also the financial instruments. Here in Europe, we are very much fragmented, like on many other things. So there are, for example, venture capitalists or stock exchanges. These are different, more or less, on every European country. While on the other side, this is more unified. Therefore, the numbers are much, much bigger, and therefore they can have this economic power for this.
I'll go to the room for one last one, if there is one. If not, I have one last question for us. Similar to what we've done in previous panels, one sentence, the one thing you would like to see changed or improved on this subject. No prizes, I think, for guessing what yours will be. I think we're pretty clear on the one thing you'd like to see changed, but we'll start with Sasha down there. The number one thing, if we're back here, well, not here, but the next EU Space Days, what would you like to see different?
I'd like to see some funding mobilised immediately for vulnerable sectors. We're a producer. We're not just a developer. We're actually producing into the European battery value chain. And our customers are saying, can you do more? Can you go faster? we need support now. A lot of the things that Europe is doing is for 2028 plus in the next financial cycle. We can't wait. You know, the gentleman before, Evandris, was talking about life support in hostile environments. It kind of feels a bit like that, trying to survive in the EU until the policies kick in. So we need some intervention immediately to support those strategic projects that are the future supplies for Europe.
I'll put it in a different way. Funding is good, but what is even better is creating demand. So just having grants is okay. It helps something get kick-starting. But creating demand for our technologies, creating customers, is what companies really want.
In the next EU Space Days, to have important announcements in Irish Square and GovSetCon.
Not what I was expecting, but.
So if you mean the next EU Space Days, one element that I didn't refer to is that we also have the upcoming initial operational capability of PRS. So one takeaway personally that I would put on the table is focus on the user needs. The risk that I see sometimes is to follow other kind of let's say needs other than what the users with specific reference to defense and security actually need. So I would go for that.
And on that, I think we will wrap this particular session. Thank you all so much for joining us, and thank you all for being in the room. Thank you for your questions. We'll move on almost immediately to our next panel, so do stick with us, and please join me in thanking our guests.
Thank you.
Now, this has been mentioned quite a few times in the last few hours, but we haven't really been able to dive deep into it. So I will have our panelists join me on stage, and we will get cracking on the EU Space Act. Come on, come on. Well, we have two of our guests. Online. That makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then we'll do introductions to our panelists. We have Vicky Kokori, the Deputy Head of Unit for the Space Single Market, obviously a key part of the EU Space Act. Teodora Liamenti, the Regulatory Market Access Analyst at the European Regional Group, GSOA. And Maria Antonia Ramos Prada, the Head of Space Traffic Management at GMV. Let's start from that Commission's perspective. Vicky, the Space Act now being actively debated by co-legislators in the Council and Parliament. Let's outline where we're at in those discussions, the key points of the proposal for those who are maybe not, familiar with the detail of the Space Act, what it's trying to achieve, and what was the point? What's the hope, and where do we stand in those negotiations?
Thank you very much. First of all, my good afternoon from sunny Brussels. I had the opportunity to listen in to the previous sessions, and I will start with something very nice that I heard, that the European Union is seeding and somebody else is harvesting. I think that this is at the core, actually, of what we are trying to do here in DG DEFIS with all the instruments that we have at our proposal, and what we're trying to develop is the European Space Act as a strategic part of this response. So I couldn't have wished for a better opening than the concluding remarks of the previous panel. So indeed, we know that the European Union has been a leader in space. We have been at the front line. We have EU space assets that are really cutting edge and really setting the mark for the global competition. But at the same time, we have to admit that we are facing a big problem, that is the erosion of competitiveness. This is well documented. We have the Draghi and Letta reports that very, very correctly touch the areas that we need to work on. And one of the key issues that they have identified and that touches upon the full spectrum of problems that we are facing is competitiveness, is the issue of legal fragmentation. This legal fragmentation is challenging everything from the ability to form partnerships to the ability to attract investments. And therefore, it really has become an impediment to the way that we act and operate. So we currently have 14 different national frameworks across the internal market, across our different member states, and we have more member states working on this. Why? The reasons are obvious, because space is becoming an area of increasing economic activity, but also an area of exponentially important for strategic interests. With that, just to say, for instance, the example of what we see now after with the ongoing situation in Ukraine, where you have jamming and spoofing, we see that cyber attacks and the risk of collisions and safety hazards are constantly increasing. So this is a bit of the background why we consider that we need an EU Space Act. So in this, let's say, constellation, the EU Space Act, we see it as really a game-changing initiative. It's something that really embodies the way that the European Commission, the European Union are positioning themselves along the nexus of competitiveness on one hand and economic security on the other. So what we are trying to do against the background of increasing geopolitical instability is to really anchor the values of the European Union, its openness and its rules-based approach in the way that we want to do space activities in the single market. So for the first time, we are trying to establish through the EU Space Act a genuine single market for space activities in the EU, one that would create a baseline, a rule book, a stable rule book, transparent, for all operators, for all actors in the space domain, where everybody will have transparency about the rules that will apply consistently across the Union, and at the same time the operators will be in control of their own missions. So, but at the same time, very critically, they will not pose a threat to other systems and other operators. So this is a very difficult balance. This is a very ambitious proposal, and it's one that really needs to be workable and realistic. And in that, I mean, the European Union has a system where we rely on our co-legislators. So we have put forward the proposal. It was presented on the 25th of June. So we are approaching the one-year milestone since the adoption and the beginning of the deliberations in the Council and the Parliament. And we are really working and supporting our member states and the European Parliament in refining the proposal in a way that it will become really the strategic asset that it can be, something that will be both workable and realistic, with full respect to member states' responsibilities and role. So this means that for us, the member states will remain, for all the operations in their territory, in the driving seat. But at the same time, there will be a transparent system of how they operate on the critical elements covered by the EU Space Act as concerns safety, resilience, and environmental sustainability. So a limited set of roles, a very, let's say, well-calibrated level of ambition to take into account that it's a groundbreaking proposal in this area. And what is very important, we see this EU Space Act as a product that needs to be, from its design to the implementation, a product of partnerships. So we are working very closely with the European Space Agency, both in the design of the Act, we are consulting them, and also as we are moving forward in seeing what would the technical rules, the exact technical rules will be, and how we can support our member states in the implementation. So just to sum up, we see this as a forward-looking exercise, something that will shape the way that the Union, the Member States stand within the internal market and globally as an open and rules-based market. And we're looking forward to working further with our legislators in the industry to really make it the asset that it can be. Thank you. I'm sorry, but I don't have a picture of the room, so I'm not seeing the rest of the meeting room. This can be fixed.
Well, everyone is delighted, I can tell you. So that will, but we still have our panelists with us, and thank you for that. I mean, clearly no small feat getting this Space Act together, and clearly that focus on partnerships has been an overarching theme in a lot of the things we've been saying. Maria, I'm going to come to you on this specifically. How is industry perceiving this? What is it going to mean? How might industry have to adapt to this? Obviously, we're still in relatively early stages, and perhaps if you could tell us a bit more about GMV on the way, that would be great as well. Should be on.
Okay. Is it? Yeah, it is on. So first of all, thank you for having me here. And well, from GMV perspective, we very welcome the EU Space Act because we think it is a need. Having a regulatory framework that is the same for all Europe give us predictability so that we can better adapt and better plan our investment, for example. And this harmonization avoids, as she was mentioning, this fragmentation that we have now in Europe, and that creates duplications and creates uncertainties and impacts the competitiveness. So we really think it's good news that we are going for this EU Space Act. However, there are some points that has to be kept in mind, that this has to allow still the innovation, and it shouldn't be detrimental to the competitiveness of the European industry in the international environment. So we are not just working in Europe, we are working in a global environment, and we need to keep the competitiveness also in this global environment. So this means that this regulation needs to be technically sounded. I think it's good that, for example, the more technical details are deferred to a future implementing acts that can reflect the technical reality. And I think it's important that industry keeps involved in these implementing acts in the future, with the typical mechanisms that are in the EU, these consultations to industry, and that these are really reflecting the reality of what can be implemented. It also has to be economically sustainable, and it has to be proportionate. So you have to address the risk that you have in any mission, but you cannot kill the mission by putting a too high burden in the requirements that these missions needs to be fulfilled. Yeah? So I think this is, in a nutshell, what we think in GMV. Also important is so space is a domain that has some typicalities. It has a very institutionalized market, and this is also something that needs to be kept in mind in the regulation. We are always talking about the commercial part, and this is, for example, very well done in the Galileo and Copernicus, for example, in which you have a very strong downstream with a business to customer. Not in all areas is that easy, and this has to be reflected in the regulation, that some parts of the space program are more institutionalized than others because you don't have this business to customer part. It's mainly institutional customers and business to business.
Vicky, I saw you nodding on the screen behind you. I'll come back to you in a minute, but actually I may try and give you more things to agree with. So let's go to Theodora first, if I could. Space Act introducing a kind of single harmonized set of technical requirements, right? That's going to be a key part covering safety, resilience, and sustainability. From an operator's perspective, what's the short-term impact on this? How will that change things for operators on daily operations all the way up to kind of broader business considerations?
So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here and discuss about this very ambitious, as Ms. Kokori mentioned, new proposal of the European Commission. Just to give you a short background maybe about GSOA, because I work for Eutelsat, which is a global satellite operator with an integrated GEO and LEO satellite system. However, today I'm here, I'm joining you in this discussion with my other hat, my other capacity, that of the co-lead of the European Working Group of GSOA. So GSOA is the Global Satellite Operators Association. So we represent and we bring to the world the unified voice of the entire industry, of the entire satellite industry. We have members that are both GEO and LEO operators, as well as launch service providers, manufacturers, and so on. So, as it is clear, I believe innovation in this sector is growing very fast. We have a lot of changes that are going on, and we believe indeed that regulations should follow. They should also adapt, they should evolve, and we share the ambition of the Commission to have a harmonized single set of rules in order to achieve these very welcome policy objectives: safety, sustainability, and resilience in space. In fact, most of the operators are actually already operating responsibly in space. They invest heavily in having space debris mitigation techniques, cybersecurity resilience measures, and being environmentally sustainable. So the objectives are there, we support them and we salute them. However, we believe that the actual implementation is very critical. So I would like to bring forward maybe 4 main principles that all our memberships agree on in order to make this regulation successful. So first of all, predictability and very specific realistic implementation timelines matter a lot. We need to have predictable regulations. As you know, satellite projects require very long investment and development cycles. So it is important that we know already in advance what is expected from us from a regulatory perspective, from a compliance perspective. But at the same time, we want regulations to remain flexible enough to accommodate technological developments. It is pretty clear that we are going through a major growth in satellite technologies and applications. We have emerging D2D services, for example. We have a very strong integration of terrestrial with non-terrestrial networks, a lot of innovation going on. So we don't want to limit that innovation by having overly prescriptive regulations, for example. So I share all the points that were mentioned before by Maria. And I think it is important to balance between predictability and flexibility. And at the same time, involving the industry strongly. It was mentioned by Ms. Kokori, and we appreciate that. Actually, as DISOA, we have been heavily involved by providing comments to open consultations, engaging with the Commission and the other co-legislators. But we believe also as we move forward, because the European Space Act just sets the policy objectives, but it is up to the future implementing acts that will define the technical standards. And now I think I'm coming to the point of the question. So if we want to define technical requirements that are actually effective, they're workable, they can be practically implemented without limiting innovation, we need to engage the industry. It is important that there is a formal process of regularly consulting the private stakeholders and to understand the differences in technologies, the differences in operational realities, so that regulations can actually reflect what is happening in the commercial reality. And a third point is that we need coherence with existing standards. As I said, we are already complying with internationally agreed frameworks, with international guidelines and recommendations that have been developed under the UN COPOS, for example, or even ITU, ESA. Even we, as DISOA, we have industry-led initiatives, such as the Code of Conduct on Sustainability. So we put forward and we already implement a lot of best practices and operational standards. So the EU Space Act cannot come and introduce completely new requirements. It should rather remain consistent with what is already happening, as this, of course, will allow operators to invest with confidence and to remain under a regulatory framework that is stable and transparent enough. And the last point that I would like to mention is that inherently satellite operations are global by nature, so we need to ensure that we are internationally aligned. And I will come also to the point of reciprocity and then mutual treatment. So the Commission is, in its proposal, it's setting an equivalence mechanism that provides for recognizing allowing access to non-EU operators when their country of origin actually has a framework that is equal to the rules that will apply in the EU. We need to make sure that European operators also benefit from the same treatment in that jurisdiction. Otherwise, this would hamper the global competitiveness of the Union, and it would result to the exact opposite results of what we want to achieve here. So if I may conclude in a sentence, we salute this ambitious proposal. We would also like to see a harmonized framework that applies to space activities and space services in Europe. However, we need to make sure that all rules are predictable enough, flexible, internationally aligned, and also reflecting the operational realities of the industry. So I think that is all.
I mean, that covers a fair bit of ground from both of you already. I'll turn to the room if there are any questions. There's two here. Was that a hand up? No. We'll come to you just in a minute, because I promised I'd go back to Vicky on that. But I've seen you both, and I'll come back to you in a second. Vicky, quite a lot there to unpack in terms of the potential benefits or impacts of the Space Act. Clearly there's engagement from industry, clearly there's engagement from operators, clearly there's ambition to make this a great success, but fears about competitiveness, technological development, stifling regulation. Should we be worried?
I think that, let me first start by saying that I fully subscribe to many of the comments that Maria and Theodora made. And I think that the reality of the matter is that indeed this is a groundbreaking proposal. And this is a groundbreaking proposal that responds to key concerns, to existing, and I would say even existential concerns of the industry and of the operators of the member states. However, at the same time, exactly because of the significance of these questions, as I said, we are on the nexus of competitiveness, economic security. It is really the strategic interest of the Union, of the member states, of our industry. So everything matters, from the design and crucially, as it was mentioned from Maria and Theodora, also the issue of implementation. So the issue of partnership cannot be understated or cannot repeat enough how significant it is. Now, whether this, consideration is important, yes, they are. And they have been, this has been the reason why the European Space Act, it was the product of very, very careful preparation within DigiDefis, with the involvement of the industry, very close involvement, not only in preparing the Act, but also with the public consultation once it was adopted. Exactly to give the opportunity to all stakeholders, and especially to the industry, to operators, to voice any concerns and to be able to inform the negotiations with the member states and with the European Parliament. Indeed, we believe that exactly because of, of how timely the Act is, the importance of really delving into the issues and looking at what will make it more operational, more, in tune with the needs of the industry and the member states. This is a key consideration, and a very, very welcome both the support and also any constructive input on how to further improve and strengthen the operationalization of the grid objectives.
That sounds like it addresses effectively what you guys want. Theodora wants to jump back in.
No, I think I subscribe with what Ms. Kokori just mentioned. I think it's important to involve the industry. And indeed, as I said before, we already, as DISOA, we participated, and we thank the Commission for being transparent and for putting this piece of legislation into public consultation. However, we need to make sure that the right processes are there to ensure continuous involvement of the industry. Also in the future implementing acts, especially there, that there will be more technical and more focused on the operational realities of the sector, which of course the private companies know best. And they are the ones who can say if actually what we have in mind can be implemented in practice. Otherwise, it's just wishful thinking. So.
We'll go to these questions in the room. I think, gentlemen, in the middle of the room on the right, if you could chuck your hand up. Yeah, perfect. And if you could just give us your name, your organization, and who you'd like to address the question to.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I am Marco Di Giugno from Italian Aviation Authority, and I wanted to ask you if you retain if it's necessary to harmonize the EU Space Act with EU aviation law. Because I think that, especially for the crossing of the airspace, is necessary to create an harmonizing in this activity. Thank you.
I think that's probably one for Vicky. Is there an overlap with the EU aviation law, and how does that tie into Space Act?
Yeah. So, as I said, we are very much like to welcome this question. Actually, it is well pointed out in the sense that Indeed, exactly because we are the Union, the European Commission is attempting to legislate for the first time at such a level to establish a single market for space activities in the EU. We have, of course, very heavily consulted with the colleagues from the area of aviation, exactly because aviation is an area which is very well regulated at the European level, and of course it has become the source of inspiration. However, we have some differences here. We are looking to regulate some let's say, a fraction of what is, let's say, authorized at union level, at the member states level. We are looking at specific elements of technical requirements on environmental sustainability, on safety and resilience. So we have taken inspiration from aviation. We hope that as the Union and the member states start to establish this single market approach, in the future, we could look more into the area of aviation, but at this point, we have taken as a source of inspiration, but we are quite far from reaching the level of harmonization that we have in the area of aviation and space.
I hope that answers your question. I think gentleman right here in the front row had another question as the mic makes its way over.
Hi, my name is Georgios Savidis. I'm from Achilles DS. The first question I would like to make is how can the entities participate in the framework of the EU Space Act, like how they can send their suggestions to form the technical documentations and recommendations and the different articles that constitute the EU Space Act. This is the first question. And the second one, if the new EU Space Act can in any case have collisions or duplications from existing frameworks in the EU, like the CEPT or from the International Telecoms Union, and how those duplications can be avoided.
Theodora, did you want to jump in on this? Or?
Maybe I could, maybe it's up to the Commission to give a more accurate response when it comes to formal engagement of the industry. But for example, a usual approach is to open public consultations before or after a draft text has been adopted. And there we can submit comments and engage with the Commission by giving our opinion on how we see the regulations and suggesting alternatives. There can also be workshops or informal meetings with the Commission, which GIZOA is participating and representing the industry, but maybe the Commission has more to say on that.
Yeah, Vicky, we'll bring you back in here. Or perhaps we've got you back.
Yes. So thanks again. So the first question, the input. Well, as was mentioned, the formal procedure is that at the point of, let's say, the preparation of the Act, and after its adoption, we launched 2 public consultations, which were publicized in order exactly to gain as much feedback as possible. We also organized workshops with the industry. So this is, let's say, the structural way through which the Commission does it. And of course, there are also the industry associations, as was mentioned by Theodora, where the different operators, companies, they can also provide input. But also just sending an email, in this phase is also welcome, and we would also still, let's say, like to enrich our understanding of how the industry sees this, if this can help.
Any more questions in the room? Yes, on the left here, the gentleman in the spectacles.
Sorry, we did not respond to the second element.
Yes, apologies.
The duplication. Right. Sorry, I don't want to leave this unaddressed because I think it is actually a very pertinent comment. So, first of all, within the Commission, when we prepare a proposal, it goes through a very exhaustive analysis across all the Commission services that are responsible. So this is exactly in order to make sure that it does not antagonize anything, but quite the contrary, that provides added value and it has synergies with what exists. So telecom is not covered by the EU Space Act as such, so it is not within the scope, so there is not an issue of duplications in that sense. But I have to say that, for instance, on the issue of resilience, we make sure, working with our colleagues that work on cybersecurity, that there is a perfectly good articulation between the frameworks, so that we respect the baseline that was set, but on the other hand, that the specificities of the space sector, because you're talking about not only unique from a strategic point of view, but also from a technological point of view, because once you launch a satellite into space, then let's say at this point at least, the point of intervention is very limited. So we have very specific, let's say, considerations in the space ecosystem, in the space sector. So we make sure that we have a good balance between what is technologically and politically appropriate for space and what is the legislative framework across the board, and in order to make sure that everything is compatible, well synchronized and coherent.
Thank you so much for that. I think it also slightly aligns with what you were saying about cohesion between existing standards and moving forward. I will go back to the gentleman.
Good afternoon.
Right here.
Hope you can hear me. My name is Gerasimos Rodotheatos from the American University in the Emirates. I have a question for Ms. Liameti. Do you see any points of convergence or divergence between the European Union framework for space and the Artemis Accords? Maybe you're not willing to echo your professional, let's say, position. Maybe you can give us a more academic approach. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, and I would actually prefer to not reply to this one because I'm representing GISOA, so the entire satellite industry, and it's not something that we have been discussing, so I would defer giving an answer on this one, but it's very interesting, and we can discuss later maybe.
Any other questions in the room? I thought I spotted one. Then I'll come back to you, Maria. I want to talk about the in-space economy, right? Big kind of ambition from the Act. With this framework, what kind of commercial opportunities could it bring? What kind of commercial opportunities does European industry see here, and what potential investment might want to be targeted? It's not just about getting the Act up and running and the industry adapting to it, but also this framework is also designed, as we heard, to create more opportunities. What could that bright future look like?
Okay, thank you for the question. I would like to first, as introduction, pick up one point that Theodora has mentioned before. She was mentioning that the operators are very responsible now in the way they operate in orbit. And then I'm going to add also to ask about what GMB does and so I'm going to reply both things at the same time. Among the many things that GMB does, we are very active in the collision avoidance and in the USST framework. In particular, we are under contract by the Spanish Space Agency. We operate the Spanish Operations Center that is providing the collision avoidance service in hot redundancy with the French Operations Center. And since the beginning of this year, we also operate the space safety portal of the Space Data Association. And I can just confirm that the operators are really very responsible. So they really care about the sustainability of the environment. Yeah, it's where they are running their business, so they really are very sensitive and very proactive in the way they operate the satellites. So I can just confirm that point. However, this is being done in an environment in which we are in a single-use design, yeah? And this is not sustainable in the future. So we would need to progress to an economy in which we have reutilization or in-orbit servicing that can allow us to have in the future a circular economy even. Otherwise, it won't work. Yeah? So it is essential for the sustainability. And this is coming to your question about which other opportunities are open. Yeah? So this is at the same time an economic opportunity, a sustainability enabler, and a strategic capacity. If it is properly regulated and properly done, it will open a commercial market. Of course, as it was mentioned before in the previous question, it still has a very strong institutional component, so there would be a need of an investment from the public side, so a demand on the public side so that this commercial market can flourish, can grow. But if it is done, it's really, I think, a very good commercial opportunity for the future. What would we need it to to really implement it would be on one side the regulatory framework, and on the other side there is a need of an standardization and interoperability of these systems. Otherwise, without this standardization, it is not possible to scale this market. The prices wouldn't go down, and you couldn't build this commercial opportunity. But I really see that there is an opportunity there for this specific need, for the sustainability.
Quite interesting to take that sustainability piece and focus the commercial opportunities there, because particularly trends of late have perhaps seen it more as a burden or something that would have been problematic, but actually, and I saw Vicky agreeing there on that, this could be a generator of commercial opportunities. It isn't just about regulating, it's also about generating business. Is that, yes, I don't know if you're gesturing at me or someone in your office. You're gesturing at someone in your office. I'll come back to the stage. Theodore, I wanted to ask you about the unification of kind of avoiding 27 different frameworks, right? And how that will make a big difference. What are the key elements for operators when it comes to that final implementation? You were talking about that. When it comes to kind of a smooth unification that doesn't disrupt commercial missions, that doesn't disrupt international missions. What are the key elements for you?
When adopting the technical requirements, you mean that will be applicable. So as I said, we should avoid having overly prescriptive regulations. That's the basis, I believe. We should rather focus on having technical requirements that are more performance-based and outcome-based, instead of just having detailed rules that apply already ab initio, because this would limit and slow down innovation and progress in the sector. And as I said, it's important to keep a right balance between flexibility and predictability and clear rules right now, instead of just deferring everything to future implementing acts that just postpones progress and regulatory clarity. So I think this is important. And the last point is, again, that the industry should be involved. And what I wanted to add also, based on the second question that we heard from the front row, is indeed we should avoid duplication with other pieces of legislation that are already applicable in the EU. And I share what Ms. Kokori mentioned before, that there is an effort to not have rules that that are adding basically new obligations while keeping the ones that are already existing. However, I still believe that there is a general tendency of over-regulation. For example, when it comes specifically to satellite technology, satellite communications, we also have a new proposal by the Commission right now, the Digital Networks Act, that is introducing new specific requirements just for satellite. So I'm not saying that there is a clear overlap with the EU Space Act, although our membership is still considering what could be the potential duplication and the impact of one regulation vis-à-vis the other. However, I think that there should be a better alignment, and I understand that in the context of this geopolitical reality, we need to react and we need to address what is happening. And to ensure that even in the future, because right now we have sustainable operations in space, but in the future this may be completely different as we have new launches, new satellite projects. So space is becoming overly congested, as we all know, and this is indisputable. So we need regulations to ensure that we will still have the right to operate smoothly in space. However, maybe we should not overdo it and try to actually simplify instead of over-complexifying the current regime that applies to the satellite industry. So these are my final points.
Just going back to the room, if there are any more questions. If not, Vicky, I wanted to bring you back in because there was a lot there from the last point, which is sustainability as a commercial opportunity as well, but also just if you wanted to react to what Theodora had to say.
Yeah, there is a lot to unpack. So this is really a very, let's say, rich debate, and thank you. I'm really appreciating that. So I would like to start from 2 points that come back constantly. The first one is the issue of predictability. And the second issue is with regard to, let's say, the international dimension, partnerships, and so on and so forth, and the need for the Act to be flexible and forward-looking. First of all, to say that indeed we are at the point that we are not, we should not be looking to overregulate, but we do need smart regulation. We cannot have a wild, wild west in space activities. This is something that is detrimental to competition. It is detrimental to companies, to member states, to everybody. However, we need rules that are forward-looking, flexible, adaptable, and workable. So I don't believe in total chaos and anarchy. We do not need more big black holes in space, but we need a clear, let's say, a clear framework which is responding to what needs to be addressed and what not, let's say, complexifying matters, as Theodora said. Starting with that, I would like to come to the issue of standards, because I see it coming back in the discussions. Indeed, the EU Space Act approach that we try to follow is that of technological neutrality and state-of-the-art. This means, very concretely, to the extent possible, base ourselves in what is understood as, let's say, the recognized international and at European level standards and methods. So we are not looking to reinvent the wheel. We're not looking to reinvent the apparatus either. So we know that there are systems in place and we're using these systems. However, exactly because space is a growing sector, we also need to cater to the ability to lead. So one thing is that we respect what exists, but when there is a void, there is a gap, exactly because we have technologies that are emerging and sectors that are promising, and we see that there is justifiable interest from the member states, from the industry in that, and that, for instance, is the example of ISOs, for which we as the Commission and in response also to the partnership that exists and the EU pilot mission, we see this as a growing area of interest. We are looking to see how to proceed and also work towards standardization in this area when it's opportune. We see that the US, for instance, is already working on bringing a proposal on ISO's interface. So this, should this happen, is a way that already, let's say, our global partners, third countries, are creating the foundations upon which we'll be working in the future. And this is not different to what the EU Space Act is trying to do. So instead of the EU being in the back seat, watching what happens, we're trying to also take initiative, and by creating a unified, shared vision with our member states, with the Parliament, with our industry, try to shape or co-shape, at least, the dialogue at European and international level in a coherent way. So this as regards standards, because indeed, as we move, the decision, and I like very much the fact that both Theodora and Maria made this point. When the European Commission presented the proposal, we tried to find a balance between preserving in the body of the regulation those elements that would be essential to give clarity to operators about what would need to happen. On the other side, we wanted to make sure that the Act would be flexible and open to adjustments, technological, business models, whatever. This is why, as it was mentioned, there was a conscious choice to evacuate some parts to be discussed with the industry, with the European Space Agency, with our member states, within the context of the implementing acts, exactly in order to preserve this openness. Now, this brings me also to the issue of partnerships, and the partnerships are not only within the EU, they're also international. And that I would like to make a small, let's say, connection to the question that was posed previously to Theodora about the Artemis Accords. This is not a way for the European Union to, let's say, to limit cooperation. It's quite the contrary, a way for the Union to strengthen its ability to cooperate. We are creating a very clear system where our global partners will have to deal, and the operators that come from third countries will need to deal with one system instead of 27. And when it comes, according to the proposal, let's say the agreements, the cooperation, the registration of the current operators will happen through at the union level, so through the European Commission on the basis of assessment from the EU Space Agency. So this means that we are trying to create a level playing field with full transparency and fair treatment of our international partners. And this is, I think, critical in the discussion. So this is because we see that in order for the Union and the European operators to be able to take advantage of opportunities, they need to have access to international supply chains. We need to build, broaden, and strengthen our partnerships. So these were some points that I want to make. I mean, there are many, many interesting elements, but the time is limited, so I just wanted to bring back these dimensions to the discussion.
And that's very clear. Thank you for that clarification. We're just getting to time, so I wanted to ask the three of you in a very short sentence, like I've done with the other panels, but I'm going to give you a slightly longer lead-up time, because I think compared to other panels with an act that hasn't fully been implemented yet, it would be unfair to say next year. In 10 years, what do we imagine the impact of Space Act will be in a very short sentence to wrap us up? And Vicky, I'll go with you first, unfairly. And of course, the rule of not repeating also applies.
I am hoping for a European Space Act that will be fully implemented and will prove to be a strong competitiveness instrument for our member states and for our industry. Something that really helps them go further and build up. And not only with institutional. We really need to open up beyond institutional and really expand and have a strong base also commercial.
Got it. Maria, do you want to go next? Apologies, you've got the last slot.
Well, my hope for 10 years is that the EU Space Act is so working and strongly implemented, as Mrs. Kokori has said, but also that it is within an international environment in which there are common rules that allow us a common operation, not just in Europe, but internationally, because space is a common ground that cannot be regulated just by one actor. So this would be my hope in 10 years.
I would say I hope that they bring the long-awaited harmonization and predictability that we need in the sector in order for private operators to invest with confidence and indeed to increase the competitiveness of the European market, but also ensuring a fair global space economy.
Well, we can come back in 10 years and see if you are all absolutely right about your predictions. Thank you so much
Thank you as well.
for your time, for joining us, and join me in thanking them. And thank you all. We're going to have a little coffee break for now, and then at 5 o'clock we'll kick off back here, and we will do the 10-year anniversary of EUSST in the Agora, so lots to look forward to. Thank you so much.
Dear participants, the next session is about to begin. Please take a seat. Dear participants, the next session is about to begin. Please take a seat.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I welcome you to the last session here in the EU Space Station Cyprus for today. My name is Tobias Biermann. I'm Policy Officer at DG DEFIS, Defense Industry and Space at the European Commission. And I have the pleasure to moderate this panel. And the panel is about supporting crisis response from space to society. And I will start, before we get into the panel, with some introductory slide from the European Commission, because we do from the European Commission a lot in the area of supporting society, and therefore I would like to start with my slides. So again, we live in interesting times. We have really a climate crisis, and especially here going to Cyprus, we're getting closer to critical situations also in the near Middle East. So I think we really live in challenging times, and therefore I would like to dedicate this session how we from the EU, from space, can support the society, and in this case today really in the area of preparedness. And therefore I would like to start with a few words on the Copernicus program, because we really have the Copernicus program to support the society. We provide a lot of information directly to all citizens. We have the full free and open data access, so everybody can get useful information from our Sentinel satellites directly. And we are organized in 6 Copernicus services that you can see here. We have one on atmosphere, marine and land. And what I would more discuss today, that we have the services on climate change, because I mentioned we have the climate crisis. We need a lot of information on the climate situation. And we have in Copernicus 2 specific services more related to the topic of this session, security and emergency. And these services, as you can see here, they use not only our own Copernicus Sentinel data, they use a lot of contributing missions. So further information from private commercial satellites, we acquire this information, and we use also in situ data. So we really bundle with these services a lot of useful information that is helpful in crisis response. I give now an example of the Copernicus Emergency Management Service, because really often you think about Copernicus and Earth observation data that it's just purely monitoring, that we see some images, what's happening on the planet. But for me, it's important to mention that these services develop strongly. I mentioned climate change. In the area of climate change, we are really well advanced with our reanalysis, not only to use the current monitoring, but we really can look back for decades. And with the reanalysis era 4, 5, 6, we really can clean up all the data from the past, which then allows us to make also good forecasts. And in this example for the emergency management service, we have the well-known on-demand mapping that in case of a disaster, we can really activate the satellites, acquire satellite images to help in the area of disasters. But what I more want to mention today is that we also have the so-called early warning and monitoring services. We have specific services for floods, fires and droughts. So really the progress is made that we do not only look what we have as satellites data, but we do all the modeling, and currently also using more and more artificial intelligence to have good predictions and forecasts for the use in emergency areas. And in parallel with a similar approach, we have the Copernicus Security Service. We have the support to EU external and security actions done by SATCEN. We have the maritime surveillance by EMSA. And today also we will get further information on the third element of the security service, on the border surveillance from Frontex. To explain a bit further how we are organized, because you know civil protection or the response to disasters is really a responsibility of the member states, but we have now built up in the last years a quite advanced system to support the member states via the European Civil Protection Mechanism, EUCPM. And for me this is one fantastic example how we really can cooperate in Europe, because the EUCPM, the Civil Protection Mechanism, is a mechanism of solidarity, that we really coordinate from the EU, but the support on civil protection on assets like pumps or firefighting planes is really coming from the member states. And we coordinate it, and we have made quite good progress And the central hub for that is the ERCC, the Emergency Response Coordination Center, that coordinates for the emergency service, but also for the security service, all the activations. And very important, all the data we use from space are fully embedded in this Union Civil Protection Mechanism. When we do some support in crisis cases, we really have an analytical team there, we have analytical services, we use all the now developed forecasting systems on droughts, fires, floods, and further information, and we combine this with on-demand mapping that really in good cases we can forecast that there comes a flood or disaster and then immediately activate the satellites to help the member states in areas of crisis. And with that, so we have quite developed semi-automatic systems for forecasting and alerting, and we share all this information with the member states. Of course, in the end, the early warning or the information to the public is then up to the member states. We have this principle of one voice, that it's really only for the member states then to go directly to the public or to do early warning. And with that, I would like to come to the last example on Copernicus emergency management. We have the EFIS, the European Forest Fire Information System, so we have a quite advanced system of forest fire to monitor that, but also to do early warning. I show here that last year we had over 1 million hectares burned in the EU, and we are now beginning with the next firefighting season. So the preparedness for fires is quite important. We work on that, and this is for me also to explain that it's not only to monitor forest fires, so you can see here 1 million hectare burned areas, but we really are developing this system from a monitoring tool towards really a decision support system that we provide information then in the end to the member states that they can really use to decide which fire is the most important, where we have to act. So it's really a very dynamic area where we, with our new forecasting system, really are making good progress to support the member states. And with this example from forest fires, I would like to hand over now to our panel. We have two panelists from Cyprus, really to giving clear insights what's happening here in one member state in the area of civil protection and firefighting. And we have also Frontex here on the panel to again go back to the European perspective on border surveillance. And with that, I would like to hand over to Panagiotis, who will give us now further information from the Cypriot civil defense. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. So, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to join this discussion on how space-based capabilities are transforming crisis response for Cyprus civil defense. The value of space technologies is not abstract, it is operational, immediate, and essential to protecting our population in one of the most complex risk environments of the Eastern Mediterranean. Cyprus faces a combination of wildfire risk, seismic exposure, and maritime emergencies, all within a region where climate pressures are accelerating. In this context, space-derived information has become a core component of our preparedness, response, and recovery architecture. Allow me to begin with our operational use of European space services. The Copernicus Emergency Management Service is now fully embedded in our incident management procedures. During wildfires, Copernicus provides near real-time mapping that supports our field commanders in understanding fire perimeters, fuel conditions, and exposure of critical infrastructure. During floods or severe weather, it offers rapid damage assessment that guide resource allocation and early recovery planning. The Galileo Search and Rescue Service is equally indispensable. As an island state with extensive search and rescue responsibilities, we are on Galileo's return link capability to shorten rescue times and improve the survivability of missing persons at sea or in remote terrain. Finally, resilient communication are a prerequisite for any emergency operation. Systems such as GovSatcom and the future IRIS-2 constellation ensure that command and control can be maintained even when terrestrial networks are disrupted. These services are not supplementary. They are now part of the backbone of our national crisis response. Space-based data also plays a central role in our prevention preparedness work. Cyprus uses satellite drift indicators to monitor vegetation, dryness, drought conditions, land use change, and coastal vulnerability. These data sets feed directly into our risk assessment, seasonal readiness planning, and early warning systems. In a region where climate change is intensifying the frequency and severity of wildfires, this information is critical. It allows us to anticipate risk, preposition resources, and strengthen our national climate adaptation strategy. Allow me to highlight a strategic initiative that reflects both national commitment and European solidarity, the establishment of the Cyprus Regional Aerial Firefighting Station known as CRAFS. The project addresses a long-standing operational gap in the Eastern Mediterranean. For many years, the region has lacked of a dedicated hub for the prepositioning, maintenance, and rapid deployment of aerial firefighting assets during the high-risk wildfire season. CRAFS is designed to fill that gap. It will strengthen regional operational readiness, enable faster mobilization of aerial assets under the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, enhance interoperability with neighboring states, support coordinated cross-border response, and contribute directly to shared Mediterranean resilience. Importantly, CRAFS is not a national capability. It is a regional European asset hosted by Cyprus, serving the wider region and reinforcing the collective capacity of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. As we look to the future, Cyprus Civil Defence sees the 4 priorities for strengthening the link between space and crisis response. First, guaranteed access to real-time satellite data during emergencies. Timeliness is often the difference between containment and escalation. Second, user-friendly operational tools. Data must be translated into actionable guidance for first responders, not only for analysts. Third, capacity building. Smaller member states and neighboring countries must have the training and support needed to fully utilize space services. And fourth, closer integration between space agencies, scientific institutions, and operational civil protection authorities. The more aligned we are, the more effective our collective response will be. In closing, Cyprus Civil Defence firmly believes that space technologies have become critical infrastructure for crisis management. They help us respond faster, plan better, and ultimately save lives. Through initiatives such as CRAFS and through our continued engagement with Copernicus, Galileo, and the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, Cyprus remains committed to strengthening regional cooperation and contributing to a safer, more resilient Mediterranean. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Panagiotis, for your interesting introduction. And for me, really, we have a new abbreviation that we need to learn now, this CRAFS that you mentioned, Cyprus Regional Aerial Firefighting Station. So I think it's a very interesting topical development we have here, but we will hear much because we are just starting with the firefighting season. So thank you, Panagiotis. And with that, I would like to ask now Floria from Frontex to give us a bit of information what Frontex is doing in the region and about border surveillance. The floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, DigiDefis, for inviting us. I think it's a great opportunity to give an idea on what we are able to do thanks to space technology. But before, I think I should start from crisis response and to link Frontex mandate to crisis response. So I don't know if the audience is aware, Frontex is the European Border and Coast Guard Agency and supports member states and Schengen-associated countries in monitoring the migratory pressure at the external borders of the EU, in combating cross-border crime and also smuggling networks. And it also supports member states in search and rescue operations. This makes Frontex a very operational agency. We currently are present at the external borders of the EU with Frontex joint operations. So we currently have in place 35 joint operations. And over time, we have going through a lot of challenges. We have to support member states in a lot of crisis responses situation. I'm thinking about the immigration crisis of 2015, the new peak in 2018, and this trend seems to increase. It will increase over time, not only for the geopolitical situation, but and for the ongoing conflicts, but also, and that was already mentioned, and it's very linked to what other Copernicus services are doing, because of climate change. It's already happening. The climate change has a strong impact on migration flows towards the EU. So these challenges we have addressed in the future, but they are also being addressed by the European Commission. We addressed them in the past, but they will also be addressed in the future. We are now in the process of defining the next multi-annual financial framework. We have talked about it in the panels previously this morning, and the European Commission has plans to make Frontex even more operational by having a consolidated role of the standing core for rapid reaction deployment and operational readiness. We have in force, as of 2026, the new Pact on Migration and Asylum, where Frontex has a central role in supporting also member states in operations and with standing cores deployed. The plans are also to increase the presence of Frontex in third countries. And last but not least, and was also one of the topics of this morning, it was mentioned by the Commissioner Kubilius, by the Director Couts, and also in the Competitiveness and Resilience panel, we need to achieve a European strategic autonomy with EU-owned technology, and Frontex is very much on it. We run a lot of service evolution projects within the Copernicus contributing missions, but also initiatives that are launched directly by Frontex. And we are very much in contact with small and medium enterprises that can provide technology for space technology for border surveillance. But now maybe I'll go to talking about the use that we make of space technology when it comes to border surveillance. Space technology, okay, Frontex, it's making the most of different space programs of the European Commission. We make the most of GovSatcom, Galileo that were mentioned, but as a Copernicus program officer, I will focus on Earth observation. And what we are able to achieve in the area of border surveillance with Earth observation technology, it's monitoring over vast area. We are able to access areas that are not reachable by border guards or by conventional ground-based systems. It also enables us, of course, complemented with intelligence analysis, to detect patterns, movements, and anomalies that cannot be detected on site. And what is also important, it's the future of Earth observation technology, because there are a lot of emerging technologies that can really bring an added value to border surveillance application. I'm thinking about hyperspectral radio frequency, thermal infrared sensors, and we are investigating all this new technology to have them as soon as possible available for our purposes. Just to give you an idea on the impact that Copernicus had on border surveillance activities carried out by the agency over the last 10 years. So we started implementing Copernicus products in 2015. So over the last 10 years, we have processed more than 4,500 requests for services. We have delivered over 10,000 products, analyzed more than 19,000 satellite imagery, and we covered an area of 2.7 million square kilometers. So it's a huge support that we receive from space technology. Maybe I will not go into the details of use cases, but just to close, yeah, maybe the slide that can help me with some, if you have it available, yes. So as I mentioned, we support monitoring irregular migration, cross-border crimes, and we also support with member states with search and rescue operations. Just some practical examples. For instance, when it comes to cross-border crime, we were in several occasions able, as you can see from the picture, to detect signs of ship-to-ship operations that sometimes they indicate transfer of illicit goods. But this also enables us to monitor infrastructures, and as you can see from the first pictures, not only in areas that are very likable to where there is very likable to have cross-border crime activities, but also to detect gatherings of people, larger group of people in area where possible departures could happen. Yeah, so these are like some more concrete examples, but I will not go into the details. I think I'm done for now, and I'm happy to answer to questions later. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Florida. Interesting insights, what Frontex, what the EU is doing to support member states with border surveillance. So thank you for that presentation. And we are in Cyprus, so I would like to go to the next presenter that is again from Cyprus. The floor is yours. I give the floor to Christos Kangas from the Joint Rescue Coordination Center here. And we heard bit more what's happening on land. Now we go also to a bit wider also what's happening on the sea around Cyprus. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm Captain Air Force Christos Kangas. I'm the Deputy Commander of the JRCC Larnaca. Thank you for having me, and it's an honor to participating to this event and be with you and the rest of the professionals regarding crisis management. Indeed, we use a lot the space technologies also in search and rescue. Let me start with a few words about JRCC Larnaca. We have been created in 1995 after the Republic of Cyprus decided to ratify the Chicago and Hamburg Conventions and also SOLAS and UNCLOS. The pillars based on which we have created the search and rescue system of the Republic. We are responsible for search and rescue operations within the FIR of Nicosia. It's a huge area. You can see it with the blue line. It's 17 times the size of the island. Of course, you will notice that the farthest point is around 200 nautical miles from our coast, so we don't have information, or we don't have the needed information regarding, because our radars have, due to physics, they have a lower range. So we are always seeking ways to retrieve images or other informations to enhance our situational awareness in case that we have incidents in the open seas. Under the JRCC Commander, we have 5 pillars. It's the JRCC Ops Room, the Xenon Crisis Coordination Center, the Cyprus Visual Control Center of COSPAR SARSAT, and the Search and Rescue Training Center, and also the Cyprus Coastal Radio. I will focus only to the CYMCC, Cyprus Visual Control Center of COSPAR SARSAT. It was created in 2020, and we have the responsibility to distribute alerts regarding search and rescue incidents from boats, planes, or even personal locator beacons. The signal, I have a dedicated slide for this. I don't know if we can change to the next slide. The next one. Okay, you can see on my slide that from these beacons we have this dedicated signal transferring to satellites. The signal is then retransmitted to an earth station, and from the earth station, the mail earth station, to the MCC, and from there to the RCC that is responsible to address the situation. In case that we have an incident inside our search and rescue region, so inside the white line, we have the responsibility to dispatch our helos and our assets to address the situation. If it is outside the line, then we have the responsibility to inform the neighboring countries to do their actions to save the people in distress. We are also receiving information for any vessel or airplane that is flying the Cyprus flag. I'm sure that you are aware that Cyprus has a huge fleet, so we are receiving daily many alerts from the Cypriot merchant ships and the Cypriot fleet. We have also the privilege in Cyprus to be responsible for the Cyprus Mail Station. I don't know if you can go to the next one. You will see we have 4 mail stations under the Galileo system. One of the 3 around Europe is in Cyprus. There is one in Las Palomas, an island outside Spain, and one in Norway. With this, what we managed to create this triangle over Europe where we have more precise information regarding locations for beacon activation inside Europe. Just to say that the regular GNSS signal, the regular GPS that we are all aware, they have a locating distance of 5 meters. With Galileo, we have around 1.5 meter of precision. This is very crucial. And from another perspective, a political perspective, we see the location of Cyprus, how important it is for Europe, even in this technology, the space technologies. So we have the privilege to operating this under the JRCC Larnaca, and just to give some numbers, we see that we have around 3,000 beacon activations in recent years that was handled by the CY Meolud station Kagoraja, and we are proud to have an availability of 99.89% in 2025. That is huge for us, and we have a lot of efforts to accomplish this. And finally, another space technology that we use frequently in our option is images from Copernicus. As we said in the beginning, it's hard for us to retrieve information, so we are pre-advanced receiving images around Cyprus. For instance, if we know that we are going to a summer period, there is a higher probability to have migration flows from Syria, Lebanon towards Cyprus. So from now we receive pre-advanced some satellite images, and we are monitoring in this way our waters to cover the gap that's created by the radar horizons that we operate. I don't know if we want to go to further details. We also, as JRCC Crisis Center, we are the focal point in case that we have oil pollution in our seas. So in case that we notice, we're also checking these images in case that we have oil spills or other contamination incidents or any incidents that are affecting the maritime safety. So we have a dedicated office. We analyze the images and we inform the responsible authority in Cyprus. We are not responsible for oil pollution, for example, but in case that we detect something, we will inform the Fisheries Department or the Department of the Deputy Minister of Merchant Shipping for their actions accordingly. Thank you very much. I have a last slide. This is the operations that we have. As I said, we have created in 1995, 30 years ago. This is most of our operations. We will see that we have many dots on the open sea, close to the mountains, especially towards Egypt. So in order to have information for that positions, we invest a lot in the Cyprus Control Center of COSPAR SARSAT, and of course the images that we are receiving from Copernicus. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Christos. Fantastic slides you showed with these images. I really liked the one with the triangle from Cyprus to Canary Islands to Svalbard, Spitsbergen, what you're all doing. So very interesting. Thanks for that presentation. With that, I would like to continue this panel with some follow-up questions to your presentations that you had. And first, I would like to ask you, Panayotis, because you mentioned this new firefighting hub crafts. Can you tell us a bit more what this entails operationally, what this firefighting hub will do, and how this really complements the Union Civil Protection Mechanism?
Yes. So, as we mentioned earlier, is craft something new. It's not only for Cyprus, but it's also for the European Union as well, for the civil protection mechanism. The effort is to have available aerial means in Paphos, airbase, and then from there to support the neighboring countries. We had incidents in the previous years, and due to the, let's say, to our geographical position, and since we were the only, let's say, EU country in the area, we were able to support, especially Lebanon. I remember I think it was in 2018. So there was a request from Lebanon, and then 3 countries offer assistance. It was Cyprus, Greece, and Italy. Our, let's say, planes managed to go to Lebanon. From Greece, they managed to go to Rhodes for refueling. And from Italy, they were ready to come, but they said to them not to go to Lebanon due to the situation. So it's very important, the first, let's say, hours, to have available means and to immediately respond and go to the area. So this is the idea behind the crafts. And then we had last week a meeting with ERCC, so we're trying to find the way how we'll cooperate in case of emergency. And then I think it's something new for us and for the European Union as well, but I think it's something that will work well the next months and years. Thank you.
No, thank you, Panayotis. It's very interesting to this regional aspect up to Lebanon and how this is really embedded in civil protection. So thanks a lot, very interesting insights. I would like to follow up also with Frontex. And as you know, you're also using Copernicus contributing missions in a lot of new technology. Can you tell us a bit more on the plans how to use further technology in border surveillance? What are Frontex plans? What is Frontex doing?
Okay, sorry. Yes, I mentioned before there are new emerging technologies that are very, that would really boost our activities in terms of border surveillance. What I think we should work more in the future is to have these technologies in place, to strive to have them operational, or at least test them more practically to see also how we can tailor them towards border surveillance. What is also important is to increase revisit time and also high resolution, because when it comes to border surveillance, identification of details can really make the difference in supporting operations, Frontex joint operations, but also supporting border authorities from member states. We would also need to have more integrated, once we have like this new technology, we should have them like more integrated, better merged, and also a more efficient analysis. It's very much needed because time it's very important when it comes to border surveillance purposes, and for this we need to integrate absolutely artificial intelligence tool. But actually we are on it a lot under the contributing missions. We are also running initiatives. We have our research and innovation colleagues here. We are working on a digital twin, specific one on border surveillance, which intends to put together all these plans that we have for the future. So there's still a lot to do, but I think we are on the good track. Thank you.
Thank you, Floria. And a follow-up question also to you, Christos. It was interesting how you explained all your activities of the JRCC and also that you use as well Copernicus, as well Galileo. But can you tell us a bit more how you use space information on a daily basis? What you really do to understand really? You are one of these nice examples where you really say this is a practical use of space data. Can you say a few more words on that?
Yeah. Firstly, I would like to say that we are receiving daily 2 to 3 alerts through the CYMCC, through the GOSPAS-ASA system and through the Galileo satellites. Our procedure needs for us to examine all alerts that we are receiving. Most of them, 99% of them, are false alerts. This is not a problem for the system. Actually, this is good. That indicates that our system is quite sensitive, and the probability to lose an alert and to lose a life, as we're talking about human lives, are very minimum. So we are practicing in our daily operations what has to do with the CYMCC. Now there is an issue regarding the images that we are receiving from Copernicus system. The problem is that we need to have, in a timely manner, the information, and in some cases we need someone to do a more precise reading of the image. There is so the tool, the AI tool that was mentioned before, and also someone with more knowledgeable to know how to read the picture. It's also something that we need to be we need to invest further as GRCC. Of course, we have included them in our SOPs, and now we want to include the satellite images in our culture, so our operators will know in advance, and he will use it directly, not losing further time to request the information, to receive it and then analyze it. So it's one of our first actions that we do, is to request for an image actually.
Oh, thank you, Christos. I think it's super important to understand that for crisis response, is timeliness, that you need to be quick is important, that you need also expertise to understand the images and the information you get. No? So super interesting insight. Thanks a lot. I would like to continue with a further question now to civil defense. You have the upcoming forest fire season, so we always get a bit nervous what could happen this year. We had last year 1 million hectares burned. So again, a question to you. How will satellite data and space-based services help civil protection? And how will you use also EFIS or our forest fire information systems for your decision support?
So as we know, it's very important for the decision makers to have live information from the area of the fires or the other incidents. So if we have, let's say, correct information, real information, we can take the correct decisions on time. So it's very important to have all this information. Additionally, for EFIS, I think it's a very important tool that supports us for a lot in order to have, let's say, the real information, also the forecast for the next days. And if we have this information, we can, let's say, make the allocation of forces or to make a proper planning for the next days and see how you can cope with the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to continue with further question to Floria, because you mentioned that you use all this new technology, new sensors, new data. But to understand a bit how Frontech works, can you say a few more words on how you translate then all this information you got into actionable intelligence, how you really can then support member states?
Okay, I can briefly explain how it works right now. So Copernicus is embedded into, Copernicus for Border Surveillance is embedded into the Eurosur framework, which is a system of exchange of information within the European border and coast guard community, which is made of border guards from member states, border authorities from member states, and Frontex itself, because of course Frontex uses a lot these services to support in joint operations. So within this is a huge system of exchange of information, and the scope is to provide a situational awareness at the external borders of the EU. Within the Eurosur, we have Eurosur Fusion Services, and Copernicus is the Earth observation component of the Eurosur Fusion Services. So you have to imagine like a platform where all the information on everything that is going on at the external borders, it's fed so that the border authorities can have access and then support themselves or Frontex supporting member states in operations. Of course, this is not done only via the platforms, but we also collect direct, specific, tailored requests from member states and Schengen-associated countries. We have a catalog of services that we provide to member states. When it comes to Copernicus, we deliver 17 products, which are categorized in reports, map and cartographic products. And we are developing now digital and interactive products also to have them more digitalized. So basically, this is how we support concretely. Thanks.
No, thanks. It was very clear that you really work on demand and then prepare tailor-made solutions for the member states. And let me continue with the last questions and also again to the JRCC, because you mentioned a lot of fantastic examples, but can you expand this, how is this, you see this in the more in the regional and international context, how you work? And know that there was last week's commander meeting even here in Cyprus. Can you explain a bit more how you work? Is this the international cooperation?
Yeah. Just to say that in search and rescue, we are following the IAMSAR manual. It's under the IMO ICAO. And so there is a global SAR concept, let's say, so everyone on Earth is working with the same way. This also enables us to work the same way with our neighboring countries in the region. So we have also signed agreements with all countries in our neighborhood, Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, and Greece, of course, and Israel. Regarding the YMCC, we are also proud to serve also the distress alerts for Israel since the 1st of April this year. We are also serving Israel. Before us, they were receiving alerts from Bari, Italy. So we are now responsible for them. The plan is if something occurs in the middle distance, let's say, of Cyprus and a neighboring nation, for example, Egypt, so the effort is going to be collective. Because as I said, the purpose of all of this is to save the human life. So the effort is going to be collective, and we have these agreements that will describe how we will manage the COSPAS-SARSAT alerts, how we will distribute the satellite images from Copernicus, how we will exchange communications, SAT communications, for example, or if in a later stage we manage to develop an AI tool or a decision-making tool in our ops room, this is going to be available also to the neighboring countries to address these kind of incidents. This is the way that CRSQ is working in a global level.
Oh, thank you, Christos. Very interesting, and again, also important that you underlined again that you'd use space data to save lives. No? So I think this is really, we have not really put this in the forefront, but it's so important what we do there. Yeah, we are good in time, therefore I would like to open the floor also to the audience. As said, we gave some short information on some areas, but I think it was just a flavor how space is used in civil protection. So I would really like to open the floor for 2-3 questions from the audience, if there are some interesting questions to our panelists.
One question. Thanks. I'm Lubna Qaryuti from Global Safe Hub. I have just one question. So how can space-enabled services tools support the vulnerable communities, especially in context of limited technical capacity?
It's for me?
I think for...
Frontex?
Yes, thank you.
There's a possibility to monitor, of course, it's not really much matching with our mandate, but what Copernicus is doing, and also under other security services, not for border surveillance, but there are a lot of activities that, for instance, are carried out by other agency in monitoring, for instance, internally displaced camps. This is very much used. It's Earth observation technology. It's very much used for this type of monitoring. It can help when we talk about Frontex. For instance, to predict which are the migration flows towards the EU, to enable then border authorities to get prepared and then support, for instance, for search and rescue operation, or at least to prepare authorities of European states in reception procedures of migrants arriving. This, I would say, like analyzing satellite imagery and predicting like where the flows are. We do a lot of risk analysis, which also entails forecasts of migration flows. I think this can at least help us preparing for being ready for managing arrivals.
Thank you.
So, further question. I see one here in the front. Yeah.
Do you think on decrease the visit time to be a real crisis response?
Can you please repeat? It's for me?
For Frontex.
Yes. Can you repeat, please? Sorry.
Yes. Are there plans to decrease the visit time for the Constellation? Because I believe you have a visit time about 5 days for the fleet, not per satellite.
Okay, when it comes to Copernicus Sentinels, actually, yes, we have to work a bit more, but we are also very much in contact with commercial providers, and with that we can reach a more frequent revisit time. And we are also attentioning it in service evolution when we are in contact with small and medium enterprises. Under the Copernicus contributing missions, so we have category 1, we have new companies that are currently launching a new constellation, which will enable us to have a more frequent revisit time. So yes, I think it's maybe Tobias wants to complement when it comes to the Sentinels, but we are relying a lot also on other commercial providers, definitely, under the Copernicus contributing missions, definitely.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I think we can take one further question there in the middle on the left side. And
hi, I would like to ask a question to Mr. Christos Kangas. So when you showed us the like around Cyprus, like how much sea surface like Cyprus controls, I'm not sure exactly if that's the right word. There were some places that were, for example, near Greece or near Turkey that Cyprus has still sent ships to. Like, do you get like SOS signals from here and you send ship there, or like do you get like get asked from Greece or from Turkey to send help here?
Yeah, the graph that I showed was the search and rescue region of Cyprus. So we have the obligation to offer search and rescue services to the whole extent of the area. Just to say, historically, this was the area was a product of the Chicago Convention of 1944. It was at that time they divided the earth into flight information rules, FIRs, areas that we are controlling the airplane movements. So because search and rescue was a product of ICAO, let's say, it's a product of the aviation industry. So we have there was a decision to correlate the FIRs with the search and rescue regions. In 1944, Cyprus was a British colony, so the Brits took this area for themselves. We become an independent nation in 1960, so we inherit this whole region as a service area. The assets that we have now in our disposal allows us to visit the farthest point of the search and rescue region. The farthest is 185 nautical miles, the farthest point. So we can go there in approximately 1 hour, 30 minutes. Our Helos needs about 30 minutes to deploy, so we can be there in 2 hours. Of course, if we need to operate in this position, the farthest point, then we will need a cooperation with the neighboring state to bring the rescued people to the neighboring state. This is why we have the MOUs. This is why we have created this cooperation with Egypt, with Israel, with Syria, and with Lebanon. What happens, I suppose the question is, what happens if something occurs in the northern side or the northern maritime area? We have also in our disposal a great weapon. This is called the merchant shipping industry. Under SOLAS, if we request for a merchant ship to execute a searching operation on behalf of the Republic of Cyprus, then the ship is obliged to follow our instructions. So if something happens on the north end, and we cannot send, for obvious reasons, we cannot send our Helos because there is a dangerous situation for our crews, then we will move and we will coordinate the operation with vessels in the vicinity from the merchant ship fleet. And this is happening quite often because we have the good thing is that we have the Cyprus MCC in the same room with the Jersey land guys, in the same room literally. So we are receiving the alert the moment that the beacon is burst, then we receive directly the alert inside our ops room. So we have this advantage, we can dispatch quickly the assistance. And this allows us to be there first and to do the operation. In case that we have difficulties, we will execute the operation with vessels in the vicinity of the incident. I don't know if this is sufficient.
Yeah, but what I had asked is that, like, when you showed us the places that Cyprus, I think the operations were 2025, if I remember well, there were some that were outside of the zone of Cyprus, like they were near the coast of Greece or the coast of Turkey.
Yeah, I will give an example. We have the previous week, we have a situation in a French frigate. It was French ship Surcouf. They are coming from Greece to Cyprus. A person on board the French frigate suffered a heart attack. He was traveling towards Cyprus, so we sent our Helo and evacuated the person, even though he was outside the search and rescue region. Again, this is an example of cooperating with the neighboring, RCC Piraeus in this example, cooperating with the neighboring country. It depends the movement of the vessel, and etc. There are several factors when we are addressing a search and rescue operation. And this is why we are talking about the regional SAR, and we have also some plans to do a regional SAR committee in the future.
Thank you.
No, thanks again for this interesting questions, now also details from the audience. I would like to give a big thanks to our panelists. It was so interesting to see really how space is used in the area of civil protection, and we think civil protection, but it's in the end really for the protection of the citizens and to save life. So I think it was a super interesting insight how many facets we have, how really space information is used in this interesting and challenging sector for the future. So I would like to close the session and would like to ask for a big applause for the panelists to close the session. Thank you.
Right, we're nearly there. We are down to our last panel, and I have already dressed for the cocktail later, so apologies for my informal appearance this evening. I want to invite Thomas Halaska up to the stage, who will be our moderator. Please join me in welcoming him and our final finalists.
Thank you, Alex. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the very last panel discussion on this first day, where we will discuss space economy from vision to growth. As you've heard already many times today, the space economy is projected to grow up to 1.5 or 6 trillion euro by 2035, which indeed represents a great potential for Europe's space sector to scale up. To be able to use this opportunity, we really need to make sure that the European space ecosystem will work together in a very close manner. That is why I'm very happy that we have 5 speakers here today representing various stakeholders, and I would like to kindly invite you all to stage. We have Maria Kalama, Managing Director of Open Cosmos Agen. We have Ilias Alexopoulos, representative from the Cyprus Space Industry Association. We have Demetris Kourides, Chief Scientist for Research, Innovation and Technology of the Republic of Cyprus. We have Fiametta Diani, Head of Space, Downstream Market and Innovation at the European Union Agency for the Space Programme, and Vasilis Kaloulakos, CEO of ISAI Hellas. Thank you very much all for joining us today. In the discussion, I would like to focus on 2 main topics. The first one would be sort of what are the barriers, but also opportunities for a European space ecosystem to scale up, given the prediction that the economy should offer such a great potential. And in the second part, we would focus a bit more on access to finance or procurement. So without further ado, Maria, let's start with the private sector. In Open Cosmos, you're currently in the process of delivering 7 satellites to Greece, 7 out of 13 national satellites, which is indeed quite a challenging and big task and a big responsibility. So my question would be, have you managed to build a value chain that you would establish mainly in Europe, a European value chain?
Okay, so let me just first start on what it is that we do at Open Cosmos, right? And I'll be very, very brief. We do 4 things. So we build space missions for any customer. We have the Open Constellation. It is actually the biggest federated constellation of Earth observation satellites. So the 7 satellites for Greece that you've mentioned, they're part of this constellation together with Spain, Portugal, and the United Kingdom. We also have a data platform, and the last product is connectivity, right? So we have been successful in securing a very important asset for Europe, which is high priority Ka-band spectrum rights. And at the back of that, we have launched and we are launching a connectivity constellation, okay? Now, I'm the managing director for Open Cosmos in Greece, which is, why, we do a lot at Open Cosmos, but obviously I'll focus on what we do in Greece. So, it is true that we are delivering 7 satellites from Greece, and it is also very true that we built everything up from the ground, right, from zero in the country. But I think we were very lucky, because even if you think that there is no space, a mature space landscape in Greece, actually we find a lot of good skills. And this is in fact thanks to the European Commission programs, and thanks to obviously the European Space Agency programs. So we were actually able to build a supply chain. So we have 13 partners and subcontractors in Greece. Some of them are actually included in the space hardware. So they do panels, and they actually do components, right? And so can we have a pan-European or a 100% European supply chain? I think if we build that from Greece, certainly we can build it across Europe.
Mm-hmm. And when you actually managed to find those 13 partners in Greece, have you also encountered any challenges in finding all those partners?
Yes, of course. So, I mean, we had to upskill quite a few people. So, for example, if I mentioned the panels, we had to transfer some technology on how we place the cells in the panel. So there was actually, we did have to invest in those partnerships, but that is what we said we would do. And in fact, that is not only what we do in Greece, we do it in any of the geographies that we operate in.
Mm-hmm. All right. And would you also say, let's say, what was the impact of Open Cosmos receiving this order from the Greek government? So did it have, let's say, a far-reaching positive impact on the company in terms of how also you're perceived by, let's say, investors or on the market itself?
Yes, of course, because again, as I said, it is. I mean, obviously, any contract increases the value and the valuation of the business, right? But apart from that, I think it is, the fact that, as I said, we were flexible and risk enough to go in a new territory, set up and deliver. I think, this is something that investors would look favorably at, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. So actually staying still in the private sector, Vasilis, in ISI, you've been contributing to the Copernicus contributing missions already since 2021, which is indeed not a national initiative, but a EU-wide initiative. How would you say that it impacted ISI in this respect?
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Good evening, everybody. It impacted ISI in a very positive way. ISI is a company that designs, builds, and launches SAR satellites for Earth observation. The company was founded in 2014, and since 2018, we have launched over 70 satellites. We have the biggest SAR constellation globally at the moment. So our participation in the Copernicus contributing mission was, I would say, crucial for us to demonstrate let's say, the operational value of the commercial SAR data. So the Copernicus contributing missions provided this trusted framework, right, for ISI and other commercial companies to help integrate commercial SAR data within the workflows of institutional users. So I think that gave us this trusted framework to prove ourselves, the value of the technology, and some elements like the quality of the data, the revisit, so the frequency with which we're able to deliver data. And I would say that this contributing mission held our hand towards growing and maturing from, let's say, simpler use cases, the ice melting monitoring, towards use cases with emergency response characteristics. For example, data being used by Frontex, right? It helped demonstrate the value of quick tasking and using the data. And also, I think the other important element is that we saw that this operational procurement proved more valuable when it came to adoption of commercial SAR as opposed to just supporting R&D activities, right? And this institutional framework also demonstrated the value that the commercial companies now bring to the European resilience, to the effort for European resilience from space.
Okay, thank you very much. So that was, let's say, on the upstream part. Now we can move a bit to the downstream part, for which we have Fiammetta here today from EUSPA. As some of you could have seen, Fiammetta today had the privilege to present the new EU Space Market Report. So Fiammetta, could you maybe tell us a little bit more what are the current most pull segments in downstream, but also what are the future ones where we could see the opportunities and emerging companies, but also investment in this segment?
Yes, thanks and good afternoon, everybody. Indeed, when we talk about space economy, often we think of upstream directly. So we think launchers, we think commercial space station, exploitation of the moon. But in reality, the big part of the space economy still comes from the downstream. So from the utilization of the data and the signals that we produce in the market, so-called downstream, so in the various application market. All the studies converge on the fact that the big part is in the downstream. But let's come to these numbers, what they are, because we published today the new market report. This time we called it EU Space, so we cover all the components of our program of the EU. And what we can learn from it. First of all, we learned that there are three big macro trends that will characterize the next decade. The first one, unfortunately, is the global uncertainty. So, in other words, we are faced to different challenges that open also an opportunity for space. That is, space help to create the awareness, help to manage the risks, and help to act in case of crisis. The other macro trend that we see is the globalization, so the emerging of regional ecosystem and the crisis of the value chain, and this is to be taken into account also for the downstream. And the last one is the low Earth orbit revolution, so more and more constellation and satellites in low Earth orbit. And about the market, so we see a growth from 3.5 to 8 billion in revenues for Earth observation, so a better growth than what we forecasted last time in the next decade. And we see a growth also in GNSS from 300 billions to 580 billions worldwide. So we have a quite growing compartment in front of us in the two main applications that lead the sector. So it's still an area to invest, we would say. And how Europe is doing, so we have a remarkable market share worldwide, more than 40% in Earth observation, and more than 20% in GNSS. But this leading position can be eroded very quickly. So we will have to work on having a domestic demand. We can go back to it maybe later in our discussion, to be able to defend this position still of leadership or close to leadership. And you asked me also about what are the segments. We analyzed 16 of them. I would say that the segment where I would invest are all the ones related to resilience and to risk assessment. So from climate resilience, as well as all the security and defense aspects. We don't analyze directly defense in our report, but we do analyze EU border security and internal security of the Union. And we see that there will be a growth, and all the climate resilience, so for example, so insurance and finance, energy, all the ones that are linked to it.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very interesting to hear these impressive numbers and indeed this positive outline for the future. Let us move a bit regionally now. So I would move to you, Demetris. In Cyprus in 2022, you have published Vision 2035, which also includes topics related to space. So my question would be, how does this vision actually intend to scale up the Cypriot space industry? Sure. Yeah, seems to work. Perfect.
Thank you
so
very
just to
much.
repeat the question, sorry. So in 2022 in Cyprus, you have published the Vision 2035. I believe it also includes some chapters that are related to space. And my question would be, how is this vision intending to scale up the Cypriot space industry? What are the necessary steps for the space industry to, let's say, achieve or to do in order to achieve the goals that you outlined in the vision?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me actually, I know I'm the last one coming in from the Cypriot delegation here, but welcome, a warm welcome to all of you. I saw that you had the key minister basically opening up the session earlier. So let me just go back for a second and just say that when we were developing our national strategy or our Cyprus Vision 2035, it was all about establishing Cyprus as a safe, secure place to live, work, and do business in. And then under each ministry, we cascaded that as to how do you develop. So for us, at the Deputy Ministry of Research Policy and Innovation, it's all about establishing Cyprus as a research hub, a technology hub, and innovation hub. And then each one layer underneath goes into more detail. So our national R&I strategy from a perspective of research and innovation has 7 focus areas. One of that is space, and that is an emerging, let's say, focus area for us. I see that we have here the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Komodromos, and also Mr. Kagouras Andronikos, who are basically on one side the acting Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, and also the gentleman leading basically the Cyprus Space Office. So I commend all of the efforts that are being here. Now, space for us, imagine we are an island or a country based off sun, and we had to rapidly look at how do we develop relevancy in an era where you basically need what, as we call here during our presidency,
sovereignty in digital. And it was all about starting with, you know, building that society of information related to modernized space technologies, building the initial steps that would really help us build an ecosystem, a space ecosystem. And for us, you know, when we talk about space ecosystem, yes, we cannot all be on one side, meaning building technologies. Either this is, for example, hardware or, you know, satellite communication. But on the other side, we cannot all be on the downstream. I mean, we're very small. But what we do have is brilliant researchers and brilliant, let's say, colleagues out there in the market who have come across from the industry, have brought, you know, know-how from, you know, from the US, from France, from other areas that are really helping us build. Now, as you start building such an ecosystem, you need to first of all work on the enablement and basically the awareness, but you also need to make sure that your ecosystem and your cluster has those infrastructure components for them to be able to really start working. And when we talk about infrastructure, it's not only the ground stations, it's not only, you know, for example, hardware that we'll actually use to certify, for example, operations. It's a series of items. So one of the major elements that I think we're very proud to see is that we have from the Eratos Center of Excellence the concept of the Space BIC, which basically allows us or the ecosystem partners to really start innovating, taking these innovations and really incubating them and fastly accelerating. On the other side, I also wear the hat of the chairman of the Research Innovation Foundation, where we've invested in a strategic infrastructure on another project that is called the Space Research Center. So I think you have various components that bring the strategy together. You have the knowledge, the programs, the direction, the infrastructure, both for entry point innovation that is incubating and also for the ones that are going to be bigger where you may want to design and certify something that is more complex. But what's very important is that there is a very, very heavy tilt to balance what we call, you know, fundamental research with applied translational research and innovation. And I think that is reflected from our national space strategy, which has been actually launched through the permanent secretary and his team, the work and the effort to really bring about, you know, like a national space law, which also, you know, entitles and regulates the activities that are happening, and a very, very vibrant ecosystem. So I came in, I just landed into Cyprus effectively in September 23, but I was very surprised to see that we have organizations working here with other organizations across the world. I mean, on last week, before my trip to India with the president, there was the launch of the the iSpace unit with India, the cooperation that is being done with, for example, other players, and a lot of focus on integrating with the European community. So I think what we're building is the essential elements of the ecosystem that enabled and are enabled by the guidance of the strategy, which I think is a strategy that is very focused. We have obviously satellite communications, we have a focus on Earth observation, we have a focus on, you know, I think I would call it satellite navigation. I heard Christos before talking about, you know, the search and rescue. And from then there are other subcomponents or sub-areas of focus that are very, very important. So I think we are reiterating and going around what I would call an innovation life cycle that allows each one of our ecosystem partners you know, to really come in and be part of the supply chain, use the tools that are there to start developing this expertise. And I think what we're seeing in terms of commitments, I think we're seeing a lot of progress. So I think, again, I'll thank the two gentlemen from the ministry who are basically spearheading it. It's a lot of hard work when you only have less than 900,000 Spartans in the country, right? And a smaller percentage even focused on space. I see here Mr. Protopappas, who is, I think, the key chief commander of Hellsat, which basically is one of the major partners in the satellites we have in orbit. And I would say that as we look forward, we know very well where our gaps are and where we need to make those investments so that we basically, you know, close the entire palette of infrastructures that we have or we need for us to really bring the industry closer and really make sure that we focus on creating added value. And closing, I would say that a few months ago when I participated in a think tank session in the East, where Europe was talking with, how do we call it, with the partners. There was a very big talk about space tech, right? And how the complete world is changing with all of these, I think areas, either it's drone navigated technologies, etc. And as you see, making sure that Europe is autonomous, is sovereign, and has its own capabilities is very important. We're trying to the smaller extent to build these competencies slowly here in Cyprus. Again, closing back on our strategy, space is one of our emerging ecosystems that we're building on. And I think we are, I think in a good direction.
Thank you very much for delivering the vision in such a clear manner. And I will actually follow on a couple of the things that you mentioned, like essential elements of the ecosystem that you need to build them. And I'm very happy that Ilias is here with us today, who's here representing the Space Industry Association of Cyprus. So Ilias, could you tell us a little bit more how is actually the Cypriot space industry ready to deliver to these ambitions of Vision 2035? And potentially what are also the strengths of the Cypriot space industry?
Thank you for the question and the opportunity to be here. So the space industry of Cyprus has a history, although we are recently started talking about space because of the various geopolitical incidents and the trends that space now is trending high. Space was more obscure in the past for the world, in the mind of people. However, there were, thanks to the government of Cyprus, the PEX program from ESA started and fostered a set of companies and institutions and universities and other entities like centers of excellence and provided the capability to all these entities to evolve and learn from these concepts and get involved with the space industry of ESA in one way or another, and provided them the means to be able to find their own niche inside this space and do their innovations and get the expertise that they need to move on. So there is a significant, I can say, critical mass of companies that have the capabilities to compete directly to the European space landscape, I believe, with niche technologies. And also this will help to increase this amount, to attract more companies to get into that, which we are interested as an association. But because part of the association is to promote and get funding for the various opportunities we have in Europe, and the other part is to bring more companies to apply space technologies on Earth, because as you said, it's not only the upstream, there are downstream applications. There are applications that rely on space, like search and rescue, or devices, GPS. I mean, television, it's a lot of applications that are based on space and people don't know it. So we have to expand this to the general public and say, space is not something for the few people, it's something for everyone.
I couldn't agree more. Indeed, the space is not only companies manufacturing satellites and launchers, but it's way wider sector. So I think it's a very good approach that you're having, that you're trying to onboard a wide variety of companies to deliver to this ambition.
Yeah, it's also, there are other things that, for example, in order to build an ecosystem, which we have built, but if you want to expand, you need more people. So we need to attract students from the universities to say, there is this industry as well. It's not only the things you knew in the past. So there is a lot of things we can do.
Good, thank you. Well, at least you have the association here in Cyprus to take this lead on. So that's in a good hands, I believe. Okay, moving to the second topic of this panel discussion would be a bit more the access to finance or procurement, which is indeed an indispensable part of, let's say, succeeding in the sector. So back to you, Maria. So in Open Cosmos, how do you actually deal with raising investment rounds, attracting investment, and not only the private one, but also the public one?
Yes, so we kind of do a mix, right? So we do have a mix of grants, especially for sort of R&D and innovation. Then obviously we have contracts. I've always said myself that the best source of investment is sales, right? So and obviously we fundraise. We have fundraised 2 years ago. We will fundraise as and when we need it. Now, how do we find fundraising in Europe? And I have to be clear with you, we only do European funds. It's very important for us, right, to be a European funded company, so we only do European funds. And I think these are very good times, I have to say. So the VC market now and the investment market is structured. It is very capital efficient, which means that it doesn't waste money, right? And as I said, it's very structured. So if I can talk about Greece, because obviously that's the market I know best, right? So we now have VC funds that do anything from angel up to, in fact, even what we call institutional investors, right? So Greece's growth fund has invested recently in an AI facility. So Greece now covers the broader spectrum of investments, and it's a quite structured market, right? Now, is everything great? Are we at the level of the US? I mean, I'd say no. And in fact, you can answer that question by looking at the recent IPO brochure for SpaceX, right? I mean, could we ever claim that our valuation is 90% of revenue? Certainly not, right? So we still, therefore, in a way, lag behind as to how we can value in the future, right? And, how do we invest in companies where where we look at the forward revenue? Again, if you look at SpaceX, like the vast majority of the revenues is all like forward-based, right? So again, we are not of that mindset still.
Okay, but at least good to know that you're not having big troubles to raise this investment in Europe, because indeed, as you've mentioned, we're slightly lagging behind the US or maybe China, but at least we can see the positive trend that
we don't struggle
in Europe it's growing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's indeed a good news. And in the same topic, I would also move to Vasilis from ICEYE, because also you've managed in past years to raise and attract hundreds of millions of euros in Europe. So what were, let's say, maybe for you, the most useful tools that are available in Europe? But also, on the other hand, what tools you think that you would, let's say, welcome as a company that could further support you with raising even more money or in the future investment rounds?
Yeah. So ICEYE has raised over $700 million from the US as well, full disclosure, right? So it's European money, but it's Silicon Valley money as well, right? Raising private capital is very, very difficult. Also, ICEYE is using a mix of private capital and government grants. I think when it comes to raising private capital, depends on the stage of the company, right? When you start as a startup, it basically somebody will give you money in exchange of a promise that your company will survive and will pay them back. So there's a lot of grilling. The investors have to believe into the founder, the founding team. And I think ultimately as the company progresses, raising money is attached to your ability to penetrate the market that you're building your product for. I think that in our case, what worked well was the fact that also through the Copernicus contributing mission that we discussed earlier, we had the opportunity to prove the operational value of the technology. And given that, and if an investor has conviction that intelligence from space is a market that people will be willing, when I say people, it's governments, right? That governments will be willing to take money out of their pocket and pay you, right, to sell them your product that ultimately solves some of their problems, then if you get people convinced that, yes, somebody will pay me to sell them my product, then you will raise capital. I think In our case, the company is designed around what we call, let's say, a product-based approach. So we build a product that we think solves people's needs, regardless of, let's say, what funding opportunities there are out there. And that's the role of the private capital, because the private capital is not necessarily pegged to a specific product that you need to develop, right? You need to have conviction that you're developing a product that ultimately, like I said earlier, somebody will take money out of their pocket and pay you, right? So I think that's, in a nutshell, our story when it comes to fundraising. I think what is missing, I don't know, I think maybe some more, but I think we're getting there, some more, let's say, belief and conviction at a European level, policy level, government level, that commercial companies can contribute more and more to the European capability for resiliency. And I think the quicker this understanding is realized at a political level, the more opportunity the commercial companies will have to prove themselves and their value. And then this is a virtuous circle, because the more you prove yourself and you penetrate the market, the more capital you raise.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. Now we also have somebody, let's say, from the institutional perspective here, Fiametta from EUSPA. So in EUSPA, you recently introduced a new initiative that's called Make It With Space, which indeed targets European companies. So could you tell us a little bit more, what is this initiative about, and how does it tend to support companies also through this sort of investment?
Yeah, thanks, Tomasz. But let me link to what was said by Maria and by Vasilis, because I think it's important. So Maria said the best investment is sales, and that I think is a nice sentence. So I think with Cassini and what we did, we improved a lot the investment scenario in space in Europe. So we have now, we started with very few VC that were investing. We have now more than 100 investors in Europe, some of them backed up by the union, but some other that came spontaneously. So we mobilized a completely new investment scenario, of which the companies are benefiting. Maybe what we still miss is the big tickets. When the companies arrive to later stage, it's a bit more difficult, and we are working on it. But as Maria said, and Vasilis also with a contributing mission, is give me a market. This is what I need to grow in reality. And so with the initiative Make It With Space, we started to reflect how we can shift from a more supply side driven policy, that is what we did till now, so we give money to companies to realize new products, to more how can we create a demand in Europe that is stronger for space data than what is today. And we came up with this precursor, we call it, a first procurement that was out now. It's called Make It With Space, because the full idea is for the companies that are not space companies, are energy companies, insurance. If you want to do a process that you normally do without using space, we want you to do with space. And it's an innovative procurement in which we want really to stimulate the demand and the last mile. We want also SME and startups on board, and so it will remain open so that the winner of this procurement will have to onboard additional startups and SME along the way to propose not new products, but new customers and new demand. So this is a bit the concept behind. If it will work, we would like to scale it up in the next MFF and to make it even wider. So this shift from supply to demand is exactly what we think we need now. And to link it back with our market report, there we also observed that the demand in Europe is not growing spontaneously. So while in Asia Pacific is growing for many factors, in Europe is a bit, let's say, stable or even slightly declining in the last decade. So this is where we need to create more market and more opportunity. And this is why also we came up with a vision for the space economy that now we would like to make a reality, and Make It With Space is the first concrete action that we put in place.
I think it's very important and interesting to hear actually that while the industry representatives here highlighted the fact that companies need some sort of validation and opportunity to validate their operationality through similar initiatives like Copernicus contributing missions. So I think it's very good to mention that the Make It With Space actually is having similar objective while focusing on slightly different companies. But again, as we mentioned before, space economy is very wide and many companies are fitting for that area. So coming back to Cyprus, Demetrius, as also mentioned earlier today, Cyprus became the associated member of ESA in March 2026, so very recently. So my question would be, what are Cypriot programmatic objectives in ESA, and whether you also foresee any procurement opportunities in the near future?
Thank you very much. Before answering this, let me just go back to, I think, a question that was asked earlier on about the industry and where we are. I think it's important to say that we do have successes in various areas. Either this is, for example, situational awareness, or by, for example, the Eratosthenes Center, where they have even created services like Presepri and others that are, focused on really creating that additional value for the customer. And that is very important, because if you want to attract more people into space, you need to show them, besides, I think, the forest, that there is a 1.5, let's say, trillion economy, that there is a way to get there, and it's not just very far away. And before concluding on, so that I come back to our point, we believe so much in space that in our National Research Council, we have one of the professors who come in from the actual space sector, right? Professor Anagiodos, who's actually also at the Eratosthenes Center of Excellence. So, closing this up, what we're seeing is that we have strategy aligned, we have policy aligned, and now we have the associate membership to ESA. So from our perspective, yes, we are small, right? I mean, we're committing a series of funds. I believe it's about 8.35 million euros when it goes, in target with all of the optional programs that are basically associated with the ESA membership. Either this is ARTES or it's, the GSTP, etc., which create opportunities. Now, I'll go back and I'll say that what's very important from us from a procurement perspective is we have projects that go through the institutional funding, and they're allocated, and they can actually be governed through the ministry. And on the other side, we also have that competitive funding that comes through the Research Innovation Foundation. So this creates, I would call it, two highways that get the ecosystem players to really move towards, I think, the goal point. Now, for us, again, as I said, the optional programs are there. They're important. Of course, you would see, due to our size, that most of our ecosystem would be focusing on the ARTES or basically leveraging, I think, the GSTP program pathway. However, what's important is for us to also understand that we've already built some of the infrastructure, either at Eratosthenes, or, for example, at the Space Bay area or the Cyprus Space Research, let's say, Center. And these are areas where, you can actually start going one step above. I would agree with my colleague earlier on. I would say in business terms, because I'm not, a space expert myself, we call it a flywheel. You need to build a flywheel that will make it easier for all of the engaged parties to be able to move forward. We haven't tested it yet, but for us to really accelerate basically how our ecosystem starts emerging and engaging, I think technologies, we might steal your concept, right? I mean, we're going to talk to Mr. Komadromos later on and see if we can find out how you're doing it. But what we did is we launched a program which is called AI for Government, which basically goes outside the track, and it goes through a fast-track process where basically, startups in the ecosystem can engage with ministries who want to solve special challenges. And I love this because I think that the ESA membership, the way that we have the strategy set up, our ecosystem that is, I think, new and growing, will allow us to move much faster. And I think that should be able to help us move through their procurement challenges more fast. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think for the last intervention, I would probably follow up on something that was mentioned before, and that's that in Cyprus you have many companies who are rather niche-oriented, and indeed for the Cypriot companies then to become members or part of the wider supply chains in Europe, I think very often pan-European partnerships are very important to build. So Ilias, from the Industry Association, what is, let's say, the approach or attitude to help and support to build these pan-European partnerships?
Yeah, indeed, this is true. There are a lot of angles that we plan and we do actually to help these partnerships. First of all, we go through MOUs with relevant associations in different countries. We also arrange for different exhibitions or events that our members can participate and can showcase their products and their expertise. We are also working directly because through the PEX programs we are already, some of the companies have already partners in the industrial size like Airbus, Thales or GMV, for example. So we can use these contacts for helping the ecosystem go and actually bid on the GSTP, ARTES or the general ESA programs that Cyprus is registered. So it's not, one tool does it all. We have a lot of tools that will help us, and the new companies, especially the new companies, will be more difficult. And I can tell you from experience that if you have a contact in a company, it doesn't mean anything because some other company may need the same big guy, but you need a different department. So it doesn't make, it doesn't mean that if you have a contact in one company, that another company can use it because it could be for a completely different thing. So it's, I think mostly the events will help a lot, as I see it personally, and through MOUs and associations like SME for Space that can help also provide expertise for all the companies, because there are things we don't know, a lot of things, as we evolve towards associate member, there are a lot of things that we learn all the time, from technical to business. It's a big learning curve.
Indeed, I think also for Cyprus it's quite a new era becoming associated member in ESA, which as for any other country it was in the past. So I indeed wish you lots of luck with that. Before we go to the very final remark, are there one or maybe two questions in the audience that we could address, if anybody has? If not, I don't see any hands, then we can just move to the very final, let's say, concluding remark. Because up until now, we spoke quite a lot about, let's say, the future. We mentioned the Vision 2035 that was published in Cyprus. We mentioned the vision for the European space economy that has the objective for 2050. But if we spoke, let's say, more about the contemporary situation, what, in your opinion, would be the next immediate priority that we should take in Europe to really boost the competitiveness of the space sector and to tap into the potential that the increase, or let's say the increased number of opportunities in the space economy will bring in upcoming years? Whoever wishes to take the floor first.
I can.
Thank you,
So
Maria.
if we look at the kind of like where everything's going, right, with the AI revolution. So I don't know if in Europe we have won the race of the AI models. I don't know if we have won the race of the data centers, right, the factories of that. But we certainly haven't lost the race when it comes to data, right, because data is going to fuel everything. So we still have an opportunity to have efficient procurement programs that will fuel with sovereign sources of data from space, right? That is something that we can, that is certainly in our grasp.
Thank you, Maria. Who's next? Fiammetta.
Yes, so we'll take it. I would say that we should overcome the fragmentation of our market in Europe. because we are stronger, but sometimes we lose this single market perspective, the idea to have a single market, so a company that develop a space application here in Cyprus can sell it all over Europe. This is still not the case. So I think we need to overcome it and to offer a more unified market for space data and applications in Europe.
Thank you. Demetris?
I would say that we, building on what the two ladies have said earlier on, which I agree, try to simplify the procurement access for, players that basically are building technology solutions, basically, and products for the space economy. I would really start saying that it's also important for us to believe that if we really focus on, I think, the latest, the next generation, or the frontier research, that is going to be fueling us when we look down, like 5 to 10 years ahead. So on one side, yes, we haven't won yet. The AI models were behind. We haven't won the infrastructure. We're not first in many things. But what we are very good at is, this frontier research capability. But we're not uniting all together to really, come and create, I think, answers to problems we have. And I think the fundamental item that I was very fascinated with one of the space research centers here is that they totally looked outside the box and tried to solve a problem, right? That if you applied into the limited conditions and environment you have in space, if you bring it down to Earth, it will work. So I think that that mindset change, that we can actually create this novelty and really move fast, that we can be as attractive, to really facilitate this pathways that we require. And I think focus. I mean, we need to change our mindset and really be more focused on creating this, making sure that, right, we're not going to be the last ones on this race too. So that's my 2 cents of take.
Thank you, Demetris. Liz?
Yeah, no, my view is that we know that Europe has technological dependencies. Maria said it. From the data centers, infrastructure is like, this isn't great for Europe's future, but Europe has capabilities. We have evidence now. We can build stuff in Europe. So I think Europe needs more to increase the risk tolerance level in believing into the European players that can build technology and technology that works. I'll call it Constellation Europe. Europe needs thousands of satellites, not 10 or 20 or 50 or 100, thousands. How many satellites does China have? I don't know. Too many thousand, I guess. So somebody needs to build those satellites. That somebody includes the commercial industry. We need to form consortia and partnerships and everything, but the commercial industry has a big role to play in this endeavor. So I think we know what we need. We know who can build and deliver. We just need to, kick it off, because I think the time is yesterday for that, not tomorrow.
Thank you, Vasilis. And Elias, final words?
Yeah, I have many thoughts. I would agree with a change of mindset. I would say that first we need to think of problems we haven't solved yet, or they are not solved very well. Because, okay, I hear that we need to send more satellites, but what is the effect on the environment on that? Nobody knows. So I would say, and go further, maybe there is another way to do it. So we have to innovate, and we have to put down what are the problems and how we can solve it, either through space or in combination with space. And the last thought I have is, we're talking about the Earth. I mean, for me, space exploration is something we don't discuss. We always discuss about commercialization, which I think one way or another we will find it out. But we also think ahead of time, because today is Earth, tomorrow will be Moon or Mars. It will not be tomorrow, but it will be at some point. So I think first thing we have to figure out ways to solve the problems with the technology that's available, including space and fusion of space technology with other technologies, and also look at the future, as Thomas said, that we have to look through even to the moon or further.
Yeah, just
Indeed.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something, and I think it's always important because sometimes commercialization means very different things to people. So I'll take an example of, I think everybody knows, Elon Musk, right? So you see, for example, him inventing a company called X.AI, training X.AI basically on a lot of data, then applying it on Twitter, and now this, let's say, acquisition of that by SpaceX, right? The reason is very simple. He's bringing in a commercialized, viable solution that is working, and he will actually use all of the space data that his satellites and his systems have to train it. And I think what I wanted to say here is that in the room we have various providers that are either, SATCOM providers or, they have satellites in orbit. It's important for us to, as we look at what we need to change the mindset, to also say that we don't need to reinvent everything that we know is working just for us to say that we built this, right? Let's build on what we actually have. Make sure that we're focusing ourselves on frontier type of challenges, and that will actually be where we can reset the race to make sure that we're actually running from the same start line. Because when you start the line and you're like 300 meters behind and you continue to want to reinvent the same things, you will always be 300, 500, and 600 meters behind. So I think, sorry for intervening, I think that was just a parting thought. Thank you.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much for complementing what was said before. And yeah, I would like to thank you all very much for all the interesting thoughts that you brought up during the panel discussion. I think it was very interesting to hear what has helped you in your journeys when it comes to the private sector, what is also the strategy of the private sector, and what is the strategy of the public sector, and how we can actually all together work together and build European space economy stronger. So thank you very much again for participating in the panel, and round of applause for our speakers.
Thank you so much for that, our final panel. We've got a couple more treats in store for you before the final treat, of course, of the cocktails for today. We saw Galileo in action just in the last 24 hours right here in Cyprus, and we wanted to look at a recap of that. We saw a search and rescue drill by the JRCC here in Cyprus. We have a little video of that, and then, of course, our final speaker before we head poolside for the cocktails. Let's have a look.
There are three main types of emergency distress beacons: the ELT, which is installed on aircraft, the EPIRB, used in maritime environments, and the PLB, or personal locator beacon, designed for individual use. What we have here is a personal locator beacon. It is a compact device designed for use by individuals at sea, in remote areas, or during outdoor activities, to indicate a distress situation and inform the responsible authorities. This specific device is one of the newer models and also has return link service capabilities. While regular PLBs only emit their signal, an RLS-capable beacon sends a confirmation signal back to the user, letting them know that their distress alert has been successfully received and that rescue authorities have been notified. That blue blinking light essentially says, "We have received your signal, we know where you are, keep fighting, and we are on our way."
Here we are at the end of day one. I'll introduce our final speaker in a moment. I just want to first thank you all for today for being such a wonderful gang, a wonderful audience. After this, crucially, through that corridor, by the pool, cocktails for everybody provided by the Cypriot presidency, for which we thank them very much. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce Andronikos Kakouras, who is the acting director of the Department of Electronic Communications here in Cyprus, for our final word. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. You've been an excellent host, so I would like to give an applause for our warm host from Poland. I saw you last year at Sonic Dance. You've been very professional, like last year, but this year will be more warm with the people. I guess it must be the climate change. Okay. Distinguished guests, colleagues and members of the European space community, as we bring the first day of EU Space Days 2026 to a close for the first day, I want to begin by reflecting on the incredible energy that has filled this hall since we gathered this morning. Alex opened the day with a light-hearted note to the Belgian weather that follows some of our guests from Brussels. However, it is clear that the Cypriot sun and our shared passion for the stars have since taken full control of the atmosphere. It is a profound privilege for the Department of Electronic Communications and the Cyprus Space Office to be part of such a distinguished assembly here in Nicosia. On behalf of the Cypriot Presidency of the Council of the EU, I wish to extend my deepest gratitude to our co-organizers, the European Commission, DEFIS, which tireless efforts have made this landmark event possible. This gathering is not merely a ceremonial milestone, it is a strategic manifestation of our presidency's motto, an autonomous union open to the world. Today, we have proven that Europe's capacity to act independently in space is not a call for isolation, but a prerequisite for engaging as a peer on the global stage. I will try to be brief and give you a synopsis of what have been said. Our discussion today were anchored by the visionary addresses of this morning, which set a high bar for our collective ambition. Commissioner Andrius Kubilius reminded us that the space economy is set to triple in size within the next decade, and for Europe to lead, we must get down to business on both the commercial and defense fronts. He presented a clear mandate. We must develop a 360-degree defense posture that includes defense of space and space for defense to protect our continent from evolving threats. This sentiment was echoed also by our Deputy Minister, Dr. Nikodimos Damianou, who asserted that space technology is no longer an elite luxury, but an essential infrastructure, driving our national resilience, digital transition, and economic diversification. For Cyprus, space is a foundational layer of a modern society, securing our infrastructure and enabling our transition towards sustainability. Also, the insights from the member of the European Parliament, Mr. Kostas Mavridis, reminded us of our geopolitical gravity in an increasingly contested orbital environment marked by anti-satellite weapons and electronic warfare. He called for an EU defense union that protects our strategic identity and protects our interests from the Mediterranean to the Arctic. From Earth to orbit, flying to the EU flag higher. First discussion. Our opening panel from Earth to orbit set the stage by redefining European strategic autonomy as a vital tool for global leadership. Discussions centered on three pillars: independent launch capability, strict supply chain integrity, and preventing foreign control. By embracing digital reconfigurability, we are ensuring our satellites evolve in real time. This visionary approach comes to life through IRIS², delivering secure, high-speed connectivity to safeguard and empowering every European citizen. Next topic was EU Space for a Strongest European Defense. Our second panel, EU Space for Stronger European Defense, delivered a sober consensus. The era of space as a purely civil sanctuary is over. Discussions focused on proactive deterrence against searching threats like jamming, spoofing, and hostile orbital assets. Guided by operational intelligence from SAT-CEN and frontline insights from EU defense authorities, the panel emphasized hardening infrastructure through Galileo's encrypted public regulated service and next-generation on-board threat detection. Ultimately, the session proved that safeguarding European sovereignty requires a resilient, unified defense posture where every member state contributes high-value, dual-use technology to protect our shared frontiers. Our third panel, Strengthening Europe's Competitiveness and Resilience, charted our path from a space participation to a global space power. To win this race, we must back our ambition with a bold 1.5% gross national income funding benchmark. Sorry about that. By shattering the protection trap, initiatives like Cassini will empower our SMEs to scale dynamically. Europe's competitive edge lies in vertical integration, weaving space-based innovation directly into the fabric of our digital, automotive, and pharmaceutical industry. Next panel was about European space sovereignty, from raw materials to orbit, proof that true independence begins long before a satellite reaches the launch pad. Discussions emphasized that securing critical raw materials and pioneering a sovereign launcher value chain are absolute prerequisites for autonomy. By balancing strategic components in space exploration with strict control over critical infrastructure, Europe is actively building a resilient, secure, end-to-end supply chain capable of protecting our assets from the ground. Next, we have strengthening safety, resilience, and sustainability in space. Our fifth panel focused on the EU Space Act that marks a transformative shift from legal fragmentation to a unified single market that anchors our shared ambitions. By replacing the Wild West with a predictable, performance-based rulebook, we are finally ending the era where Europe seeds what others harvest. Together, we anchor our core values of safety, resilience, and sustainability into the stars. This strategic asset will fuel commercial innovation and global competitiveness, empowering our industry to co-shape the future of the cosmos with enduring confidence. Next, from space to society, supporting crisis response. Our sixth panel demonstrated how Copernicus and Galileo have evolved into essential life-saving tools. Through the expertise of Frontex, Cyprus Civil Defense, and JRCC, we saw how regional hubs like CRAF significantly bolster maritime security and disaster response. By fully embedding space capabilities into a Union's civil protection mechanisms, we transform monitoring into active decision support. This integration fosters European solidarity, ensuring a coordinated, resilient future that protects every citizen across the Union. Last panel was about space economy from vision to growth. Our final panel underscored the immense opportunity within a projected 1.6 trillion market by prioritizing downstream innovation and fostering regional hubs across Greece and Cyprus. We are securing a robust European supply chain. Shifting toward operational procurement accelerates our new space ecosystem, ensuring strategic and delivering the tangible benefits essential for a resilient, sovereign European future. Also, it is very important to say, as our chief scientist of Cyprus said, that together, if we put together of the different layers of research and innovation in order to promote scientific excellence under the Vision 2035, we can transform the ideas from incubation into SMEs. This brings me to the role of our host nation. As Dr. Damianou reminded us this morning, Cyprus stands at a unique geostrategic crossroads, a natural bridge between Europe, Asia, and Africa. Today's discussions have clearly confirmed Cyprus as a rising force in strengthening the Union's strategic autonomy. Today, our ecosystem includes 70 organizations contributing to 74 ESA projects. Under the Cypriot presidency, we secure historic process, advancing Lean and EU Space Act compromises, shaping the European Competitiveness Fund, and moving the USPA regulation towards a self-standing act. Together with our recent associate membership and commitment to the Artemis Accord, Cyprus is stepping forward not simply as a participant, but as a trusted gateway strengthening Europe's security, resilience, and innovation across the Eastern Mediterranean. Lastly, I would like to mention the inspirational speech by Christos and Evandros. We heard from these two excellent engineers and scientists a powerful call for action for the next generation of space development. Their passion and forward-thinking spirit is fueling us to provide for them, the next generation, better opportunities to achieve more than we are able to do. My advice for them, keep dreaming. You could be an astronaut. If you don't manage, show the way to the others. Thank you very much. You are all welcome for our cocktail party by the pool. Thank you very much. Enjoy yourselves.